And we are back with the War Chest Team League at the beginning of another epic night. 6 best of 5s. A whole bunch of players fighting for a whole lot of money. And the War Chest prizes, of course, going out there to the players. The spoils. You're up nice and early to join me, Zombie Grub. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's a casual 6 a.m. It's no big deal because I get to cast some epic StarCraft. Before I get into the trash talking that I absolutely will be, I just gotta say once again, I absolutely freaking love and appreciate how many awesome games we get. Either accidentally or on purpose. Okay, we might have, missed some of the chances to dodge some of your players that we would have wanted to because you put your players on weird maps, but it's okay. And now, because now we got Serral versus Innovation coming up later, right? So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Say it's a pleasure to be casting with you again, Pig. It's been too long. And then now I'm going to absolutely slaughter your team. So.
But you know, it's always good to get a bit of insight there. I think that's very common. Whenever I am facing another team, often they are trying to drive around the monster trucks that are my players. But my players are actually trying to intercept their head-on collisions. That is how we do our map picking with the War Pigs. We basically try to avoid you dodging those fights. And that's exactly why we've got so many goddamn good games today. And I think you might call some of the choices a bit risky. But I think we're kind of going all in on hoping our best players can take down your best players, and it's going to be an absolute mess. It's going to be awesome.
Ooh, get the countdown for this week. All right.
Oh my.
Let's do it. Pig, this is your player. You do the honors.
Up here in the top left-hand side of the map, he is, of course, as pink as a pig. It's Dream.
See what you're doing there. In the bottom right, as the green Protoss, because green is cool. That's basically why I chose it. It is Showtime.
Was it hard to pick green? Because for us, it was kind of hard because pink is kind of the color of domesticated pigs. And I think these guys are a little bit more feral, you know, but I wasn't really sure if there was a standardized color for like a wild boar or a hog.
Brown, I guess?
I suppose so.
Yeah.
It's not as synonymous though, right? You think pink, you think pigs. But brown, it kind of could go anything, right?
You're not wrong, but I do love that now. I didn't think about that initially, but now I'm going to use it to continuously burn your team, and now you're just a little bunch of little piggies. You're so cute. You just want to rub and anyways. Yeah, it's not as scary anymore when they're pink, all right?
You know, when you're facing down Dream's TVP, I think definitely you want to try and throw out some smack talk now, because I think now's the only moment you're going to get. I mean, Showtime's a great player in this matchup, but I mean, against Dream here, oof. I think Dream is just on fire in this matchup. As long as he doesn't have to play against those Imba bugs, I think he's going to absolutely murder Showtime.
Those are pretty Imba. I'm with you there. But I don't know, man. Like, Showtime, he's gotten some pretty good PvT. It sometimes, doesn't work out super well, to be honest. Like, he does get, the struggles against some of the top tier Koreans, but I don't know. Is Dream one of those guys? Every time I talk about Dream, talk up his TVP, cast him in the Lima League or something like that, it seems like every time I'm like, yes, I love what he does. And then he does things that I'm like, wait, no, I don't love that. And then he loses. So I don't know, man. I'm actually feeling pretty good for Showtime, but that said, he lost the PvP last week, so it's a bit of a redemption here, I guess. And I believe in him. Believe in my team in general. That's why this is the greatest team league ever created, Pig. Because we actually really love our team. And I just want to protect my boys. All right.
There's a lot of passion out there. You know, I felt a bit of pain watching the Mutalisks wreak havoc on the Terran race over there on the weekend, but we're going to be getting into the action here. And this is cool to see the reactor first opening out of Dream. It's actually been spotted really early, but I wonder if he commits hard to that Hellion push. I want to see Dream get just 2 Hellions out of this. Look for a little bit of a pokey poke, but not overcommit, because Showtime knows this is coming, and I love that Dream is getting flexible, getting that proxy starport. I mean, let's be real. If there's one thing every Terran does 95% of the time for apparently an almost 100% success rate, it's drop Hellions in a Protoss's base. Like, this seems to just be the Achilles heel of a lot of players. I wonder if Showtime has any idea. So far, it looks like he doesn't know about it.
Yeah, no, he's trying to grab some of the Marines while he can, but the 2 Hellions come up to show up. that could just be the opening. You know, there could be 2 Wood Mines after this, right? So getting a confirmation on 4 Hellions might go ahead and give them a little bit more awareness that there could be a starport out on the map, since they do marry up with each other so damn well. And I think Dream got the show with 2 Hellions. This is not bad pressure. Opening up with the Stalker specifically instead of an Adept going across the map is giving a little more chunkiness that the Hellions would usually take care of, but they're having a little bit of trouble against these Stalkers.
Oh my god. All right. This is looking really rough for Dream. He's lost all of his Marines. The bunker finishes and he can put SCVs in it. Unfortunately, they can't use fusion cutters from inside the bunker. The repair there was good. Another Hellion comes out. I think if he could just keep this low hit point Hellions alive a few seconds longer, the Drilly Boy is going to turn it around. And let's be real, they're the one unit that counters Protoss that the Terran has. SCVs, the best tool in the arsenal.
Ooh. And that Stalker quite low, but at least he got all of the low Hellions, bringing that count back down to 2, which is not one-shot the probes. So, I mean, does he know about the proxy starport? No, but as I said, like, it marries up quite commonly. I think recently we saw the success of a Hellion drop, so it's kind of on a lot of people's mind right now. And Showtime is just defending the main base, and that's partially also because he has a wall in the natural, so he can freely choose to do so.
Yeah, solid D from Tobias so far. Dream's still got a good work account, though. He's got that 2nd and 3rd barracks coming up, so no real commitment beyond these couple of Hellions, but oh my god, they go deep. Sees the Stalkers and still decides to commit. Just 1 or 2 more good volleys, maybe.
Nice.
Ah.
Nice. Nice. Blink is not quite done, so the medevac seems like it might be able to survive. No more warp into the left side. Cancels the wall if he got going. Blink's still not close to being done. Would have been nicer to get that medevac as well, but only losing 6 probes while having your 3rd Nexus as fast as it is. It's almost done, actually, right now. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm okay. Start up those corner boosts, my boy. Get those probes.
Well, now I think Dream gets to fall into a Terran player's least favorite position in this matchup. He is going to try and build tanks and turtle and defend and hang on. And I'm really hoping that he can pull something out here, because this is an awkward position to be in as a Terran. But you know what? Protoss players, they do overcommit a bit at the moment. They're not actually going that hard into Double Forge, into like Storm and Colossus. And I don't know if Showtime's going to be too different from all those other normie Protosses out there. I mean, most Protoss players, their strategic understanding of this matchup seems to be make charge lots and try and attack and, you know, sneak a Prism in the back. And if that doesn't work, they don't seem to have a lot of play beyond that point. And 6 gateways going down, looks like Showtime's going to go with that. So as long as Dream hangs onto the high ground and just sits in a really turtle up position, doesn't expose his bio, and as long as he keeps the prisms out of his mineral lines, there's always hope for a comeback here from the Terran player.
I mean, when it's not broke, don't fix it, man. Waiting on the side of the War Prism is a pretty effective thing that Protoss likes to do at any level. So I'd be fine with it. I'm fine with it. Showtime, I mean, he might have some normie beginnings of PVT, but one of the things that he's worked on these last couple of years at this point, actually, say like more, maybe like a year and a half, something like that, is really heavy disruptor use in this matchup. Pairing it up with the DTs, that style of play that just gets really obnoxious. Does he do it on Death War? I don't know. We see it so commonly on Eternal Empire, but that could be his follow-up plan here if he can't get much done, which it doesn't really look like he will. Dream, wisely going for some tanks. Is going to be able to situate himself back at home defensively, fine. Focus on the attack or the expansion process. The Zealots will move in, but oh, the timing. Ooh, the timing? Maybe? Nope. Medevacs could just turn around, come back to the left. Oh, I'm gonna continue on with the medevac.
Come on, where's the mineral walk, mate? Where's that mineral walk? Oh,
nice.
A bunch of SCVs already going down. 7 workers falling. And yeah, 49 SCVs to 67 probes. Not your favorite spot to be in. Dream, though, I am so happy he's building a Viking right now. This makes me so damn proud, because right now, this is the sort of game, if you don't shut that Prism down, it's going to always be a problem for the rest of this game. So for now, he's got the bio up in the main. He's going to try and expand down to this base. I love that there's 2 tanks still way back on the high ground. He's got to keep that up there and just really keep on trying to defend that. Viking now is out. It's going to fly down to the left-hand side and zone the Prism out. And for Dream, it's all bio, tanks, Vikings on the way. I'm just like, just don't go on the map too much, Dream. Please stay home. Stay home. Survive. Showtime's going to try and attack at some point here. His 4th is not that early. He's going for it now, but I feel kind of awkward about this situation for Dream. The map vision I mean, Showtime's just doing what Protoss players do best. He's just switched on map hacks. Seriously, he's like, you know, Terran players have to actually be aware of their surroundings. DongRaeGu, your player just puts invisible spotting units all over the map. What the hell is this?
I didn't realize Protoss got creep spread, pig. Pretty sure these aren't map hacks. These are just plain old observers doing their job, looking around. We can talk about map hacks later when we have a Zerg appear. But
watching from the shadows. Truly admirable profession, DongRaeGu, truly.
I mean, yeah. Look, okay. If peeping toms didn't exist, we wouldn't have Back to the Future, all right? Anyways, the attacks, it's always going to be prepped. I love Showtime's control with the Warp Prism and the High Templars. I love that we've gone back to just kind of the on-the-nose follow-up from Charge Blink into Storm, where we were for so long having Disruptors or Colossus be the follow-up. Nice Blink Forward's gonna grab that Medivac, already starting off the pressure well, and Showtime, I guess, likes that start and is actually gonna go for the break, and this is so dangerous, but it looks like it might just work.
Oh my gosh, Storm dropped so dirty. Those SCVs are super exposed. The bio deck actually came down from the main is helping out, but there's more Storms where that came from. The drop in the main for Dream. He's doing it at the same time. He's killing a lot of probes in there. Come on, Dream, somehow survive. He's got a Viking and a bunch of SCVs. Okay, all right, Showtime here. Pulling out some powerful moves. That early Stalker pressure just dominated it.
Nice. That's Stalker pressure was quite clutch to that game. Absolutely. You know, maybe, realizing that was going to be a common follow-up. Because if it gets the Adept gets taken out by the Marines plus Hellion combination so much faster. Like, it doesn't get to buddy up with anything else. It doesn't really get to survive most of the time either. It just doesn't have as much, survivability. But going for 3 Stalkers immediately sent over across the map, oh, so good. One Widowmine could have popped it off. It was a different build, different time, but I think he knew exactly what Dream was setting up for.
Yeah, I think there's a weakness there with the early scout. When they spot the reactor, that probe was dogged. It was hanging around to see what was going on, and wanted to skip the bunker. I mean, the thing is, a lot of the time that reactor first build order it isn't used with a proxy starport. I wonder how well Showtime would have been ready for that. The problem, of course, was just that those 4 Marines were too far out. One of them got whittled down really low. The Stalkers flanked around the left and took advantage. I mean, that's a kind of painful situation because Dream just didn't even get a chance to play his game. I think, it's exactly the way I love to play TVP. Yeah, let's skip the bunker. Let's just, stand on the high ground with those Marines. Once he saw that first Stalker and he deflected it from the high ground, I think Dream needed to immediately drop a bunker and just pull back and get back to the Hellions. The bunker finished and there was no Marines in it, right? So that was just way too much damage and way too good of an opening for Showtime there. But you know what? It's only game 1. The next one, of course, is going to be another chance for the comeback.
Yeah, but I also feel okay about this one. A laser versus special on ice and chrome. I think I know what your guy's going to do. I think my guys know what your guy's going to do. Some chrome's definitely the mech map.
Yeah, we might see some cattle bruises, I think. I'm like, when was the last time I don't know, I feel like maybe Cure did a nice bio parade on this map at some point, because Q is the one Terran where he always looks at the biggest worst map for doing a 3-base bio push, and Q is the one Terran who's like, yeah, I'm gonna do a 3-base bio parade on that, and you're like, what, are you insane? And he almost makes it work a lot of the time versus the very best players. But looks like right now, what's that? Do I hear the sounds of fear in the ranks of the Grubble Dubs?
The Grubble Dubs?
The Grubble Dubs? Well, right now, there's a player missing from the lobby who's not there. Is he afraid to come and fight?
No, actually. He's currently conversing with Uthermal as they watch the late stream, I believe. I think that's the problem, personally. They're talking strats. They're talking Overlord positioning. It's awesome.
Overlord positioning. I like Overlord positioning, actually, in this matchup right now. I feel like most Zergs, they've finally taken it to a point where they've said, I literally never need to scout your base, with the first 2 Overlords. It's like, we're going to check every corner for proxy barracks, and 6 minutes into the game, we'll try and confirm that you actually have a natural expansion. And I keep looking at this, there's players like Sue who do that every game, and I'm like, at some point, there's got to be a proxy 7 barracks in the corner of the map and hit it 5 minutes, because they just don't confirm anything with their scouting, but still hasn't happened just yet, so I guess we're going to have to wait and see.
Wasn't there wasn't Supernova trying to proxy on this map? in this matchup.
That must be one of the ones I didn't catch up on.
Oh, okay. Well, I kind of, to be honest, like I heard it, right? I was like doing things while watching the VODs, and I just heard Nate's voice as he realized this was absolutely not going to work because the third player was going for like, you know, like a 2-base roach horn or something. And he just like, oh, well, okay. All right then. Think his exact words.
It's like the aggression count is the other aggression. You're like, yeah, it's like sometimes the best way to play safe in StarCraft is to do your own aggressive thing. Your attack runs into their attack and it kind of stops it in its tracks, even though that's not what the goal was. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. I'm alive. I have time to react. But we are now getting into game. The countdown's going. It's ice and chrome. It's a big old map. And it's going to be Poland, Mexico, Warpigs up against the Grubba Dub Dubs. I think it's time for the comeback to start here.
I don't know, mate. I don't know. Last time Laser was out here, did very well on Ice and Chrome. It seems like he's very well prepared. We got our preference on this one as well. I'm feeling very good about this.
All right, well, we are into this map too. It's time to start that comeback train. Up here in the top right, wearing the proud pink of the pigs, it is Special.
How predictable.
Oh my.
In the bottom left, as the green Zerg, he is a Laser for Ego Esports, and this is exactly what they were discussing.
Were they talking about Marines or Reapers though?
Let me check. Let's see here. Okay.
This looks like kind of what I was talking about, where it's one of those corner ones where you wait forever and then you walk in with like 10 Marines. Well, not 10, but like, you know, like a few more Marines. Like this is really out of the way.
The surprise and bop. Yeah. I think so. It turns out that there was a 3-Rex Reaper in one of the show matches they played. These guys actually have played a decent amount of games recently, like a best of 7, which was very, very close actually, but Special did end up winning it. But yeah, I think this might be different. So the Overlord positionings were just like something you were talking about with Uthermal, being like, what should I do? And Uthermal, I mean, I gave him some sound advice, which he seems to be using. So the Overlord's headed towards those barracks. It's gonna take a while, of course, to see him, but unless he moves them, he should eventually get in sight. Don't move the Overlord, please, oh, Laser.
You know, a Laser sometimes pulls out some of the most textbook defenses of these rushes, and other times he falls apart completely. So I'm hoping we get a certain, you know, side of the coin today in terms of a Laser's response once he sees this coming. Yes.
Right over the pervert pillar too, so the Overlord's not even gonna die.
God damn.
Excellent. Laser. You know, most defenses against these types of builds are off those hatch first. So yes, he went for a hatch first, but now I can pull the drones, make sure there's no bunker, going for immediately for a spine crawler. I mean, it's only one Marine at a time, and it's kind of far away, right? So the spine crawler is probably not going to get taken down, but that does make me a little bit nervous.
I want to see a backed up bunker behind us as well, though. I want to see that emergency bunker from Special with a spine that early. Oh, Laser's going to go for the drill. Come on, Special. Focus fire. He's doing some good focus. Yeah. Nicely done. Good micro. No Marines falling yet. Already 3 drones going down. Oh, that was slick.
Okay. All right. Whew. All right. Missed an opportunity to get us around. You know, it was okay from Special there to dodge out to the left, but Spine Curl is going to finish taking basically no damage, and that is going to be an instant repel. A Laser used repel. No special attack. This is nice. I like it.
Oh, all right. Let's just see how practiced a Laser is at this next step. Oh, good. It's a good slide out. There is a wall up at home, but with nothing behind it, that's a nuisance to deal with. And
damn it, I just realized how good my repel joke could have been. Shoot, I really missed the opportunity because Special loves Pokemon.
Oh, damn. See, I didn't even get that because I'm not a weeb, so, you know, I like sports. Okay. Yeah.
Wow, the Chad pig right now. Yeah, I was having sex in high school, so, like, you know, I don't
Sorry, let me get my baseball cap up to cover up my my balding Chad spot as well. Anyways, this command center, come on. Oh, he saves it. Oh, this is good. This is good for Special. He's gonna keep that command center up. No gas mining yet. Still chomping down on those Marines. I mean, a Laser is not that much fear right now. Spine.
He scans the wrong pervert pillar.
Well, he's going all in. It's Drilly Boy Parade. The Overlord doesn't see it. It's not positioned.
He doesn't see it.
He builds 2 more spines. Oh my God. Oh, I don't know. Oh, at least one of those is going to get up. The other ones won't. There's 2 transfuses. It's a lot of Marines, though.
How do you know?
18 Marines? Like, I don't know. I think he's actually going to break a laser here. This is going to be so close. Come on, Drilly boys. Let's do this.
16 lings are on the way. 3 spine crawlers are going to be, at least 2 of them will finish, it looks like. Ah, he's okay. Let's do it. Come on, he's got to transfuse. He's got to transfuse. Do not let the Drilly boys win this. The laser, I believe. 3 spine crawlers are done. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. Get the hell out of here, Special. Get out. Yes. Oh.
This is that's a big rush distance. And, oh man, there's 2 SCVs and a mule behind this. Whoa, the Queens. They decided to come to the party, but those tentacles are vicious. Only 2 or 3 Marines in range of the hatch, and seems even with the last second Zerglings, I mean, this is going to be rough. The last transfuse goes down, but the Marine firepower, only 13 left. 2 armor spines, so broken.
Oh, now if you know what, if you end up winning this clan war, right? Because Serral is like, Serral. Anyways, now I just, there's like, oh man. God, I so hope we beat you. I so hope we beat you. You're like, I'm gonna pick Serral. I got #1 pick. I'm gonna win all the clan wars. Blah, 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 blah. Starting off 2-0 feels so good.
Yeah, I was really hoping we'd get through without too many ace matches today, and already now I'm like, I hope we get an ace match. This is a rough start. That was pretty damned clean from a laser there. Those overlords hanging around for a long time, definitely aware of the proxy barracks, so thought they'd be aware of the proxy Reaper. Did not think they'd be aware of that proxy barracks option quite as much, but does end up holding on there. And I mean, next map's going to be a fun one, though. I'm sure there's going to be some sparks flying here. Uthermal on Golden Wall up against Armani. Ooh.
Oh, imagine if I just 3-0 you right here, right now. It doesn't even matter if Serral wins. Oh, that would be brilliant. That would be perfect.
Yeah, let's channel Ravi, it would just be good fuel for when we rematch in the finals and get all that the revenge meter fills up, the limit break is ready, and some straight up decapitations would happen at that point, I think. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. You guys are going to seal the deal, and that's proven to be pretty hard. I think we've had like, what, 11 out of 12 ace matches so far, or some ridiculous statistic. It's something obscene. We've had like so many ace matches.
Yeah. It's actually insane. Like, I actually think that it's quite likely, just because it's like Destiny is pushing us towards nothing but ace matches and screwed up schedules for Wardy, that that might overpower Uthermal more than Armani. You know what I mean? Right now. So I'm still wary of the ace match, but I did get confirmation. I would have thought that this was not something that would be the case, just because it would make it such an easy defense. But a Lasers Overlord did see that Special's Command Center was canceled. So that yeah. I just would have figured that was something that Special is used to hiding, being able to hide. So I did not give enough credit to that Overlord. That made it that's what made it so easy. Amazing. Love the confirmation. I love being able to talk to the players after a game, because usually in a best of 7 it's the same player. So like, what are you gonna do? Be like, hey, I'm gonna interrupt your flow and your concentration, ask you a question. But now I can do it, no problem.
I kind of wish sometimes we had a little bit more of players trying to psych each other out. Like, if we got like one of the old setups where the players are kind of sitting both facing each other with just like flimsy bit of cardboard in between, like the monitors like back to back. And like one of them just kind of keeps like standing up in his chair between games and just like giving like dirty looks at the other guy, or like he's kind of shaking the desk a little bit or something like that. Like, I want to see a little bit more of that, kind of like borderline physical altercation between the players. Maybe I just want to see it turn into a wrestling match a bit too much.
Maybe, yeah. You want to see the mud wrestle of the actual players. Pig knows what he wants. And it's got to do
That's where
mud.
pigs always succeed, down and dirty.
Yeah.
That's where we're best at.
Exactly. So, speaking of which, I might expect Armani to be a little bit cheesy here. It's Golden Wall, so I don't know what, cheese I'm thinking of. I'm just thinking of a really good, awesome late game, hopefully. But I know Armani certainly has it in him to be a little aggressive. Type of player who could do that even down 0-2 himself on a best of 5. Hope Uthermal's on guard as well.
I mean, it's Pro League format, right? I think everyone comes in with like a map plan, and you don't really want to change that based on the scoreline of the overall thing, because you've already picked the best strat. And I think this is a lot about Armani's ability to figure out what the heck Uthermal is going to be doing, because I don't know, this map just seems to be Uthermal's happy place. I feel like he is a very scary Terran here. And we threw Armani out here because we felt like Armani, he's been really good at scouting and reacting and controlling through the early and mid game, which is Uthermal's, early mid game especially his strong suit. So I'm just hoping we don't get blindsided by one of these crazy golden wall builds and go out immediately. So come on, Armani, I believe. I'm sending my energy.
I think we're both just saying that we really want to survive to the later stages, because we know how Golden Wall can give us amazing TVCs. So yes, you're right. Thermal's great in the early game. He's very he's got his proxy barracks as well. He's great in the mid game, but he's also just flipping fantastic at literally everything in life. In the bottom left of Golden Wall, on the Grub Lubba Dub Dubs, who are already up 2-0, it is the Green Terran Uthermal.
And over here on the right-hand side, the Zerg player is going to prove that pink Zerglings do truly run faster. It's Armani. It's not even a myth, you know. If you paint some pink speed stripes on one of your cats, it'll actually run faster. Scientifically proven. Yeah, pink ones go faster. You haven't heard that before?
You know what? Of all the muscle cars I've seen with racing stripes, no one has been secure enough in their masculinity to use pink. So
there's always like one character in a Fast and the Furious movie, and that's it, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I'm sure maybe like if they continue making Fast and the Furious, Fast and the Furious 20, they'll have a bunch of pink racing stripes. Interestingly enough, did you know, Pig, as I push my glasses up the bridge of my nose, that pink used to be the boys' color back in the early 1900s or 1800s? Yeah.
I think it's a very distinguished color. It's very bright and unique. I mean, purple used to be the color of wealth. Pink is like kind of next to purple. Men, the patriarchy. So it makes sense, right?
This is gonna turn into one of the episodes of the backseat.
We're both kind of egging it there.
Towing that line. So no shenanigans in the early game. I mean, let's say proxy raxes can happen on Golden Wall, but I truly wasn't expecting one. But there are tons of shenanigans that can happen on the bottom side of that map. Just the idea that there is a option to play on the bottom side of the map as opposed to just one side of the map is what made Golden Wall a very interesting game. One that's also a bit more likable for comebacks, because you can kind of get away with some bases that aren't quite, pushable, right? Until you break those mineral rocks. So I love it. I love the setup so far. Truthfully, I just want good games, but I also want to win 3-0. A little bit of that too.
Indeed. Well, I think that we're going to be seeing a very standard play from Armani so far. Just, this is really, he does excel as a defensive macro player. And there's a reason why he's, in that top 10 on the Korean ladder. He loves to just scout, react, and control the mid game. What we saw in the first week with Armani was him basically almost winning both matches, and then they both kind of just slipped away. The parting match, especially with the big stasis trap in the middle of a fight, was probably the most heartbreaking, where the Roach Queen Nidus was on the cusp of victory and parting threw down 2 Hail Mary stasis traps in the middle of the fight. One got focused down, the other one I didn't even see until it went off, and it caught the entire army, and it was like, you're kidding me. So yeah, I think Armani was like so textbook for the first 7-8 minutes of both of those games, and then they slipped away. So he's actually so hungry. He's like, man, I'm gonna train so hard for these games. And looks like already a quick Roach Horn and second gas. Now, I mean, obviously I'm thinking immediately when I see that about Ravages and Queens, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, I don't know though,
darn it.
What do you think? Are we gonna just see Ravages and Queens, or Ravages and Lings running across this map?
Yeah, I think just Roach, Ravager, Ling. Uthermal actually died to this pretty much exact build against Sue after going for a 3cc on Everdream, and he just immediately tapped out. He scouted it fast enough that he could have transferred over to a Banshee instead of a battle cruiser, I think is what he was getting to, but he just tapped out. So I am worried it's going to happen again. Uthermal has once again tried to be a little greedy, even though Armani can be certainly that aggressive. Any of the Korean Zergs really can be aggressive in the mid game. So he might not tap out as fast this time, but he's also not getting a good scout at all. So
yeah,
quite scary.
Hellions, Libs, Viking, 1, 2 unupgraded Marines. These are all the worst possible things you could have as a Terran player. If he does not get that factory on a tech lab, I think we might be beginning that comeback train nice and quick and simple, because he still doesn't know.
Darn it. As soon as I saw the Roachmoran, yeah, he's, as I said, he might do the instant tap out. He's got 8 Hellions, which aren't going to help against the Roaches. He's going to see the Roaches right now and know, okay, I chose the wrong build. This is a disaster.
Bit of a wraparound with the Lings, but they got to pull back Armani. Don't go deep on that. Good pullback by Armani. There we go. All right.
He can't do anything.
Pushing up. He's going to break that ramp.
All right. I'm all for trying to stay in this game, Uthermal, but oh god, he can't really do very much. Transferred over his factory, transferred over his starport. They're building things to help out for the future, not for right now. And the wall's already been cracked.
Yeah, nice attempt, honestly, from your player to eco cheese out with the 3cc straight into the gold and 0 scouting zombie grub, but it looks like the better player did win out, so.
Yep, a little bit. He's gonna try and
be any
hold,
greedier? Could you?
He can't even finish that one barracks. The tank does pop out, but he's actually running out of SCVs to even body block, and with more Lings actually not available. So there's one thing Uthermal's done really... Oh, God. Okay, there's one thing Uthermal's done really well here, and that's deny the Ling follow-up, which is usually what really gets the SCVs, but in this case, because he had to pull the SCVs into the Roaches, the SCVs have already died. So if he still had like 23 SCVs, I'd be like, okay, but all the way down to 13 with Stim canceled, production halted. Yeah. I think he's just sticking
he's actually killing drones. I can't believe it. Armani didn't aim move his Ling reinforce. Wow. He kind of moved commanded his Ling rally across the map past the Hellions. They survived, but yeah, I mean, command centers, that's always the funnest shooting gallery, you know. If you want to practice your biles, guys, you got to load up the LOTV unit tester, get 30 Ravagers and put a few command centers there, and then see if you can hit the command center. That's when you know you're basically... That's the ultimate skill shot in StarCraft. Did he just miss it 7 times in a row? Armani, yes. What are you doing, mate?
Yes, he did. Not a terrible Ling shot there. It's actually not a bad defense, you know, because he's tucked into the corner, but also, oh god, he's using a barracks. Like, I've seen some comebacks, you know, again, like if he had Stim, that alone, I'd be like, okay, all right, you know, hold on, but... I really think Uthermal's just staying in here because he had to tap out so quickly last time, and he's like, gosh darn it, I really want to play a game in this team league. Which he hasn't really gotten to do so far.
Yeah, well, you know, going back to his micro roots here, he's got 3 Vikings, the 3 brothers of the Viking from the Heart of the Swarm cinematic. The Ravagers are like, hey, wait, what?
Yeah.
Naughty.
He could have maybe tried doing the other side, right? And building SCVs there, which of course the Ravagers could deny, but maybe they don't see it if that happens. But Uthermal, he's about to lose his command center if he doesn't bring an SCV down with his army. Okay, he's gonna lose it. I don't see an SCV on the way. Come on.
It's on fire.
SCV 2018.
Baby, burn.
Oh my god.
10 hit points? Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. If he just runs in for the Corrosive Bile, he could get it. Oh my god, it's exactly what he's gonna do! Oh, you bastard!
Rickety wrecked. Oh, hot damn. Well played, Armani. And of course, now Armani has a very tough macro game ahead of him. Starts 1-1, 56 drones. It's pretty even, but if Armani can show the exceptional skill that he has up to this point, I think he may be able to take Uthermal down.
I think there's a slim chance. I can't really build up a narrative for this one, man. Like, Uthermal still only at 22 SCVs as well, because his command center has been limited this entire time. He couldn't even really utilize the best thing that he had, which is 3cc, and then just get cranking, just entirely dedicate to that. So he's absolutely at this game.
There is a storyline, and I think it's Innovation quaking in his boots right now, going, oh man, no. You know, he knows he's got to win that match against Serral on El Submarino, and it's not going to go too well, I don't think. You know, we saved the server preference for that one, so Said, yeah, some people think Submarine's a good map for Terran, but we get the slight edge with the servers, and it's hard to bring home a goat dinner. You know, a nice start, but I think your team may have got excited a little bit too early, Zombie Grub.
Can I say? I should have been there, you know, coaching Uthermal, rubbing his shoulders in the corner when he sits on his stool and being like, no, don't do it, man. Trust me, don't do 3cc.
Well, after tonight, you're gonna have to take Uthermal and the team into practice. You're gonna go, all right, you know, look, if you can dodge a spanner, you can dodge a Ravager Bile, and you're gonna have to do some classic practice and just basically throw hard objects at them until they're immune to Ravager attacks.
You know, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Ravagers that actually killed Uthermal, so I don't think I'll be making them dodge any wrenches anytime soon. Armani's gonna go for the throat. Literally 100 supply difference right now, as Uthermal's still only under 30 SCVs and under 50 army supply. The good news is his upgrades are done. It's like, that's the good news. But a very ill-timed push, not even able to use his tanks defensively, and that is going to be that. GG.
G indeed. A very slow finish there. The single hero tank on the high ground survived long enough, and Armani said, you know what, let's bleed a little bit more hope out of your team. Let's just, probably could have got that siege tank and finished it 5 minutes earlier, but said, you know what, let's enjoy it a little bit, have a bit of a party, hang out in there. He's probably still in the game right now, even though we've hopped out. I think he's finishing off the buildings as we speak, just, you know, getting his kicks where he can.
I mean, good old War Pigs, right? Team that says, okay, guys, as long as you win one game, Serral can win the other two. That is your strategy. I love it. Okay. All right. Get your chance. You get your shot.
We get, yeah, you know, for many teams, it's when you get one shot, one opportunity. For us, it's you get many shots. You only need to make one shot count, because Big Daddy's going to come through, you know, and carry us on his shoulders at the end. So, honestly, as a team captain, and we were like, guys, all right, after week 1, 2 ace matches, Serral won 4 out of 6 of our maps that we won. We were like, you know what? Let's not get to the ace match. Let's do it next time. And, you know, right now, Serral is fighting to get us into that ace match. So we're going to see how it goes. It's Submarine, Terran versus Zerg. Have you got any insights? The countdown's going into the strategies?
No. Innovation, you know, only comes into our chat channel to spoil results. So, doesn't talk about strategies. So it's the only thing he's really done so far. And then, actually, though, the funny story about Innovation in our Discord is that we made this poor guy play, like, you know, to the very end last week, like 3 a.m. Korea time or something like that. Because he chose him as the ace, and he was like, maybe no, and we were like, maybe yes. And he ended up winning, and so, you know, he did the innovation thing, which is fantastic. But then, like, you know, he wins, he logs off, you know, and we're all like, yeah, we did it. And then Holy Moly, the admin comes in, and she's like, oh yeah, by the way, Innovation's birthday is today. We made the poor guy stay up to like 3 a.m. Anyways, so I just hope he has forgiven us for that, and he's still hungry for the win.
Well, you know, he gets a belated birthday present up here in the top left-hand side. Representing the War Pigs, it is the one and only, the finisher, Serral.
Bottom right has the Green Terran. He is Innovation, presenting that Kaizi Gaming, as well as the Grubba-Dub-Dubs. And he's definitely our ace man. He's, I mean, let's be real. He won the one best of 5. He honestly should have won the other one. Don't know what happened with those Cyclones versus Maru, but honestly, in my heart, Innovation is undefeated. You know, in my heart.
It doesn't count, cause I like it. You're a true fan at heart, Zombie Grub. That's why we love you. You know, you've got that true ability to see the game the way you want it to be, rather than the way it is. It's fantastic. It's really heartwarming.
Yeah, thank you. I like the subtle burn that I'm extremely biased at all times. You know what? Whatever, man. I am. It just gets to show. The truth is, we're all insanely biased, all right? And that War Prism was setting up for Showtime, and you were talking about how sad it is for Terrans to wait for that War Prism. Internally, I was like, yeah, it really sucks as a Terran player when that happens. But outwardly, I had to be like, yeah, that's Protoss. Protoss is great. Protoss has great things. It's really cool race. It's super cool.
It's that mobile pylon. It's always good there. Now this is a pull first from Serral. He did say he's quite confident on this map, but oh my, this is a 2-1-1 from Innovation. Oh, okay. Oh, Serral's, he's going to drop a Roach Warren in a moment, isn't he? I don't know if that's good versus 2-on-1, unless he goes all in with it, which he normally doesn't. Please don't drop a Roach Warren, Serral. I'm hoping this is his Overlord speed build. Please be the Overlord speed build. Oh, well, he started up speed, I think, behind a Queen. Oh, no, I'm looking at Innovation's gas. I'm sorry. God. Oh, I'm just blind. No, it's I mean, it's 7 in the morning. Shh. Yeah, I'm hoping it is that, because there's going to be so many Marines out, and obviously Serral doesn't really have any info. You know, no one really pokes forward with that Overlord anymore to check if there's a reactor on the barracks. And on this map, that's just something where I think Serral absolutely could have done that. But a small little thing, because the 2-on-1's so rare, but it's pretty good on this map. I mean, so far I'm liking it. It's not what I expected, but I do recall the 2-on-1 coming back, and not only that. So basically when Submarine was released, the 2-on-1 kind of came back for what felt like a very brief moment, and then I guess we don't really see Submarine that often, to be honest. And then we also had the 2 base follow-up also come back, if you recall that as the period of time for the 2-on-1. Yeah, 2-on-1 follow-up, you get a single engineering bay, you just really hammer home with the nicely timed attacks, and you just, on a shorter map, it's supposed to work better. But it is one of those things where map or no, like that build in general is very risky, and it's very dependent on gaining that momentum first and foremost. So I kind of don't want it to be, but Innovation's he's the better player here, so if he does it, I believe in him. You know, 2-on-1 in general, I think definitely something where if Serral had a bit more of a standard opening, he'd be a little more comfortable. I love the single Evo though here, but so far he hasn't found anything, and he even hit a slight supply block about 30 seconds ago. His work account's starting to explode now, but oh, it's the Hellion follow-up version here. Oh god, this is a scary build. Yeah. Please drop a Bay Nest or a Roach Warren right now, Serral. He's getting up to 6 Queens, which will give him a chance, but the Hellions are going to be brutal with this attack. This is going to be Stim Marines plus 4 Hellions. The 5th and 6th Hellion are going to rally in during the fight. And I mean, Serral's got to kind of get some idea. If he can see those Hellions ahead of time, that's going to be a big step up, because he needs to drop a Spine Crawler right now. Come on, don't scout. Don't even bother, man. It's going to be a simple 2-on-1. You don't even know. It's okay. Honestly, even not seeing the armory, but seeing the reactor in the factory is going to be a giveaway, right? Because he'd also see the Hellions, but even if he didn't, that would be the giveaway. So I'm really hoping the Overlord doesn't go out. Unfortunately, it is coming in to the main base. I mean, through a different path than ideal, I suppose. So maybe the Marines can try and react, but there is a Baneliness on the way. The timing is not perfect, though. The Overlord's actually not going to the north. It's going behind, I guess, he's actually looking in the wrong place. He's giving Innovation just crucial extra seconds to maybe be able to execute this build. Please, living God, don't prepare. Armory's done. Baneliness still 20 seconds out. Serral, I mean, this is a dirty attack from Innovation. It's massively committed. It needs to do big damage, but Serral needs to run back and morph Banelings in his natural. And he's morphing outside of vision. Serral's got to morph Banelings way far back. If he morphs them on location, they're going to get sniped down. Oh my god, Innovation, I believe! That is a decent number of Queens already tearing down one of those Hellbats, even with the Medivacs healing them. The Concave is just very, very good and doing good job using those Lings as well, but he has to go in at some point. Hellings morphing to Hellbats at the last second to help out. Combat Shield's about to finish as well, but those Banelings are morphing in the top right, 7 of them. Can they actually save the day? Oh, it's coming in. Pickup is good, and he's going to redrop immediately. That might just be a game winner. You god, yes, with the cheeky build. Has he really done it? 3rd CC is on the way. He's not even fully committed. He's already killed 14 drones, and he's going after the 3rd hatchery. Yes. Submarine Innovation. He's trying to convert from this Innovation. Actually, what are you doing? Wait a minute. What is this, pig? That's actually this is, I mean, there's a few people out there who are very happy right now on the NA ladder. This is like a Riddler favorite. A few other of the mech players out there. The 2-on-1 into mech. It's a nasty one, because you're so busy trying to remake Ling Bane, and there's like a non-stop stream of Hellions, and it transitions so smoothly into the factories.
That is very interesting. I gotta admit, I haven't seen this, especially by like such a top tier pro, I suppose. But Innovation has been changed up his builds. A couple of decent Baneling connections right there. So it's not leaving much room to push, as well as a good, reinforcement with the queens. I think also really helping here. Not just relying purely on lane Baneling, where momentum can really start to build up. Plus, need something to take care of those medevacs. It's not a whole lot of Marines left over, but it is something to try and drop, clear up creep to the left or right. Momentum has certainly been gained by Innovation, but the game is not over, since Mech is going to give a little bit more time to try and recover, take a couple more risks, if Serral knew it was Mech, which he is now getting confirmation. He's like, wait a second. He saw the second factory. Had a double take.
We need a Roach Warren right now, and it does go down, but it's a little bit late to the party. So Serral is going to be trying to fight his way uphill. And yeah, it's going to be a very, boulder up the hill sort of effort here. And Liberator on the third already doing damage. Ah, Serral too focused on the natural.
I mean, all right, yeah. The second Liberator is still alive, which is nice. Constantly checking. I mean, it's funny because it's so difficult for even me to transfer over into the mech mentality that I see the amount of creeps that's going out here. And I'm like, is anything going to clean that up? But I guess a little less of a necessity when it comes to mech pushes, cleaning up the creep beforehand. So, all right. But a triple drop. Okay. With 6 Hellions.
And Marines, yeah.
Okay.
Roaches are starting up. There is enough Lingbane Queen. You just can't lose the 4th Serral. Serral, get down there. And that 4th is so important. And the thing is, honestly, if there's a situation Serral can come back in, it's going to be using Ravagers versus Mech, but it's a tiny push distance across this map. He's way behind. He's starting to slowly get his upgrades coming down and whatnot, but Blue Flame Hellbats forces a cancel. And I mean, I guess the one saving grace for Serral there is he kind of wants to only be making Ravagers off 66 drones right now just to make sure he doesn't die. Like, he's kind of stuck in this situation anyway where he's got to just make an abundance of units and try to get back in the game that way.
I absolutely love Innovation's position. I mean, it is one of those things where, like, I know Serral can do a comeback, and that's why I'm still a little bit apprehensive. If it wasn't Serral, I'd absolutely be, like, digging into you right now and being like, how does it feel? How does it feel? But it is Serral, so I'm like, okay, like this seems like a prime position. He's got upgrades on the way. He's already up to 8 factories, which is fantastic. 4th CC is done right now, and that's fantastic. But it is going to be a little bit for the push, which is giving Serral that time to, as you said, get Ravagers, but actually he is going to go for some Swarm Hosts.
That was a 3rd factory with a reactor though that he's adding now. That means he's going to be able to build 6 Hellions on a time plus the 4 or 5 tech labs. That's really good at pushing through Swarm Hosts, right? Like, don't get me wrong, Swarm Hosts can be really efficient, but Hellions and Hellbats just rinse the Swarm Host Locusts off the map, right? They also give you a lot of maneuverability. So the Swarm Host is going to be a great tool for trying to find efficiency, but right now, it's actually about the Ravager count, and that's what Serral's lied on. He's only at 4 Ravagers, going up to 5. I think he desperately needs to be dumping all of his gas into that, and he's got to be up front and center, ready to roll. Banelings into the Hellions, Biles into the tanks, and he's only got 3 Banelings right now. This is really scary.
Yeah, he saw the Swarm Host off the left, but he thinks that he's okay against them. Varix is a great scouting tool right now, while he also, of course, scanned the army to the top side. So he's going to let those Locusts do some damage, which they're actually not even doing that much.
He didn't hold position. Serral a bit too busy on the right-hand side of the map. Does get 6 SCVs, which is not terrible, but not as much as he would have liked. Does kind of flank in there and get a siege tank, but it's got to be a real efficient next few minutes here for Serral. 68 drones. He's got +2 melee and +2 range on the way. He's trying to slow this advance. He's done a good job so far, but that rally, it's fierce. You pointed it out. That's a ton of mech just rallying across the map from 8 factories. 4th base is up. There's a few Lings that look like they're getting ready for a run by, but I mean, that's so many tanks and Hellbats.
That is a very scary army against someone who, I guess, was maybe hoping the Locust could do a little bit more. Even the tanks unsieging on the backside means that they don't really get popped. This still feels very good. This is the push that I was hoping for. But Serral, he's about to be maxed out. He might be able to buy time for that 2-2. Oh, and the Banelings, not getting the connections I think that he was wanting. There's so many Hellbats, it's actually hard for them to do so.
That's a silly hellback count right now. Locust starting to smash through the third base at the same time. Serral's hanging on well. I'd love to see him take that fifth base on the bottom because he may lose this expansion. He's getting pushed back right now. Baneling's finding some connections, as do the Biles. But the tanks are now so close, and I think Serral, he needs to start biling the tanks or he's just going to get pushed back way too efficiently.
Yeah. I mean, the hellback count is obviously a big deal, but the tank count has also really been able to accrue here. Some Locust on the backside trying to get something done, and ooh, those corrosive bios grabbed 3 tanks. That is
Locust
usually money
back.
right there.
Yeah, he's clearing out this army. The Swarm host flank, the Ravager Bane so patient on the front. Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
Where is Todd right now? Look at these supplies, Zombie Grub.
How? Oh my god, I can't. Shit. All right. So, this is what I was worried about too. I mean, Innovation still has 4 bases, so as long as he doesn't get immediately counterattack, but that was really supposed to be the death push. And he's forced to retreat and turtle here and reevaluate his position, which also means that the Swarm hosts are going to get more and more Locust waves. And I cannot believe. I thought he uses Locust waves. Like, how are there more?
Yeah, he split his Swarm host in half because he went right up to 13. So he had a squad hitting the base. He had a squad hitting the reinforce at the same time. And look at the trigger discipline on the Locust. Every time, he never just throws the Locust and looks away. He always right-clicks it forward, goes and does other stuff, comes back, and micros that to land on specific targets. It's just, I mean, it's Serral. Like, a lot of other players would have got a lot sloppier under pressure. Even this Hellbat drop is actually getting cleaned up by a Queen right now. Is wasting a bit of mining time, but no actual worker kills.
Innovation was really hoping to win with that push. He had a follow-up plan, but I don't think he was expecting that push to get cleaned up as fast and as well as it did. The 4th base goes down. He's trying to build Cyclones. He had already invested into the Cyclone upgrade, but this is now looking disastrous for Innovation. And now you know those dumb people on the forums that are like, it just gets tiresome when Serral wins all the time. It just is really boring. Yeah, I'm definitely with them right now.
Well, you know, the BattleNet forums are the height of intelligent discussion here in StarCraft. So if you guys want to share your thoughts on that, make sure you do write them up there. Definitely, of course, echo Zombie Grub sentiment. And Magfield Cyclone's coming out, a bit more mobility for Inno. And I mean, remember, Serral's economy is not crazy. So, you know, Innovation has a chance of kind of acting like he has a chance for a few more moments in this game before the GOAT does squish him out.
Absolutely absurd. Absurd. He's got a hive, he's got 3/3, Juno Glands even on the way, and really make those run-bys potent. As Innovation, he hasn't rebuilt a 4th base. He's desperate to get some momentum on his side, and then maybe he can slap that down, but desperate to get momentum, desperate to get his supply back up, and desperate to actually get some decent trades. It's definitely a microable army, but is that going to be enough? Good split off to generally only lose 1 Cyclone, but the rest of them are being chased down. The Howling's even struggling against Ling Baneling. His Banelings aren't actually light units, and Locust continuing to be a problem. Innovation got such a lead in this game and had what looked to be a death push. And Serral still managed to bring it back. This is so stupid.
I mean, the Ravagers go down a pretty big overextension for Serral, but I think he knows that with Innovation not having a 4th and his Locust just clearing like all the depots off the 3rd, for instance, Inno is back down to 133 supply cap because he's lost like 14 depots at his 3rd base. At this point, Serral goes, okay, yeah, that was a bit costly engage, and you know, I'm sure he's gonna say not too happy with how that game went, and a little bit of a shake of his head and a wince thinking about some of the trouble that he got in. But for everyone out there cheering for him, and me and the rest on the team, we go, hallowed be thy name. And, you know, Serral, the greatest. They call him the finisher. They call him the Night King. But I'm talking Night King from seasons 1 through 5. I'm talking, you know, the cool, scary one. I'm talking about the absolute monster in the dark that waits out there in the shadows that you really think, how are they ever possibly going to take this guy down? And I'm just thankful we've got him on our team.
Yeah. Really thankful that you randomized the #1 seed, aren't you?
What can I say?
Really cool.
You know, well, a little bit of a slip of the bribe there to Wardy. And, you know, we found out that as much as he loves esports, he was open to that as well. So, you know, I'm happy that my completely unoriginal choice hasn't backfired on me so far. But you know what? It's not over yet. This will tie up the series. We had a rough start, so this is going to tie it up 2-2 as Serral closes this out. It's going to force the ace match. Personally, I'm hoping for a rematch. Maybe we could shake on it, Zombie Grub? Rematch?
No. I'm not giving you anything.
All right, keep your cards close to your chest there.
I'll keep your secrets. No, we're discussing things, but make no mistake, we knew this was coming. GG. Serral ties up the score. And my guys have been talking for the last 2 minutes. And I think we're gonna have to take a second, reevaluate, and formulate some master plan, I suppose, to take down Serral, because you know, Serral's gonna be the ace.
Indeed. Well, we are going to go. We're going to pick those players, lock them in for the ace match. Don't go anywhere. The final, or the finale, I should say, of the first of 6 best-of-5 matches. We'll be right back. And we are back, ready for the ace match. The players have just been revealed. At least I see them there in the lobby right now. I am, surprise, surprise, pulling Serral out as my ace. Who have you got, Zombie Grub?
You know, it was actually a fair bit of discussion. My guys asked for a voice channel, and they were debating on the Supreme Council, and actually they were talking about other guys, but even Innovation was like, maybe Showtime? But once again, we convinced Innovation that he has to play. So he threw out Showtime, but as soon as you're like Innovation, he said, okay. So he's looking for some redemption. He wants to win.
As you should, as he should. You know what? It is going to be Eternal Empire. It's a big chance of a macro map here, you know, a long game. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes. I'm personally crossing my fingers for that dream matchup of 8 Barracks Bio up against Muta Zergling Baneling, but in a really close one. You know, I want to see that back and forth. I want to see that hype. And I think we've got a really good chance of seeing it here.
I don't know, man. I'm absolutely feeling the mech for this guy in the bottom left, but well, I'll see what he does. He is the green Terran Innovation.
And up here in the top right-hand side, in the pink, the Slayer of mech. They call him the finisher. It is Serral.
Call him the building drones while being attacked by a build he didn't scout, still wins the game. Serral.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those ones with that situation where you kind of go, I actually love Inno's build, but I look at that and I go, oh my, maybe he should have actually just gone bio in the follow-up because there's less room for a player to wriggle their way back. But I mean, Submarine, one of the shortest rush distances in the map, and it felt like Serral slowed that push down by about, what, four minutes or so. The Swarm Host, a great comeback tool as well, and I think, you know, probably, I think if I was in his shoes, I'd be a little upset that I didn't go for more Hellion run bys and more of those Liberators earlier, right? It was like when his push got held, he exploded into harassment. And I think if he did that a bit earlier, if he swapped into something like Magfield Cyclones to chase those Swarm Hosts off the map and dominate it a little bit more, might have matched up a bit better there. But Serral pulled out a classic style for the map. You would not be doing that sort of Swarm Host style unless you were on a small map with good creep spread. Otherwise, you've got to do the Nidus Worm. No way he could have afforded both Nidus Worm and Swarm Hosts, but a good old style there. And I think, you know, going into the next game, if we see mech again, the big question I have is how are you going to deal with those Mutalisks? Because, I mean, Serral, Raynor, DRG, Rogue, all the best players are pulling out Mutas a lot as an opening against mech to threaten, do a few run-bys, do a bit of harass, and then explode into economy behind it and kind of get into this insurmountable position through the control that the Mutas offer. And we've seen a lot of Terrans struggle with it. We saw Innovation get really frustrated, in fact, in GSL the other day, and he came out with a really cool anti-Muta Ling Bane push, but then he tried to rally Thors across the map, and it looked a little bit like a syntax error moment where I think Innovation could have won that game, but he seemed to get a bit carried away and frustrated, so I think he might have a soft spot against those Mutas.
Maybe. I do like this time around seeing a third CC. Uthermal, I think, was facing a guy who was a little more aggressive. You know, I kind of went over it like right before the match started, and then it happened. And it just has gotten unlucky, you know, twice in a row. But Innovation facing up against Serral. I mean, can Serral throw out an all-in? Like, yeah, he's really developed as a player that's not just reliable on winning for the macro game, but I absolutely would have taken the chance here too. I would have been like, yeah, go ahead, 3cc, 4cc. Why not? Serral's not gonna attack you. And yeah, if Serral does anything, it's going to be maybe faster on those Mutas, like you were talking about. But he's going to be able to get away with this. And then the next question is absolutely, is it going to be bio or mech? We see only one gas taken kind of quickly, though, at the third, or the natural. But that's, you know, that's a total of 2, right? He's actually going the main. So I'm waiting on those gas timings.
Oh, this is really good for Serral. He's going really fast by. We're going to see a fusion core go down right now. I'm feeling good. When I see a lair that quick, this is that like 2.5 base Muta build that is so good at shutting down battle cruisers.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, the third CC's there. This is not like, you know, as all in, right, or anything. But
Okay.
I'm hoping for your sake that your boy doesn't queue up a second BC in Yamato, because he's got third and fourth gas already.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think he's going to be in trouble when those corruptors hit the field.
Yes, I agree. This is not the most ideal situation, but at this point, you do have to be, I mean, kind of knowing this can happen, right? Like, this is not some new thing, new developments in the battlecruiser meta. We're like, oh, wait, you guys have fast spires now? Like, he should be very attentive to this. And so he's even using the Reaper around, not really using the Hellions that much, trying to get a scout in exactly this. He's going to see the lair. He won't see the spire, which is tucked into that corner in the natural.
And I said corruptors before, but with the spire timing, I actually think it will be mutas.
Yeah,
I think you just, when you get it this quickly, you don't need to get the corruptors. You can kind of just go straight to the mutas, and yeah, it's not game by any means. It's just it's a matter of control, and that's the amount of control those mutas are going to give. I wonder what the response is going to be, and how quick innovation can get into it. There's a thing where if you go straight into second BC Yamato, you can end up in a bit of trouble, but well-timed second and third factory. Your Terran son here has a little bit of a fighting chance. Double armory, that's not really what you want to see against the mutas so quickly. You'd rather that gas go into some other things just a little bit faster. Get the couple of Thors out, I think, is a bit more important.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he chooses to do this. I mean, maybe he's going to try and rely on some, like, the battlecruiser to buy time and then not rely on more than one, right? Which is actually going to buy time. The Hellions are a little bit scary. There's only a couple of Banelings, which could be target fired. He's not going to go for the target fire there, or he's trying to, but missing it. He's going to go for the Queen with a more transfuse energy.
Transfuse, Serral. Come on. Where are those transfuses? One more. Oh,
the battlecruiser, please.
The energy
Why?
Queen.
Oh,
Slight mistake there, but the mutas are hitting the field, so I think it should be okay. Come on.
Come on, the drones.
Mutas.
Get something. Come on.
Ow.
Okay, 10. All right. And the battlecruiser's trying to escape home, but it is quite low, and the mutas are going right after it. 2 Thors have started. 3 missile turrets have started. It was a bit close, okay? Like, if this did not buy the time that it did, I don't think these are all done. And even Innovation realizing, like, okay, the Thors still aren't actually being close to being finished. He's building more missile turrets, but I think he's going to be covered, as the muta count is not that high yet.
Zergling production, though. This is the extra piece of the puzzle, right? You lose that battlecruiser, you lose all your Hellions. What have you got? 1 Hellbat on the 3rd? These Zerglings are just going to clean up the game. Nice and simple and easy here for Serral. The muta's controlling the space. The turret goes down in the 3rd. And I mean, this is just such a good build right now. You cannot be predictable and open up battlecruisers too often. It's become a crutch for too many of these mech players, and these muta builds are just smashing it.
Yeah, the SCVs are going down. He's actually not pulling the natural SCVs. A good target fire from Serral, so 12, 13, 14. Pull the SCVs away. No, stop it. Oh.
Ring around the SCV there. Pocket full of Zerglings. And indeed, I mean, I think there is going to be a plague contracted by Innovation. It's called mutalingitis, and it's something he's struggling with in the last week. I can tell you, he's not going to be happy about this one.
So, feels so bad.
Oh, check out the Baneling behind the natural. Baneling behind the natural. No way. Yes.
Gonna grab a couple of more SCVs. There are a bunch of weak ones. 4 more go down, and the mutas getting in really high numbers. Gonna magic box up with a Thor. There are 4 Thors available, but because Zerg is absolutely flipping broken and mutas don't care about Thors anymore, he's gonna take 2 Thors down. So it's really cool. It's really cool.
There's this thing called the magic box where you can actually spread your units out, and Serral there.
I think that's what it is. It's that they lost an armor and they lost their splash damage. I think it's because the magic box. It
was perfect magic box control, zombie grub. Okay, it's okay, it's all right. It's basically just what we call high-level micro, and going for muta Zergling Baneling. These are fast, agile units. It's about speed. Mech, on the other hand, Innovation was trying to win with the A-move army. So it's it's just the way things go. Serral chose a skill strategy. And in the scissors, paper, rock of StarCraft, skill does beat attack move.
Yeah, wow, super cool. So what are we supposed to do here? Get 4 Liberators and hope?
It's 6 Liberators maybe. Actually, odd numbers are better. I'm not sure if you remember our discussion the other day, Zombie Grub. It's odd numbers is actually, you want 5 or 7.
Okay, gotcha. Well, innovation has finally stabilized, but it is not very good here at all. Yeah. And it is maybe true stabilization. He's got 4 CCs, he's got 61 SCVs. There's a chance, but when Serral is behind drastically, he still wins. When he's ahead drastically, I only can imagine he's going to win. So
that's a lot of mutas hitting that mineral line. Yeah, every SCV that goes down is deadly. I mean, at this point, it's a tall ask for Inno to get back in it if he takes no economic damage in the next minute or so. But it's even losing more SCVs on the third. The depot wall goes down. The mutas taking out both armories, freezing Inno on 1-1. The mutas clumping up a little there, but he spreads them. And lovely flexibility from the finisher. Just drags the splash damage away and shuts him out of that game.
That was a good choice for the build by Serral, but Zerg is absolutely overpowered. This team league is stupid because it's not a best of 7, and you can just basically rely on one person. And Pig sucks. Pig smells. So.
And takes pride in it. It smells like victory, you know. A little bit of napalm there as the Grubberlove dubs burn to ashes. The mech base just falling to pieces. And it turns out, once again, bugs rule, and we take it out. A close match. Well played. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the next one. And welcome back. It is time for the War Chest Team League to continue. And already one series into 6 best of 5s for the day. We already hit the ace match. We can thank Serral for that one. My team, the War Pigs, is going to continue to go up now against Benny and the boys. How are you doing, Muslim?
You know, Pig, I'm doing great. Like, this is our debut. Like, we haven't yet played. We're the only team that haven't played yet. And I'm feeling solid about my team as well, because I know some people were questioning some of my picks. They're like, oh my god, you picked TY first and stuff. But he's in the top 4 of GSL right now. DongRaeGu as well. Like, I think a few people thought that was a good pick, actually, but we didn't realize how good. And now he's top 4 as well. We're going to be seeing him in the first match coming up against Dream right here.
I kind of love it. I actually, when I was picking Dream, it was between him and DRG, and it was like really close for me. And I was like, I think I'm going to go with Dream, you know? And after the weekend's performance, I'm thinking, hey, you know, I mean, they've both obviously been doing really sick good right now. And I think it's going to be a cracker. Of course, we're diving into Golden Wall over here on the right-hand side. Pink as a pig and looking, I think, to establish himself after a rough early map and a quick loss in that first series. In the right, it is Dream.
And spawning over in the other side, as our Blue Zerg playing for Team Benny and the boys, it is DongRaeGu. So, Pig, what made you pick Dream for Golden Wall?
Hey, I think this is a pretty good map for Terran when they know how to take advantage of it, you know? I think it can definitely go really bad for Terran if it gets to a certain stage and they're not able to navigate the I guess, if you're playing super stock standard and you're both expanding along the top of the map, and you ignore the bottom, this becomes pretty good for Zerg, I think. But when you take into account all of the ways you can expand along the bottom of the map, you can kind of wall off your main or the natural. I think it's not too bad, man.
I don't think it's too bad either. I think, like, TVZ always promotes really good games. But, like, did you do your picks within regards to thinking what the opponent would be? Or was it, like, absolutely playing to your players and being like, okay, what do you find really comfortable and stuff?
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything where, like, you know, sometimes we look at it and we go, oh, we really think this player will be on this, we want that player. I think we looked at your lineup for this and I was like, all right, guys, I think, you know, DRG is going to be on this map, TY is going to be on this map, Hurricane this map, Zest this map. And they're like, oh yeah, oh, but he could be on this map, and oh, actually Hurricane could be on that other map, and you know, it could be this. And like, we went back and forth for a while and we were like, okay, this is really hard to predict which maps your 4 players especially are going to be picking on. And we were like, all right, we kind of had to balance out, let's try to get good matchups, but let's also just make sure each player is really comfortable on every one of their own maps. So it was a bit of a comfort pick. We didn't really snipe pick you guys too much in this one. It was pretty chilled, you know.
I think snipe picking can obviously work out if you do it perfectly, but it's always risky, right? Like, and I think when it comes down to maps and how good all these players are, because I remember doing the draft, like, I know a lot of people made fun of Fear Dragon and stuff for his picks, but when it comes down to best of ones and stuff, like, all these teams can absolutely beat any other. I mean, you have Serral as your ace, like, your goal is to try and get 2 maps at least, kind of thing. So it's like, Serral wins one, then, like, who can win another one? But yeah, I like, within regards to my team as well, like, picking, given that we're such a tight-knit bunch and, like, we all have a banter and laugh and stuff, we all know what we're really good on and such. So it was just about these players being like, okay, I either want this or this, and then they would all, I made sure that they'd all give me at least, like, their top 2 maps picks, and then we kind of do it like that. So I guess it's also kind of hard to do the counter picking when A, they're giving me their top 2, and then B, it's me picking. So you can't even necessarily think like, oh, how are we going to snipe them and stuff? Because I don't know if it's going to work really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so many moving pieces. It's one of those things. Sometimes, you know, you can think about maps on a surface level, but then there's so much to do with every player, right? It's like how, you know, there's always like a bad map for Zerg, but then like Bly will always pick that map, or like, you know, like there's a map which people are like, oh, Protoss doesn't like to play versus Terran on that, and they'll always be like, oh, okay, actually no, like this certain Protoss player, like Patience will always want that map or something like that, right? There's a lot of those individual characteristics. And hey, the fusion core going down there after the quick 3rd CC. So Dream looking like he wants to go with the quick battle cruiser. Now, of this 3 CC opening, I actually don't mind like battle cruiser into bio. What are your thoughts? Do you think it always has to be mech?
No, actually, I don't. I think when you're this greedy, you can kind of get away with anything. And as long as you pile on a little bit of pressure, which... Look at this, by the way. Like, is he making the Banshee temporarily to then kind of cancel it in case it's an all-in? Or is it going to be a, like, cloakless Banshee to... I don't know, but I do like Dream's build. I like the fact that he went for this really greedy third and then into BC, and it was. So he was producing the Banshee just in case he was getting, like, Roach Ravager all-in or something, I suppose. Kind of smart play by him.
You know, not to diss on DRG, because I'm a big fan of him right now. But let's be real, there is part of him where his spirit is still in 2012, and he does just want to make 50 Mutalisks and fly them in circles, right? So part of me is hoping if things, you know, if the momentum isn't fully there for Dream, I want him to just take a deep breath and turtle the hell up and, like, kind of not let DRG, like, DRG, you can still play Ultras and stuff for sure, but I think there's, like, moments where you can just take your foot off the aggression a little bit, and he will come to you and start taking some bad fights. So if it gets to that stage, I'm hoping Dream's got what it takes to just kind of wall off and turtle up a little bit.
I know what you're saying, because, you know, I've always had that feeling about Sue, that he's kind of like a raging bull, right? And he'll just kind of batter you from one spot. I think DRG is a little bit like that, but with a little bit more finesse in how he does it. Because he'll stick on, like, the tier 2 units, for example, but he'll try and, like, beat you from the inside with, like, mutas and stuff. Okay, so the first BC does show up here. It's in a pretty nice spot. Does have, like, a queen and a spore to greet it. Nice pull away by DRG, but, you know, this is kind of what you want to do as Dream, and he is doing the bio pull-up, as you talked about, Pig.
Yeah, I like it. I think it really suits Dream style. I don't want to see Dream play mech here against DRG. I think it's a recipe for giving DRG the easiest game of his life, but this here is good. Bouncing between the bases of the battle cruisers. The Hellions looking for the lineup on the Zerglings. All right, nice little wraparound from the Lings, but the BC stacking up the kills. And Dream here, that BC still super healthy. It's a single battle cruiser. No Yamato, no second BC, straight into 1-1 upgrades and bio. This makes me so happy.
Yeah, Dream's playing very well. I mean, DongRaeGu's also holding this nicely, because that could have been way worse than just 8 drones. And DongRaeGu, he's also, like, already started producing a lot more drones behind this. Granted, Dream does have the gold base now, which does catch you up quite a bit. By the way, how do you feel about the ranged attack upgrade choice for DongRaeGu?
Yeah, this is, I mean, that looks like he thinks he's going up against mech here to me. And I think maybe people have been countering his Mutiling Bane with more Blue Flame, but Vicious counterattack comes over, and this is why I really don't like those Hellions having gone down. I think if those Hellions backed off a little bit, he could have kept the pressure up a bit more. And the quicker you get this gold going, I think it's going to be really powerful. I think Roaches, honestly, they're good for buying time, but I don't think he's going to be able to bust up into Dream's gold at all. And I actually really, I prefer this position as the Terran. If they're going a handful of Roaches, I think that's a waste of money. It slows down the Bane speed in the 1-1. The battle cruise is still being annoying in the back. And as long as Dream can just handle these little run-bys from DRG, I think he's looking good.
Oh, does get in. This slows things down. And if you can get that tank as well, having a push with just one tank as opposed to do is obviously a big positive for DongRaeGu. And now he's producing the mutas. He also cancelled the range upgrade, by the way, and then went to armor as soon as he saw it was bio. So you're absolutely right. He was predicting mech here, but the +1/+1 is done for Dream. The gold base is up. His economy is really, really good. And he's also got the upgrades already flowing. So this is his timing window to get some damage done.
Mutas are about to pop though right now. So yeah, the Lings and Ravagers there. Oh, Dream's got to run. Ooh, good quick response.
I gotta admit, DongRaeGu's timings are actually really clean. Like, for how he scouted, how he's also making adjustments to his opponent here. And he's on 4 bases as well. Like, he's made no kind of, like, detrimental move here, being like, oh my god, I'm gonna be slower with my economy, even microing his mutas back here. This BC, there's potential it's gonna go down, but Dream, he's very quick to, like, back it up and reinforce. But 11 drones on the way as well for DongRaeGu. Like, he's really hammering out his economy here.
Yeah. DRG is going to try and play the 100 drone. Let's make 4,000 Banelings. So the next few fights are real important. DRG needs to slow this down. He needs to start trading well. He's not going to get in the economy, but if he can at least just take out some of these expensive units, take some efficient trades, get 2, 3, maybe he'll get a third or fourth. Yeah, I think he gets about 4 or 5 Mutalisks with the drop. So not a bad trade in of itself, but Dream needs a little bit better than that. And I was talking about earlier, you know, I don't want to see just a standard macro game on the north side of this map. It's exactly what Dream's going for right now. And oh man, I don't know. It's really hard to get over there in spitting distance of any of those bases. And now the mutas are coming towards the main. There's no turret in the natural. Oh, this is looking rough.
It is, but the mutas are heading back over a few Marines, trying to like pick off the reinforcements or at least slow them down. Ooh, bit of miss micro here by DongRaeGu, but he is getting to clean up that top attack at the top of the map as well. I think DongRaeGu is doing a good job of buying time, but Dream, he's equally doing a good job of putting on pressure here.
He's got a good Marauder count already, actually. That's the one thing I haven't really talked about. 10 Marauders in there. That's actually sick. He actually got so many Marauders out so quickly in this game. And in fact, he's only got 2 reactors on his barracks, does Dream. This is like a TVP style. Super heavy Marauder play. As long as he's got enough anti-air to handle the mutas, that means he's going to have a lot of units to absorb those banelings, but not as much damage output.
Yeah, it's a really cool start by Dream. DongRaeGu's pushing really far off creep here, really trying to prioritize getting Dream away from his base. And Dream's done a good job of like taking the fourth behind all this. So, you know, that gold does dry up fast. The Terran bases do dry up fast because of mules in general. But he's not really going to slow down really hard with this. And the creep, it isn't that far progressed at all.
Yeah, I'm still going to split those drops off. He has slowed down the creep, and he's taken some of those efficient trades I was talking about. So, I mean, those efficient trades were really important. You're still looking at 85 drones. Dude, +2 carapace got forgotten. Oh, Hail Mary right there for Dream. +2 carapace is such an important upgrade, and it looks like DIG is not going to realize until his +2 melee finishes.
You know, Banelings don't give a damn about upgrades, Pig, you know? Like, having less armor means those Banelings die a little bit faster in your face, meaning they deal more damage, technically. So this is just really good planning by DongRaeGu, to be fair.
Against heavy Marauders with mines coming out 3 at a time as well, Ben? Sure you don't want to revise that opinion?
We'll see. We'll see in 5 minutes. You know? I mean, I would have loved for him to get that armor upgrade for sure, but I mean, this is a really nice drop. Like, having 2-2 against 1-1 right now, like any damage that Dream can do at this point is really, really good damage. And this army is scary. Like, he's only at 63 SCVs, but his economy is really damn good. He's at 4k minerals per minute right now. I'm actually scared for DongRaeGu.
Yeah, this is a huge army with an upgrade advantage. Mutas and Ravagers both chew up a lot of supply without actually being great in a head-to-head fight. The only thing that worries me here for Dream is that, like, he's got so few Marines in the army. He's got a gigantic Marine mine army at home. Oh, he's just got to take an efficient fight, though. That's a lot of Banelings.
Yeah, I mean, there's a drop going on somewhere. In fact, there's multiple drops going on multiple places by Dream. Like, I see the drone count falling here.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is a lot of damage. Like, this is really good by Dream.
Yeah, and he's actually reinforced with that giant Marine mine army that was at his rally point as well. So as soon as this gets cleaned up, DRG is going to run into the most ridiculous Marine mines. Look at this spread! What the hell? He's just literally spread up this gigantic arc of mines around this high ground. He wants these mutas to fly into this, and the Thors are rallying back. Those 2 Thors survived the previous fight. Oh, I love it. Dream even dodging Ravager Biles with the mines. Oh, he is in complete charge of this game right now.
Oh, he is. But this muta count is still scary. There's 2 Thors that are out, but this is a very nice... It's an awkward position to fight in, right? And the Terran's actually ahead in supply right now, too, which is never what you want to see. Oh! I don't know what connected there, but a lot of DongRaeGu's army just went pop. Oh,
yeah.
Decent run by, though.
Oh, that's a good run by, but this spread, man. This spread on the front is just nasty.
That was 6 Widow Mines killing as much of DongRaeGu as it did Dream just then. That 4 staying alive is so gnarly. The Biles do take out a few of the Widow Mines, but Dream's doing this really well, man. That drop and like battle cruiser combo. The fact this BC's still alive. How many freaking kills does this guy have? 32.
That's a Chad Cruiser, that is, mate. That is the absolute school bully there. All the Zerg players have stories about him giving them wedgies.
Oh, So the mutas are finally getting to do what they've kind of been made to do right from the get-go, which is dealing counter damage. I mean...
Oh, no turrets in the production. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, that's going to buy a lot of time.
It certainly is. And Dream, look at that. All the pink on the map is heading back home. And DongRaeGu, he's trying to eke out quite a few drones. Oosh. But Dream is still ahead. He's got some work to do yet.
It's going to buy important time, though, for ultras and upgrades to catch up. DRG's got enough economy and enough bases, and that gold base is a real nuisance right now. There's a Widow Mine drop just chilling next to that gold base, but oh, not for long. Oh, there we go. Nice mine drop. And that's the sort of stuff he's got to keep doing, just keeping the harassment up, because right now, DRG is just spread across such exposed bases, and once again, the BC comes in. This guy is just finding the drones, avoiding the mutas. I think finally he's going to be... No, he's still watching. He still tack jumps it out. What a legend.
Like, and did you see what he was focusing then too? It was like individually clicking the banelings just to try and get something, and that's just so much value. I am happy that +3 air weapons is done, and like the game's slowing down a bit right now. I'm curious as to Dream's plan here, because I thought he was in a really, really good position a minute ago, but the fact that he's slowing this down a little bit, I'm not sure about this move.
Yeah, no, I think he's got to get straight in there. He's got that 3-3 advantage, but it's disappearing now. +2 carapace just kicked in, +3 melee is about to kick in. He's still got a gigantic army. 15 Marauders, 30 Marines, 3 Thors, 9 Widow Mines. Like, the Widow Mines wreck the Ling Bane. The Marauders are just great versus everything on the ground. It's just a bit of a balancing act with this army because he doesn't have as much Marine firepower. So even when he finds an area that's not too defended, he kind of has to bait DRG into taking bad fights. Like, it's not the same as when you get 50 Marines in there and there's not enough Banelings, so you just gun through and kill all the bases. But hey, this is a great setup. The gold base is going to go down.
Oh, these Widow Mines are really nicely placed as well. I mean, quite good Baneling connections here, but a very nice spread by Dream, only committing with a little portion of his army. Like, Terran's kind of paid attention to how Zergs fight, right? Like, just throwing in a few Banelings at a time, but they do that with Bio now, and it's really, really smart.
Battle Cruiser operational. He's getting above 40 kills now, 45 in fact. Ultras are now out, but DRG just gets bled dry in that game, and well, that's the last time I doubt Dream. I was like, oh, a traditional just Bio versus Zerg macro game on the north side of the biggest map in the pool, basically. Like, please don't do this, Dream. Please don't play with my heart. But hey, exceptional play, and I think it was ultimately the harassment, right? It was the BC, the Widow Mine drops, the little drops sliding in at the same moment. It was that multi-prong that got the damage done.
And can we just commend that battlecruiser as well? Because, like, it's so influential being like, okay, I'm going to do a drop here at this point in time. But making it so you attack 2 places at once while pushing in the middle of the map, like, that was 3 things going on all at the same time. And it continued to happen again and again. So that was super duper smart play by Dream. And DongRaeGu, my boy, he was just, he was caught a little flabbergasted, and he's there in the chat right now. Oh, sorry, lads, I'll get him next time. And it's like, oh, it's all right, DongRaeGu, mate, we got you back, we got you back.
Very cool, man. I honestly have been thinking for a long time. I'm like, you know, I feel like Marauder Heavy is like really good if you're not playing like tip-top level pros. Like, I feel like they're just going to run their Banelings into them. They're always kind of like good versus Ling Bane. It's not as fragile as this like Marine Heavy style. To see someone go not just 2 tech labs on the first 5 barracks, but 3 tech labs for triple Marauder production for Marines, that was just brand new for me, and super impressed that he pulled it off. Shout out to Dream for that's a huge shift. I know there's probably people who aren't Terran are like, oh wow, he had more tech labs. Like, that's a massive change up in your composition. That's really cool.
Do you know what's very cool about it too? The fact that you obviously have to mine way more gas, like getting up your 3rd and 4th, or rather 5th and 6th gas at the 3rd. Like, they have to be faster if you do that, just to try and like make your economy spiral correctly. But having faster Thors out and stuff, and less Marines is obviously way better against mutas, even though it seems like counterintuitive in your head, like having less Marines. But it makes the army so much stockier as well. But we have to say, it is super a counter-muta play. Like, if DongRaeGu chose to go Hydraling Bane there instead, it probably wouldn't have been even half as good. So also, that's very good planning by Dream. Like, it was a counterplay through and through.
Yeah, well, another player who likes his counterplays, but up against his own race, up against his sensei, his role model, his mentor. He's going to see if he can bring it out. Up here in the top right, it is special.
And as you just said, definitely the mentor in this little partnership between these two. Spawning over in the bottom left side of Eternal Empire as our blue Terran, it is TY.
Now, it was so cool that moment when Special did finally beat TY in GSL that time. It was just like 2 years ago now, maybe longer. And it was that just cool moment where you kind of had, obviously Special was like hero worshipping TY. Like for anyone who's maybe not as around as long, he was like the Gemini to trap, essentially.
Yeah, and this build is something that I've already seen TY do to time, where it very much looks like you're going for a 1-Rax expansion when you scout it, and it relies on your opponent scouting you, but then you show up with like 2 Reapers very quickly. So it's not like a committed all-in or anything, but it can go terribly wrong for Special.
I remember seeing a really weird version of this where they actually built a 3rd barracks at the proxy and literally just waited for like 6 Reapers. It was like the ultimate, like, this was ages back. Maybe it was a slightly different opening. So I don't think we'll see that. I think it'll just be the quick, looking for the denial on the command center, that sort of thing. And yeah, I mean, Special here. Whoa, he sees the depot in the wall, still goes CC low ground. Oh my.
I was just thinking that, like, oh, he is going to scout it, so he's not going to be too bamboozled, I guess. Like, I'm wondering what he's going to make afterwards, though, when he confirms what he's up against.
Does he he's going to cancel the command center, right? Or I don't.
Maybe a bunker on the low ground, bunker on the high ground.
Yeah, maybe, but that's going to be awkward, man, because you got to get a factory right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, money's tight as hell.
Okay, Special is going to pull the Drilly boys. He's going to rely on some sick micro here. It's going to be a Reaper, a Marine versus 2 Reapers. He's got 2 SCVs versus 1. He's going to start a bunker here. Oh, does get a bit more damage to start on the lead SCV there of TY, but
what is this, bunker versus bunker?
Wow, whoever bunkers first, don't blink twice here. We're gonna see if those bunkers get up. Oh, that Reaper's within 1 shot. That's really bad for Special. It can get killed so easily now.
Yes, it can. And TY's micro is very, very good. Like, when it comes to micro between these guys, oh, that bunker just getting up. That was clutch. That was clutch.
Oh my gosh.
Wow,
oh, he does throw his own Reaper away. A bit of a mistake there from Special.
And by the way, behind all this, TY's going 2 CCs. Like, this is super greedy behind a very, very aggressive play. And look at this. Like, this is causing Special a lot of problems. I don't think he respected this even remotely enough.
I really don't think he did. Thankfully, he does dodge that grenade there. And the Reapers can't do too much on the low ground, right? They want to pick off those Marines on the way into the bunker, but yeah, just leaves the red hit point Marine in the bunker. That will cover the nat. I mean, the Hellion on the high ground, that could have been so much worse for Special, honestly. 2 racks Reaper there against a low ground expand. But Special with some great micro, good discipline, and does hold on. Of course, TY will have the scouting barracks to follow it up. You know what we don't see enough at this level, Ben? It's that barracks land in the corner of the base and start building Marines there, man.
There's a reason for that, Pig. It's not very good.
Because people don't like fun? Is that it?
People don't like fun, Pig. In fact, one thing I kind of miss? It's when, like, Protosses against other Protosses, they build that pylon in the mineral line that will kind of block or catch 2 Protosses.
Oh, yes.
That was so...
like Brood War style.
Yeah, it was so obnoxious. I think you could only really do it when you had, like, less workers at the start with 6 worker starts.
Yeah, like the old Evo chamber block in Zerg vs. Zerg would be very similar. Try and throw that in the mineral line.
Okay, so Special here, I think he's trying to fake Cloak with this. And the thing is, whenever you see Cloak, you have to respect it. Like, the fall off behind not respecting Cloak and actually being Cloak is like you losing the game instantly. Whereas like you making an engineering bay and making like turrets and 2 turrets and it not being Cloak, it puts you way less behind than just being straight up dead.
Hey, especially with this mech follow-up, right? Because TY went so greedy with the 3 command centers. So he's actually skipping Starport entirely with this opening for now. So TY has to build turrets for safety. He's going to go for the double Magfield production. Magfield for Special as well starts up. So, all right, we're going to be looking at the... I feel like a lot of the Eternal Empire games turned into this recently. It's just lots of Cyclones smashing into each other.
And it's beautiful, too. Like, it really is beautiful. We have to kind of, like, look at the numbers, though, because it's kind of deceiving, right? Like, they're both at around 60 supply, but we do have TY with a much earlier third. He's also got a much earlier second factory up and running and stuff. So he's definitely ahead in that regard. Special does get a good scan on, so he gets to see exactly what he's up against, whereas it has TY spotted it. He also doesn't have the ability to harass the mineral lines either, because he doesn't have that starport and like the Raven capacity.
Yeah, the Raven's got to be careful though. It got spotted by this beautiful Reaper ring that TY has. So Special, just keep that away. Don't fly that in, please. Cyclones, he's got two of them even waiting at the third, does TY. So he wants to shepherd that Raven up into these two Cyclones. Oh, okay, Special, yeah, keep it back, keep it back.
TY really trying to grab this Raven, like he knows it's there. I do like these little rallying blue marks on the map as well. Like I'm gonna give TY mad props for this. This is like watching those Zergs with the Zerglings and stuff. And look at this Raven right over it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Benny and the boys.
Oh man, you know, and the Ravens really want to harass. I feel like Ravens are kind of atrocious in Cyclone versus Cyclone. There's not that much they can do. Like a few auto turrets can kind of help, but they're just a bit too slow and mobile. They're much better at shutting down siege tanks, and anti-armor missile really doesn't matter much in mech versus mech.
That Raven at the bottom. Why did he leave the safety of his cubby? Boy, I guess
never leave the cubby house, man.
Yeah. 2 Liberators are out for TY, so interesting, because when I think Liberator harass, because I dare say that's going to be what he's going for, Liberator harass against Cyclones with a Magfield, that's a ballsy move, man.
Yeah, that indeed is. I mean, this is the first time TY, I guess, scans and gets the 100% confirmed that it is mech. Special's going a few more tanks heavy here. He needs to kind of just shut down the defense a bit, but he's got a Viking up on the top left. Doesn't have anything on the right, and that missile turret not zoning out the edge, so the Liberator's going to slide in there. Come on. Special, do not get distracted by this push. You got to deal with these Liberators.
Oh, and the Liberators, they're getting set up in nice positions here. Oh, great pick-off as well of that Viking. TY, he's very clean. Like, he's doing a lot of good things, even utilizing those Reapers from earlier, just to be body shields against the Cyclones of Special as well. That's a nice turret by Special, though.
Yeah, I did like that move from TY. Baited the Viking into the Cyclones. A bit of a cheeky boy there, and is getting up into his factories now as well. It's going to be a quicker fourth command center. So TY kind of just grabs momentum early. He's been ahead for a long time. Special's going to go into cloaked Banshees now. Added on to this, that's a cool addition. A really good mobile, harassment unit. They can occasionally fly in, get some tanks. But I'm just a little bit worried because the overall Cyclone count, the mech unit count for TY is looking really good. His economy has been unstopped this whole time.
It's very, like, the Cloak Banshee, yes, I like it, but I don't know how he's exactly going to utilize it. Like, he saw earlier there were turrets placed in bases purely for the Raven harass. Is it going to be for the newer bases that haven't had the time to build a turret or anything like that he's going to try and go for it? Or is he going to wait and actually build up a good Banshee count? Because they can be really gnarly if you surprise your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Banshee is always the one of the highest.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even know that was there either. Actually, auto turrets, it can save itself, right?
It definitely can. I mean, I dare say he wants to come up. Oh, okay. So this was smart by both of them. Because A, he didn't use the turrets. So that's good to save your energy. And B, TY kind of knew, like, the fact that you're not using turrets to get away here, you've got to save this. So that was good by both of them.
Yeah, nicely done. One of those libs goes down, but TY is coming forward with those tanks. Ooh, you got to be careful. Cyclones take tanks out so quickly. Runs up the high ground there, does TY, and I think he gets better lock-ons. Auto turrets come down from behind, and actually those auto turrets add a good bit into this fight.
They certainly do. Like, they stop the getaway quite a chunk there, but definitely a decent trade by TY so far. It's so... Oh, okay, he's doing the thing. He's getting Banshee speed upgrade. So this is what I've seen before. I think it was Maru versus Cure in GSL last season, where Maru actually almost got back into the game purely because of his speed Banshees, which was super cool. But these fights are so crazy and weird right now.
Those tanks, though, are so good for TY right now. Specials tanks moving forward, but I don't know if he can really zone out the ramp. Oh, he does actually get the siege covering the ramp. Well done by Special there. He's got to defend this 5th base in the top. They've both got a gigantic economy. You can see there's massive worker counts, and that's what you want to do. You want to go for that efficiency as much as possible there. Magfield Cyclone tries to come forward to defend, but TY just trying to shove his way forwards.
He certainly is. And I mean, 92 workers versus 86, by the way. This truly is like a very good mirror match between the two. It's also cool to see the angles that they're both going for with this. Like, this is mech versus mech, but done in very different ways.
Yeah. You're going to see those Banshees spotting the high ground. The Rich Gas Guys is going to go down as well as that Mineral Line. So that's a lovely position for TY. TY secures his own 5th base and denies the 5th and the mining on the 4th. So Special, he's got some work to do to get back in this game. And it's not a gigantic tank army. It's just 4 tanks on the ground. But you add those behind the Cyclones and they are huge damage dealers.
I'm a bit scared for TY though, because this is a big counterattack from Special going to the south of the map. One thing that Special feels like he's missing a little bit is this Hellion buffer though, because these lock-ons of TY always get valuable units.
Oh, you know what? He will hold on to his 3rd base, will Special. He's going to get the 5th base to TY at the same time. He's got to be careful on the other side of the map, though, as TY does come forward to do a little bit of a punish there. Both sides trading like crazy, and it's such a positional war. You know, those tanks on the north did so much for TY, but Special, oh, he's going to do a mass lock-on the planetary. Oh, no, TY!
And it goes down, and, like, the supplies, again, they're kind of deceiving because there's 91 workers on the map right now for TY, where Special lost 24, but that's all he needs for the 3-base economy that he's got rolling. So this is definitely not as terrible as it looks, but we'll see what happens in the next few minutes. It's going to be vital. Oh, keeping that tank alive was pretty damn big there.
Oh man, Drilly boys are rallying to their death right now. This is really awkward. The Cyclone's finally going to bust this from behind. That one tank on the high ground is finally going to fall. He regains control of his base. Unfortunately, though, TY, man, just before the CC finishes. I mean, that's actually probably good for Special because he can cancel it. Does get a bit of the money back. Special's hemorrhaging SCVs right now, but both sides now kind of losing all their units on the map. There's a bunch of Liberators out for TY. That's his addition to the army. Whereas it's Banshees just being kind of bled into the army, or added in, I should say, dripped in for Special. So at the end of all this, I feel like it's still very even overall. TY has about 1,000 more SCVs, but as you said, they're not mining from anything right now. So the next fight is super important.
They have flown over. Oh, what a big smash between these armies. And, like, look, this is what I mean, by the way. Like, Special's army, it's so valuable. Like, all his units are incredibly valuable. Not having that buffer of Hellions at the front is really kind of vital. He is mixing them in a bit now.
He's got to get back to the front, though. Special, his army, not down there covering that base anymore. Okay, he does have a few tanks there at least. That is something. But, yeah, these Liberators being super annoying. TY threatens at the front. The Liberators once again find a mineral line. Oh, he's being such a nuisance, is TY.
Yeah, like Special can make a bigger army. But again, these lock-ons. In fact, Special is winning this fight, and just having enough Hellions at the front line to buffer is such a big deal. Oh, it's a big reinforcement wave for TY, though. And the upgrades, they don't really matter so much in these fights.
Yeah, they don't matter at all. I mean, when it's tanks versus tanks, Vikings versus Vikings, that sort of stuff, they'll come in handy. The Banshee's damage, for instance, does get whittled down a lot by that. Ooh, catching a few tanks, that's very nice. And gets his own tank siege up. Special's got to pull back from here.
He certainly does. These Cyclones, they are not strong against tanks. And although Special's probably going to clean this up, this was not a fair trade for him at all, given the fact that TY is taking his 6th base right now.
Yeah, Special desperately needs a 5th up in mining. So, I mean, he's been on the back foot for a long time. It feels like TY has just been kind of threatening to really take these superior positions. So, I mean, Special's going to go and move his natural down to that 5th on the right-hand side. The problem is he's kind of spread between 2 sides, and he's you know, loses one of those bases, and then he's down 2 bases on TY. Oh, the Liberator harassed. Gosh, TY, get out of here. Stop.
Oh, my boy. He's making it happen. He's making it happen. Yeah, these Liberators have been such a nuisance. Like, And the positioning, like, this is truly being like a Brood War-esque kind of mobile mechy armies, like mass vultures everywhere. But right now, like, Special, he does such a damn good job of rebuilding SCVs, though, because how many has he lost this game? 58? And he's still at 74? Jeez,
Oh my
Louise.
lord. Yeah, these games are so... I mean, the thing is, if you don't have a big economy, you can't replenish after these trades if you don't have that big work account. But so many Hellions up front buffering. Can he hold the ramp? He wants to. There's too many Hellions. They take up the lock-ons. Wow. And just like that, man. TY has a good opening and solid bullying play from start to finish, eh?
That was a really cool game. Like, TY got the edge with that funny Reaper opening. Like, it wasn't a super duper edge, but I loved the follow-up with going 3 CCs and stuff. That was just really, really cute. And then it turning into a mech versus mech game. Yeah, that was awesome to see.
Yeah, well, we'll be hopping over to the American server for the next one, of course. But a good start here. A bit of back and forth, a couple of close games. And yeah, I really thought this would be a fun match. So we're already starting off 1-1. It means there is no chance of either side taking that clean sweep. And I believe our next match is actually going to be Serral versus Hurricane on Pillars of Gold.
Should be a decent one. Like, I mean, I do absolutely give Serral the favor here. Within regards to some of my picks that I did, I was kind of like, okay, if I can potentially put one of my weakest players against Serral, and then like potentially win the other 3 matchups, that's kind of what I was hoping for. So that kind of worked out. The fact that DongRaeGu lost kind of sucked for me, but yeah, I'm looking forward to see how this one goes, because Hurricane can surprise.
Yeah, I think it would have always been nice to get a Serral TY match, maybe something like that for us, but of course it's going to be Serral Hurricane. Armani Zest will be the 4th, potentially final map, depending on how the next few games go. But Pillars of Gold is an interesting one, and I think Hurricane is one of these, I would say, very underrated players, right? He's actually had some insane performances, more often than not struggling to perform at LAN than online. He's always been very good. He's always been one of the best practice partners. You speak to any of the Korean players, they always talk about Hurricane being insane in practice, but I think this one is beyond a tall ask, mate. I have much faith in Serral on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk about this matchup in general in the StarCraft 2 at the moment, and maybe it being a little bit Zerg favored, maybe just a smidge. But yeah, when you go up against the best at this matchup, because I know people can be like, oh, Reyna's better in ZVZ, or, you know, some other Zerg's better in ZVT, which I don't think it's true about the ZVT part. But when it comes to ZVP, Serral is by far and away the best Zerg on the planet in this matchup. So going up against little old Hurricane over here, yeah, he's got a tall hill to climb, a mountain to climb, but we'll see what he can bring, because it kind of beats it. He has often surprised.
Yeah, I mean, getting through to those groups and whatnot, and putting on quite a show doing it a couple of times, actually. So even making it to the top 12 a couple of times now, I believe. So we're going to be going on in and looking to take the lead here for the War Pigs. Of course, representing his team, NC Sports as well. In the pink, he is the finisher, Serral.
The finisher, eh? I like it. And over here, spawning in the bottom left, a tornado, you could say. A mighty hurricane.
He came in like a hurricane. We'll see.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly how he opens up. And no attempt to go for the super quick block on the hatchery or anything like that. Some players getting borderline obsessed with that in the Adept meta. But Hurricane actually strikes me as a guy who's still happy to play a very tight Oracle opening.
Honestly, I have no idea what Hurricane likes in this matchup. Like, I've seen him utilize a lot of sentries with force field armies, which, you know, not a lot of Protosses tend to super go for. But the fact that he's not even scouting at all with a probe, I like the confidence here, Pig. I like it. Also, we have to remember, Pillars of Gold is a super huge map, so to get that hatch block off, you have to send one of your absolute first probes. And even
Yeah.
then, if the Zerg goes for like a 15 hatch, it doesn't even have to do like a super committal to break in his economy to get it off, right?
Yeah, not at all. Definitely one that can work against Serral, but he's also happy to just expand to his third base. He's shown he's an expert at doing things like the Evo Chamber wall-off to kind of keep adepts out of his base, that sort of thing. And I like not scouting, and to be honest, I mean, when you're playing Serral, if I was playing PvZ against Serral, I would never scout. Like, maybe the adept, that is assuming I don't just choose to go Stalker first. Like, I'd be looking for those edges as fast as possible. And maybe doing something like chrono boosting 2 adepts across earlier if it was like submarine, right? And use that as your scouting. Just have a sharp little double adept pressure, see if you can snag a few drones and get out of there. As it is, sees that everything is quite normal here in Serral's base. And no warp gate spinning. Stargate goes down, yeah. As I said, like, you know, you look at this and you go, Hurricane's a big underdog. Like, you know, it's got to be DT, like Adept Rush. It's got to be some sort of like cheeky follow-up. It very well may be, but I would not be surprised to see Hurricane actually play really standard for the first 5 minutes. Like, he's the guy who's like, no, I'll just open up 2 Oracles and a Phoenix and take a third. He's a very straightforward PvZ player a lot of the time.
Yeah, I would love it if he had that little bit of parting in him, you know, where he could throw out a bit of a wild game, but I actually haven't seen him do anything super duper cheeky in any of the games that I've seen him in, actually, which maybe that makes him very predictable, but I'm not sure. Okay, Phoenix first. So is this going to be like super old school, get the Phoenix out, kill an Overlord, and then get the Oracle follow-ups afterwards, you think?
Yeah, I reckon that would most likely be the case. I mean, the 1 Stargate Phoenix, I guess some people still go really quick 2nd Star Phoenix afterwards, but with the 1 Stargate Phoenix openings are long gone these days, so just going to be that Oracle coming in, and just keep your eyes glued to, like, you know, okay, chronoed the Phoenix, chronoed the Oracle, but is it a 2nd Oracle? Is it a 3rd Oracle? Because, you know, I'm sick of cheering for my boy Serral here. I mean, like, I'm totally going for him, but let's be honest, right? We're looking at this, it's all about, like, what will Hurricane do to maybe throw Serral off his game and find something? So we got to see, does he cut Stargate production, get a quick Twilight here? What's the next step?
It is continuous it's Phoenix after the 2nd Oracle, by the way. Is that normal? That doesn't feel normal, right?
No, second Stargate. There we go.
Okay. This is kind of what I like to see, and I like the fact that there is an Oracle going to the main, so Serral right now can be thinking like, oh yeah, this is totally standard and stuff, right? The thing is, Serral is so good at scouting and so good at sniffing out plays like this that this isn't like a super massive advantage for Hurricane by any means. It's just something a little bit less easy to deal with.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to catch him off. If you get Serral being a little too safe here, then maybe he builds a few too many roaches for me. I'm hoping Serral just holds that drone key down. That's the counter to Phoenix. It's literally just build a ton of workers. The thing is, he's not going to have the info to know for sure. What he is going to see, Serral comes in, he says, okay, wait a second, what's going on here? He sees the robo timing, he sees the 3rd gas is mining. He'll spot the 3rd base shortly. And Serral here, he's droning actually quite hard so far, which I'm very happy about. And if he actually continues to drone from here, I mean, he's actually going up to 60 workers. Does he somehow know? Does he just know because that there's no more Oracles and the timing of the robo and stuff? Oh, he's building more drones. Oh, all right, Serral is in such a good position. He somehow knows this is coming.
He's so good at the timings, right? Like, and I think him seeing that Phoenix head home to the natural there with his lings, that to me would make me go, okay, why is this Phoenix heading back home right now? Like, there is no reason for it not to be just kind of sharking around, trying to pick overlords, or the fact that it's come home to, deny vision, or did he, it's just something a bit off with that. So I don't know if that's what really sent him on his way thinking about this, but getting the +1 melee and stuff as well. Yeah, Serral's he absolutely knows what's up.
Yeah, and he sees the Phoenix coming across with the Zerglings as well. He's already got 3 more Queens in production on top of the 5 that are out. And I think we'll see a few spores. I'd love to see a spore go down between the main and natural. This is a crazy count of Phoenix. So yeah, a few more spores are going to go down. Nidus Worm drops and then immediately cancels because it was out front. It was going to get spotted. He rebuilds it. Where did he put that? Okay, just a little bit further back. Now that he knows his queens are in position to zone out these Phoenix. Serral's like, all right, Phoenix will not be able to stop just a ton of roaches, queens, lings, and banes popping up inside your base.
But Hurricane hasn't been making probes for quite some time, and I feel that that third is almost like a, yeah, I'm taking a third. Like, I hope you react to this and maybe do something about it, but he's absolutely going all in with this, Pig, so he's also playing quite the game here, and I don't know how this is going to line up.
Yeah, I think it's a bad matchup of builds for Hurricane, though. I think he was hoping that Serral here would hold that drone key down afterwards. Now, don't get me wrong, the Phoenix can still disable a lot of units. Serral is still doing the Nidus Worm, but he's got to see now. No workers on the third. Just make roaches, make ravages, make some banelings at home as well and survive, because these are unupgraded gateway units. Yes, there's 2 immortals, there's some sentries, but there is nothing special with this force right now. Serral, he's not making any ravages right now. He's a bit too focused on the aggression. Okay, the Ravager morph does go down. And Hurricane, he kind of blinks there, he pulls his units home. Oh, I'm feeling good for Serral.
I'm feeling very bad for Hurricane right now. That is so much Zerg there. Like, great transfusions as well on the Ravager, keeping it alive. He's going to be killing the third as well behind all this aggression that's being piled at him. Granted, Hurricane stops the Nidus in his main, but I feel that the surprise element of this attack is just gone.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Serral, preparing for his Nidus Worm, was building units at the perfect time to stop this attack. So, yeah, gets the Nexus, nicely done, pops back into the Nidus Worm, and suddenly you're forced to go into a longer game. Serral adding a Hydralisk den there, and a little bit of an Adept drop follow-up in the main. Serral, though, he's got a 4th up. He's going back up above 60 workers, and Hurricane's kind of walked home, and now he's just walking back across the map again. And it's one of these things where it's like, wait a second. This is a desperate-looking Protoss right now. As long as Serral, I mean, he's droning a little hard. Serral, please make more Ravages right now. Come on, no dying of this.
The supplies are getting scarily close, actually, because I mean, obviously Serral's ahead, but this is a Protoss army that can get the better of you sometimes, and oh, decent force fields to start the fight off, and that's a lot of Ravages very, very exposed here.
Yeah, a lot of the Protoss units going down, though. There's just not enough firepower. It's all sentries and adepts, and they just don't do damage. The transfuses are epic. And even though Serral, the start of that fight, looked a little bit awkward, the Prism goes down, the Bile's landing in the middle. And look at that. Power overwhelming. Masses of queens. So much transfuse energy stacking up so much value.
GG, Serral. You're a good player. I don't know what else to say, Pig. I don't know what else to say, you know, like, when I looked at this lineup, I was like, okay, that's probably the match that is going to be the absolute most one-sided of these. Because when I was looking at it, I was like, okay, Dream DongRaeGu is pretty close. I did actually give the favor to DongRaeGu just because of the GSL kind of thing that went down a little bit, you know? I thought DongRaeGu was playing very well there. And then TY versus Special, I thought TY was also the favorite. And then it comes to Zest versus Armani?
Yep, Zest versus Armani to finish it off. And I think this is actually one where, you know, Armani has really sick ZVP, sometimes struggles to finish off the games, but Armani, he's got his first win in the team league earlier today. He looked really good there. He almost beat Parting. He almost beat another good Protoss player. I can't remember if it was Trap or somebody else in the first week. So Armani, like, textbook early game, man, and I think he can absolutely punch up against Zest here.
I hope not, is the answer to that, I suppose. I'm just trying to join this game right now.
Yeah, no worries. Just hopping over to the Korean server myself.
But yeah, I do have faith in Zest. Like, when it came down to seeing him in the open, because we obviously got to pick 2 invitees and then 2 open field players, and the fact that he was still available, I was like, oh, did everybody sleep on Zest a little bit? Like, this guy came to the finals of IM Katowice. He also did manage to take down Serral getting there. And, I mean, he's been such a solid Protoss for a long time. His macro is sometimes something that, you know, we kind of make fun of him for, but he still wins those games, which just goes to show that the other elements of his play are absolutely there. I know he's definitely looked outclassed at certain points in time when it just kind of like all falls through, but he's always been such a damn good PvP player, Obviously, beating Serral and Katowice was damn strong. And honestly, he's a killer in PvT too. Like, I think Zest is a super solid guy to have on the team because he's very consistent.
Yeah, I mean, he comes in with a tight game plan, mate. He comes in, he's like, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I wouldn't say Zest's strength is going into murky waters, right? That's where, as you said, sometimes players kind of go, oh, he looks kind of outclassed here. And that's where I'm hoping Armani takes him. Because when Zest gets into a really unfamiliar situation, sometimes you see him drop what feels like an entire league of skill because he's not sure exactly what to do. The problem is when you're facing Zest, how do you get there? Because he is so tight with his builds and he's going to be hitting you hard and fast. He's literally gifted us with this beautiful shade-filled meta of Zerg versus Protoss. And I hope that my boy up here in the top left is ready for it. Representing the War Pigs coming in. He wants to get his second win for the league. In the pink, it is Armani.
And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, as the blue Protoss for Benny and the boys, it is Zest. Life is on the line, lads. By the way,
nice
I like...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I like what you said about Zest, because, yeah, he can be thrown off a little bit. Like, I mean, the Rogue versus him finals of Katowice is absolutely one of those cases, right? Where Rogue dictated the pace of the game every time and caught Zest totally off guard every game, it seemed. And, you know, it wasn't the best series, but when it comes to players dictating the pace, very often Zest is like, okay, you're going to play my game now, which automatically means that all your preparation is valid. Because if you're preparing to already be offset, like, that's not good preparation. That's not really what you want to be doing at all.
And I think you've got to feel good about that pick. I mean, to give you some more props there, because he's sometimes very hot and cold in PvZ, but I mean, let's be real. Zest's PvP is almost always great, and his PvT recently is a thing of art. I mean, what do you think about his PvT, Ben? I mean, it's invisible units into more invisible units into literally never loses a game.
You know, Pig, I've always been a fan of this playstyle. I think it's very honorable. I think it's high skill ceilinged. I think, you know, I'm just a fan, true fan.
Do you think Blizzard will put teleporting like a blink upgrade for ghosts on the Ghost Academy soon, or?
No, I think Blizzard will be looking at what's going on and be like, you know what, we'll remove detection off turrets, just so. Like, I don't know, honestly, I don't know.
It's actually funny because the blink for DTs has been in the game for so long, and it's like there's one guy making it look broken. His name is Zest, and it's in PvT, and he's no matter what's happening in the game, he could be way behind, he could be a bit ahead, he could be even. At some point, he's going to make like 16 Blink Dark Templar, hide them somewhere on the map, and when the Terran moves out, they're going to run in and force like this crazy situation. And it's just, it's reliably been really freaking Terran players out. And it's kind of cool to see, where I'm like, oh man, this is either going to get figured out really soon, or people are going to, like, it's actually going to be 2 years into Shadow Stride being an upgrade, us going, oh, this is actually overpowered. It just took us this long to figure it out. And, well, only one guy figured it out, and his name was Zest.
Do you know, there's like a few things that made it way better too. Like, obviously the Dark Shrine being cheaper, so it's not like the 200 gas committal anymore, which is a really big deal. I mean, Warp Prism range to save the DTs being like the thing that it is so clean and so good. And also just mules being less valuable, which is like, so you need them even more. So any scans are like, oh damn, like this is really bad for me now. So yeah, it's been cool how meta adjusts and shifts over time, even when given like the same little tools to work with.
Yeah, so many moving pieces in a game like StarCraft. And speaking of moving pieces, one of the fastest moving pieces on the board, the Oracle, is going to be coming out very early. Second Oracle already being chrono boosted. And yeah, Zest is going to get very in the face of Armani with that. But Armani, he's taking no risks. He's getting a third queen about to pop out at the natural. The Oracle's being rather conservative for now. And it's just going to stop at 2 into Robo Twilight. This looks exactly like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2 more gateways right now. He's going to do an Archon drop. Zest going back to basics here. Very cool.
It is cool. How do you feel about Armani's approach to this game so far with getting like the fast +1 melee? So far hasn't really taken too much damage either.
I think this is a very solid opening. If Zest chooses to go up to 8 gateways though, and you delay that Roach Warren too long, or if you're doing what, like Rogue and Armani does it sometimes as well, but a few of these Zergs, their view on ZVP is if they open Stargate, I'm going to try and get Hydra Bane and skip Roaches completely, or die trying. And I'll tell you what, yeah, he's making a Bane nest. Man, if charge kicks in, and there's like, you know, like I said, you go for a third of Zest, but if it's more of a fake 6 or 8 gateways, it can get very nasty defending that with just Zerglings and Banelings.
Where's he putting this Spine Crawler? Because, I mean, that shows that he's kind of, like, accepting the fact that there's going to be aggression sometime soon. I don't know
it's
how
out
good
front
it is.
than natural, huh?
Yeah. It's unusual, right?
Yeah. I think he's thinking about an Adept follow-up potentially there. I mean, it can help against Archons. Roach Warren goes down as well now. And of course, that third base is on the way there for Zest. He's on 4 gateways. He's building observers behind these 2 Archons. No charge starting up or anything. Ooh, good catch here by Armani. He's going to damage the Archons, but needs to get out of there. Zest loves that pickup drop micro. He's going to go into that main base. Queens, though, ready to receive it.
It's always gnarly, this position, right? Like, you had to defend the Oracles, which required, like, Queens being in the right spot, and those are still on the map, by the way. And then it's like, okay, the Archons now, like, this is very good textbook Protoss play. Love the shimmying around with the Oracles. Nice drone drilling to counter it, though. They're both playing very, very well.
Yeah, nice Ling run by. He's going to try to come in. Would have liked to see him commit there just for a second, but a bit of a deep choke point could get force fielded. And the Spore Crawler rotate into the main. Hey, is going to punish that Archon drop just a little bit, but good harassment so far by Zest, who's non-stop hitting the probes. Immortal's charge on the way. Armani's Queen count is solid. He's adding +2 melee here. That's a real quick +2 melee, which is very nice. That's going to be the big power move. But these Oracles have been annoying so far. They're going to find their way into the back of the base, one of the most annoying positions on this map.
Yeah, and is that Spore actually in the main base right now?
Oh, wow, he moved it down to the edge. That was the same Spore from the mineral line. Oh, greedy move there from Armani. Gets punished for it. And Zest here, I mean, he's not doing big direct damage. It's just like lots of small moves where he has just picked off a drone, picked off a few lings, picked off a drone. And it's the fact that his own economy is uninterrupted behind it. And now I just kind of look at this and I go, okay, it's starting to get awkward. The unit's lost tab, mate. It's nothing has gone down for Zest at all. It's getting really annoying. Armani's got to get a handle on this soon. Come on, Armani. You've got the fast +2 melee. If you can get the Bane speed up, you know, there's still a good lot of play that he can have in this game, but I can feel the momentum shifting away from him.
Nice transfuse, keeping this Overseer alive, and like he's trying to get that creep spread out. But yeah, I'm with you here, Pig. Like, Zest is playing a very, very solid game. This is like the little kid that keeps picking at you and picking at you and picking at you, and eventually, like, you're totally gone, right? And
yeah,
I like how solid he's been behind this. Probe count-wise, is actually keeping up entirely with the Zerg, 73 versus 72. These Oracles are still alive, still dealing damage. And oh my gosh, like these little things that he's doing here, it's just very uncomfortable for Armani to deal with.
It's going to be Blink Storm for Zest to follow it up, though. I got to say, one of the more awkward compositions out there, to be honest, especially when you're still warping sentries in just now at this point of the game. So this is an incredibly fancy army for Zest, where it's going to be like Force Field, Storm, and Blink. And what it does lack is that explosion of Archons. You're spending so much gas on everything else, you're not really going to get that mega meaty force up. What you do have, though, 11 gateways. You've got a 4th base going up now. I mean, right now there's a Spire on the way, but no Hive, no Infestation for Armani. It looks like he's going to be playing Ravagerling Bane plus Mutas for life. And I think without the Hive and the Great Spire, Zest can kind of chill here. And I mean, look at it. Oh, he's adding Plasma Shields and he's camping at home. This is bad against everything except what Armani is doing. Zest's reading him really well.
So why is the Plasma Shield specifically good against this and bad against everything else?
Well, remember they recently nerfed Banelings, so they just the Banelings don't do as much damage versus those non-light units. So they take an extra hit to kill Archons already. You add Plasma Shields, you're not doing much to them. And the Zerglings as well. And the Banelings are so much what you're relying on to do damage. So just getting those shield upgrades on your Archons. As that Archon count grows, that's going to be massive. That being said, he's still only at 2 Archons because he's gone so many Blink Stalkers. The Muta swap's already happening here. This game is getting really interesting.
Yeah, the Muta swap, it's a little bit scary, right? Like, in a direct engagement, I do like Zest's position. Like, he's got a lot of Storm available. That was a lot of High Templars that he made and saved up. But those Mutas, they're just darting across the middle of the map right now. And granted, he does have Blink Stalkers available, but they're not going to be seen until they're right at his base. But, oh, this is going to be dicey. This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, the Mutas and Lings finding that 4th base. Nicely done. Armani's going to lose his own 4th at the same time here. A few Zealots do get cleaned up as well. Oh man, he's got a lot of Mutas and Zerglings on the other side of the map. There just aren't that many Banelings out. Armani's going to try and find the center of those High Templar. Oh, if he ever catches these High Templar with the Banes, that's going to be massive. Armani is getting some good damage. The Stalkers have pushed his Mutas back, and he's taking the 4th out. He's just got to be careful. Those Mutas are getting... Oh, they're getting in a bit of a stiff fight right now.
And Zest is starting to really eke out a lot of damage here, and he's getting into a vital position between all the rally points of Armani. The supplies are pretty darn close. Armani's still with a bit of a lead here, but this army of Zest is very, very strong. Oh, Banelings, the Banelings!
We need those hits. Ooh, only 1 High Templar left, and that's the last Storm right there. Finally, this army is going to go down, but look, he's got a force field. Oh, no! Oh, Armani. Okay, his units do slip up. 2 force fields in a row, not quite in position. Awkward micro there from Zest. Oh, man. And you know what? Armani does clean up the army. And he's got a 4th. He managed to kill the Zest still warping an Archon Zealot on the front. That's a crazy commitment right now.
It certainly is, but is it the right one? I think he realizes that Armani's on the back foot a little bit. Economies are still relatively close.
He's building Mutas and drones. You got to make Roaches and Ravagers. That's all you need, Armani. He's got enough Banelings. He just needs more Roach Ravager to deal with these Archons. There's +1 shields, +1 attack Archons. The Banelings take some awful hits. Yeah, Armani's got to pull back. He can't stand and fight against this.
Oh, the Blink Stalkers on the bottom are doing a good job of just buying time. The Archons, the Zealots at the top as well. That's a lot of a bank for Zest as well. Boom, 10 Zealots, 2 High Templars. He takes a supply lead with that warp in.
Oh, this is still so close right now. Snipe on a Ravager there. Armani can absolutely still hang on. He's got 5 Mutas, but he loses them. Oh, no. Armani here. You know, it's just in an awkward position. Just needs to build more Roaches and Ravagers, in my opinion. I think even Zerglings and Banelings, just as long as he keeps his Banelings in reserve, he can't keep running them in front of his army. And right now, Armani is struggling with that, his Banelings, because the thing is, the moment he loses those Banelings, these Zealots are going to charge in. Armani, he's got to keep those Banelings behind the Roach Ravager after the first wave of the engage. That's when they're going to be most valuable. And Armani, he pulls them to the back. Good moves. You see, now the Zealots are kind of forced to come in and help the army. That's when the Banelings are effective.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice battling by both of them, but the Archons on both sides of this army now. They are squishy Ravagers, and look at that. Zest is hugging him to death and out of this game. Oh, it's tied up big. It's tied up.
Hot damn, man. I thought Armani was in a decent spot there, but the Muta's taking out the 4th, not quite enough. That Prism on the right-hand side just kept pulling Armani out of position, and Zest just full commitment goes up the ramp. I was really hoping Zest would blink there and go, oh, I can't go and creep here with this kind of awkward Blink Stalker High Templar army, but apparently Zest is braver than a lot of Protoss players out there, and he actually finds enough damage with it, so well played.
Well played indeed. And this is exciting now, Pig, because I probably know who you're sending in for your ace match, but now we've got to think about who am I sending in for my ace match.
Yeah, well,
map as well.
We're gonna pick it. What is the map, by the way?
Submarine.
Submarine for the ace match. All right, guys, we're gonna lock in our players for the ace, and we'll be right back. And we're back for the grand reveal, the ace match once again. And the War Pigs, it's always a mystery who we're going to be pulling out for the ace match. We thought long and hard. We actually did a little bit on this one, but it will be Serral coming out for the ace match for us. Who have you guys got?
So, there was quite a conversation going down, and the boys, they were speaking quite a lot of Korean, but then every so often there'd be somebody typing in English. And it was like, no, not me, can't win. And then I'd see Serral often mentioned and stuff, and I'm like, boys, you gotta be more confident. It's like, we all know chance. Like, you know, but like they're obviously kind of joking a little bit. But then TY's like, okay, I go. And it's like, they're all kind of like cheering and like saying each other's names and stuff. So it was kind of a funny situation.
Oh my gosh. It is going to be, of course, Submarine, right? So small map there, but I think after the resurrection that Serral pulled off on himself against Innovation, it's a scary sight to be facing off against him no matter what.
It is scary. That Innovation game was absolutely innovations. Like, I'm not sure if I totally agree with the mech switch afterwards. I mean, the 2-on-1 opening was really weird. But as soon as you let Serral get back into a game, also his fights against mech, he is so good against it, and all it takes is for like one set of bars to hit 3 tanks at once, and boom, you're out of the game, kind of thing. Like on the Locust as well. Given that this is such a short map, I know a lot of people talk about it being good for Terran, but it's also great for things like Swarm Host, because boom, they don't even need a Nidus on this kind of map.
Exactly. I got to agree with you. And I'm just scrolling back through our little Discord channel to remind myself of the exact response. You know, Armani was all caps Serral, God Serral after that Submarine comeback. Dream just had multiple lines of what? I can't believe. Terran, you know, Terran's meant to win that game, man. So I think it was a special case. And as you said, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. You can't let this man back into the game. You do not want to slow things down against him, right? You don't want to play that slow mech style in a one-directional sort of push, which is what he ended up coming back against in that last game. So up here in the top left, in the pink, the finisher, it's Serral. Very fitting nickname, since it seems to be his role in every single Team League match we play in.
And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side of Submarine, it is actually the greatest caster player in all of StarCraft 2 now. It is TY.
Yeah, it's got to suck that he took that title off you, mate.
it is kind of funny that, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like 6.4k, 6 whatever k on Europe, and it's like, I'm doing great as a caster. And then TY's like, hold the phone, and then just goes and wins GSL while casting at the same time. It's pretty amazing, honestly.
Hold my beer. Just yeah, brilliant play as well. I feel like he's leveled up. You know, it feels like he's more relaxed in there than ever. One of the most controlled players. Now, what is this barracks placement? Is this going to be a Marine opening where he tries to like snipe an Overlord? Like, why is that barracks there?
I'm not sure actually at all. I would love to tell you that this is going to be something crazy. I think it's just straight up going to be like Reaper Marine, honestly. And I'm unsure why he built it here.
Is that so the Overlord kind of thinks it's a proxy racks or something, and it sees like just the depot? Surely not.
I don't think so. I'm guessing that. I'm guessing it's when he starts actually making his wall, he wants to do it with only depots and kind of hide his tech a bit more, is what I'm guessing. But again, when it comes to playing against Serral, doing anything to kind of throw him off even a little bit. And the thing is, when you go up against a guy like TY, he's obviously a very smart player, and you have to respect the fact that he's doing something a little bit weird. Oh, he doesn't go for the... Okay, it's a 2-on-1 again. Oh, so he looked at the Innovation game and he was like, you know what, that went pretty damn well for him at the start. Like, I would never get that.
Well, I was talking about how like the Overlord can poke in and see if there's a Marine or a reactor immediately, right? So it's either a gas first, really quick factory, or a 2-on-1 if that reactor goes down. And I was like, oh, it's something Serral didn't check for last game. I didn't even remember to tell him that, where I was like, hey, shouldn't that Overlord poke in and check that if you're going straight across the map? But it looks like TY is saying, let's give minimal chances for this to be scouted. Now, remember, Serral did this game this strategy last time with the little speedling attempted run by. But this time it's only going to be 4 Zerglings. Good chance of, at the very least, scouting what's up, though.
Oh, definitely. Even getting like a few SCVs. What's that actually patrolling there? Is that a Reaper? I mean, keeping the Reaper back home is kind of cool, and then using the SCV to scout things. Like, TY is obviously handling this very well, very smartly. Seeing the extra Marines there, that kind of does give it away a little bit. But this is definitely a micro-intense little fight between them, but now he knows exactly what's up.
Yeah, that's a good scout. I think it's worth losing all these Lings. Is he going to get any big damage? No, not at all. Obviously, he's going to try to keep those Lings alive, because that's what Serral does. Does need to queue up an Overlord, and does it perfectly while microing these Lings. Reaper Grenade trying to pen them in, but 3 Lings get in, do a full loop-de-loop, and get out. Serral Lings, famous for their ability to run circles, scout everything, and still get out of there. Now, that's a quick Roach Warren and a second gas. Now, I think he's thinking about the exact same build that he played against in that last game, and he's worried about Hellions and Hellbats, so he's just saying, you know what? Roaches is going to keep me 100% safe.
Yeah, and they definitely should, right? I'm curious what TY's follow-up to this is going to be, because the 2-on-1 has a lot of follow-ups, right? You can do like the straight 3rd-CC, the double engineering bay follow-up. You can even do like the 3 barracks tank push afterwards, which we saw Maro kind of revitalize years after this first came out. But it's still going to be a dangerous build on this map. Oh, I like the addition of the Widowmine.
Yeah, Widowmine can be really nice with the drop. Just adds that bit of punish if they try to surround you with the Zerglings, right? Adds a little dimension to it. If you land a hit on a Queen, it gets it very low. You can finish it off with those Marines. 8 Roaches already queuing up here. Nice and quick for Serral. Straight up to 10. I mean, you know, part of me says, hey, maybe there's a Roach Ravager Zergling counterattack that can also happen, but I feel like it's a very risky maneuver against the 2-on-1. Like, getting across the map and defending at the same time, it's just an awkward thing. So I'm not surprised to see a drone in the production tab. He's building a few Zerglings, though.
Okay, Pig, what is this? Second starport in production? Is this gonna... What is this transitioning into?
Yeah, I'm just gonna make confused noises because I have no idea.
So we gotta say he made like the 3rd and 4th gas super fast after producing this. He's also gonna deny the scouting, hopefully in time, of this Overlord in his main.
Oh yeah, he stims those Marines up. He realizes how important this is. Tech Lab on the starport though, in of itself might be a little bit of a tell that something's up, but the drop has done literally nothing. I mean, Serral obviously was very safe. He's a player who loves to preemptively get more than enough units to defend, and yeah, Fusion Core is going down now. So a little bit late on the Fusion Core, but I think he kind of wants to hit with 2 BCs at the same time, so I don't think it really matters because he just wants to queue 2 battlecruisers at the exact same moment. The double BC switch. Now, if Serral doesn't scout what's behind this, if these drops can just keep him busy enough, there is a chance of just teleporting 2 BCs in and just winning. There's only 5 Queens out right now.
I don't like this for TY at all. I'll be honest, like, this to me seems very cute, very cool, but against a player of Serral's caliber, I don't really see this working, I'll be honest, Pig, but I'm excited to see it regardless, because you do have to whip out something a little bit crazy when it comes to beating Serral.
Yeah, I mean, this is as silly as it gets, man. It's like, I don't make 2 battle cruisers. We're gonna teleport him in. Hope he don't got no anti-air. He's not overseer scouting. You know, it's actually gonna work, man. I'm really triggered right now. There's no spores. There's only 5 queens. How can he stop this? Like, he's still got time, but he's got to get wind. The fact that something's up.
Okay, and we have a double engineering bay follow-up behind all this too, which Serral's going for the range upgrade, which kind of signifies that he thinks it's mech, right?
Yeah.
And
I mean, he's built so much Roach Ravager. You can always play +1 range into Banelings after. Obviously, it's going to come through, but he's going to scout this as the BCs pop. This is not early enough, and oh man, with only 5 queens, like, unless I guess we're going to see if Roach Ravager can break 2 tanks in a bunker, because I think Serral has to just do a giant attack.
Yeah, and I mean, you want to be doing it right with like 160, 170 supply realistically. Granted, TY doesn't have a big supply behind all this, but yeah, they are arriving. And what's TY set up like? I mean, a decent wall. Is there any high ground vision? Oh, that tank went down to the low ground.
Oh, that's not a good idea. The depot is going to go down, as will the bunkers here. The Roach Ravager breaking the wall, but the damage is kind of spread across many areas. The Queens are all going to get wrecked in the main for Serral, fighting away from Spore Crawlers. TY here with a crazy 2-1-1 into double battle cruiser, all in attack. And he's even got a double drop that is joined up with it to add firepower. Oh my god, to make sure those battle cruisers will never be stopped by Queens, not with all those units there, even though his SCVs are getting ravaged at home.
It's TY, like TY's doing it, right? Like he totally is doing it. This is so many drones that can't mine right now, and there's going to be another BC popping out very, very soon, which we'll be able to clean this up, but the supplies are so damn close. That looks like a bit of a mana mule to me as well, even though it's absolutely not Zest repaired the BC. Oh, Benny and the boys, we took down Serral. That tight-knit communication, you know, as all boosting each other up, motivation, right before we get the job done. Oh, Pig, how does it feel?
You know, this is it. We needed this. Honestly, we can't keep forcing Serral to win every ace match, all right? So as a team, this is our lesson. You know, one in 4 times against a reigning GSL champ, they will be able to cheese him out with the stupidest build they could possibly think of from a Gold League replay. So, you know, that's it's on the rest of us. It's not on Serral. You know, I think all the rest of the boys are just going to have to step up a little bit and put in a better performance for the next one, man.
You know, yeah, this was awesome. This was awesome. I'm so happy to have this debut, and finally, Serral was defeated in an ace match. Ah, great stuff.
I'm sad, man. I'm sad. I'm going to be back later today, and my boys are going to win 3-0. I'm going to be facing Cats later today. I think you're staying on for the next match, right, mate?
Yep, I will be going up against the Garubaloobalibas.
Awesome. All right, guys, stay tuned. I'll be gone for a little bit. Ben will be back with a second. More matches to come.
Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. It is once again going to be the Grub Dub Dubs showing up here, and this time we're facing Benny and the boys, of which I was crafting a tweet, actually, and I'll save it for when it's finished, but way to go, man. Way to go. Your team beat Serral. That's quite impressive.
I like that, you know, before this game started, and like, who was it? Like Maynard saying like, "Oh, welcome DongRaeGu to the team that lost to Serral," kind of thing, like, or the club. I mean, it's obviously a really hard team to take down, but that's how you do it. You do a 2-1-1 into a double starport battlecruiser opening, which is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But yeah, now it's Benny and the boys going up against your team, which I find a little bit difficult to say, but I'm looking forward to this one, DongRaeGu.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we got some really good matches. I think I'm gonna win. I think that's the way it's gonna go, but I am once again just so happy to be here casting with you, the Muslim. Cast with Pig earlier, cast with you now. We got some amazing matches, and we're starting off with a pretty fun PvP. Let's get into it. I'm gonna watch the stream, see who he's on top of. Oh, it's my player in the bottom left. As the green Protoss for the Grub Dub Dubs, he is Showtime.
That Nexus does look cool in green, and spawning over in the top right-hand side, playing as the blue Protoss, it is Hurricane. This is... So, okay, of the matches that were going up, I know that you're a fellow Terran player. This is one of the ones I was like, okay, like, Hurricane ain't Showtime. I think this is probably going to be closer than people think. Like, I would definitely give Showtime the slight edge, but I don't think it's a super duper one-sided affair. Like, I know Hurricane's done well at those kind of easy events, especially in PvP. He's definitely not been a slouch. I just haven't seen a lot of him recently.
I think that Hurricane for me was actually kind of a scary choice that you guys brought out. We were trying to like dodge and weave versus Pig's team, but for this one I think we're a little more casual. But I think while yeah, Showtime feels confident about this one, Hurricane, I really, if I'm not misremembering, it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure his PvP is actually some of his best. He would get to GSL through the qualifiers based on his PvP a lot of the time. So I would actually sometimes even compare him to Zest, where it's just like one of your other matchups start to slip and slide a little bit here and there, but your PvP always seems to be good. And I guess it's really going to be tested here because PvP is in a constant state of flux, it feels. It is constantly evolving and changing, and now we have even the options of going for Nexus firsts on some maps. So I think we might see a fun PvP on Eternal Empire, but if it's Blink Disruptor, you know, how accustomed to that is Hurricane?
That is true, and, you know, like, I like that you talked about metas that happen in this matchup, and they can also come from very different places. Like, there was the Neeb era, where he totally brought out the Disruptor play, and it was like, he took the Koreans totally by surprise, and we've had very different openings, very different timings all the time from Koreans and stuff, so this is truly going to be well, I don't know if it's going to be a style clash, so to speak, but it's definitely a Korea versus Europe, and absolutely the best of Europe against a pretty decent Korean.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hurricane is not really able to really rise above people's expectations. Even though didn't he make like a round of 4 one time, like certainly a round of 8. It was during that the PvP. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of Protosses up in that GSL in the upper tiers, the GSL. I think he was one of them, but yeah, like most people don't remember that. Most people they just you know, they think of Hurricane and they move on to the next guy, unfortunately. So as of course I am cheering for Showtime, I do not want to give your guy too much credit, but Hurricane's always got that soft spot where I'm like, he just doesn't get what he deserves, you know. He deserves some recognition.
You know, I'm fine with you hyping up my players, DongRaeGu. I'm fine with it. You know, then I don't need to so much, and I'll just talk about Showtime being so cool, because he is really cool. By the way, they've been so similar in what they've made so far. Like, it's been 2 Stalkers into double Sentry into 1 extra Sentry. And right now, both going for Twilight as well. Nexus is both going down fairly similarly as well. The one advantage that Showtime has is that he actually busted out quite a few more probes during all this, which is nice for him.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, PvP is, I mean, a lot of it was, you know, how much can I get away with? Because even if I think I'm scouting everything 100%, because Lucent Phoenixes have been part of the meta since their change up in cost, like, even if I think I know, do I actually know? The hidden pylon shenanigans that almost always seem to happen. It does feel like things have settled. The supercharged battery has apparently helped. So we do have some of those faster nexuses, and just in general, we have more mid-game PvPs. So Blink starting up for both players. It should be getting into Blink Disruptor, which I'm very excited to see. I have a lot of confidence in Showtime for this, but he is getting a little bit of an extra head start on the probes and just a little bit on that +1.
Yeah, take what advantage you can get, Zombie Grub, because Hurricane's got a slightly faster blink, I'll have you know. I mean, this right now, they are both absolutely mirroring one another. Okay, so a Robo hasn't started for Hurricane yet. He actually opts for the faster third Nexus and an extra gateway, so realizing that he doesn't have to fear against DTs or anything like that. I'm not sure, is this a little bit better for him, kind of foregoing the Robo a little bit, or...
I think it is not a necessity, right? Like, I don't know if it's really going to reflect a lot in the rest of the game, because we're talking about such tiny differences that I think we could talk about whatever the heck we wanted and it not really matter until a soccer fight happened, you know? Like, it's pretty darn close, but I don't know if the Robo being that slow is actually like a problem. I think it actually might be a benefit if it means he gets, faster production, which actually isn't really showing up in anything, has it?
No. Like, one thing as well, like, getting at the Observer for Showtime, I guess, was his scouting denied early on? Let's have a look-see. He didn't get to see absolutely everything with his first hallucination, which might have been like, oh, well, I have to confirm. And I wonder if Hurricane's actually going to respond. Okay, so Hurricane actually skips the Observer entirely, because he got the scouts off as well. So, yeah, I'm liking a few of these shortcuts that Hurricane made, but Showtime's been very, very good about his pro production. Like, he's still actually got a little bit of a lead there.
Yep, income advantage been looking just slightly better here for Showtime, so that should result in something. Faster Immortal, one more shield battery that may, help out in the future. But it is a really big maybe. I mean, they both are chronoing out their Immortals. We've got two on the way, at the very least. They're finally, this is what I was waiting for. I was like, when's the robotics going to come down? Or are they going to try and, out mind game each other and add in faster charge or something like that? But Hurricane starts off the change to Disruptors, and okay, Showtime is going to be going for that faster charge and +2. I feel like I might like this. Showtime did just see the robotics bit, right? He did,
He did. And he threw it out on his own as well as a bit of a response. Like, they both have the exact same point B, just getting there is a little bit different, but honestly, this is a true mirror. Like, it really is in every way.
Yeah.
Oh, second Robo for Hurricane very early.
I do like that. I think Showtime will follow suit soon. There we go, exactly as they talk about it. These guys, okay, all right. It is, I do kind of miss those days where, Europe was extremely different than Korea and, vice versa. But on the other hand, I do love Blink Soccer Disruptor versus Blink Soccer Disruptor. So it does feel like Showtime, despite getting ahead in the probes, though, is kind of the one behind on the technology. But let's not forget that Hurricane never got charge. He's just not going into charge. So that could factor into some of these engagements.
Yeah, and I mean, even if Blink Disruptor is super duper good, it's always nice having the potential to throw a few Zealots here, there, and everywhere, right? Both going DT or Dark Shrines as well around the same time, 4th bases. Is this what PvP has come down to on Eternal Empire? Just because you can't really attack on this map, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll go ahead and reveal a secret weakness here that was said on Showtime's very public stream. And that Showtime just feels like he can't actually kill this army. And I don't think it's really a personal problem in that, no one else thinks the same thing. Like, I think this is actually just a problem of PvP, where right now, funnily enough, we've gotten past the point of PvP being the memey 5-minute games because everyone's proxy roboing, and a bit into the, well, I can't kill you and you can't kill me, so let's just duke it out for 20 minutes. Because, yeah, Disruptor's ultimate comeback unit is very scary to push into as well. So I think we're going to see, maxed out armies.
I am so happy, by the way, that Disruptors are no longer the blow-up on Connect kind of Disruptors, because that was one of the most annoying phases of StarCraft 2 for me, honestly.
Really? Yeah, I always because that's the thing is you'll be not paying attention to an army and suddenly all of it's gone, where maybe you have an extra couple seconds to respond nowadays. But I do miss splitting one Marine to pop it and being like, sucker, I'm the better micro.
That was nice. until there was like 10 of them, and then it's like, oh, I can never attack.
That's true.
So, first disruptor, nice by
Okay.
Hurricane. He also spotted the Warp Prism on the right side. In fact, was there a Warp
Was
Prism
that-
on the right side? It's
That was
Hurricane.
almost literally first blood, by the way. Like, if you don't count a probe. 9.5 minutes. Ay.
A truly lovely matchup here, ZombieGrub, full of excitement and joy. But okay, so I mean, Blink DT is like, it's kind of like the firework display, right? Where it's like all building up, nothing's gone off yet, and it's like, ooh, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Because it is gonna be fiery once it starts.
Yes, it will be. Lots of chaos everywhere. I do think that having control over the map does give you a lot of momentum. Like, basically, I already like that Hurricane's out in the map. I actually like that more for him. The more defensive you are with your disruptors, it feels like the more chances you don't have to make things weird, to make engagements weird and get your own good connections. So Hurricane starts off by being aggressive, but and very nice snipe, and then disruptor shot on top of his disruptors. Oh, okay, I take it back. Hurricane sucks. Ha!
Oh, but Hurricane's actually controlling 2 armies at the
Yeah,
same
he
time,
is.
which I do like, because this army, it's so hard to engage properly. But this is what I talked about at ZombieGrub, this Zealot flank here, and also the DTs, the Blink DTs. This is really cool by Showtime.
Yeah, it's absolutely cool. I mean, this is exactly what Hurricane should be doing, but it kind of backfired as Showtime goes on the right side with his own different group of army, but this is the chaos of PvP. We're probably going to see everyone just kind of balance out, and maybe it'll come down to who has disruptors and who doesn't, which currently Hurricane is out of disruptors, so I mean, that was exactly what I wanted to see from a Protoss player, is taking control, having 2 armies, but ooh, it really backfired on Hurricane.
Yeah, like, Showtime utilized his DT super duper well, and Hurricane didn't really ever make any, and I'm not surprised, because how often do you expect the weird Zealot DT flank in a disruptor battle?
Not too often, but maybe that's exactly what Showtime was depending on. I mean, he did make it a point to get charge, whereas Hurricane kind of felt like it was, well, I'm on 4 bases anyways, why not go ahead and get charge? And has used it really well. They do complicate disruptor battles, but shooting first, okay. Hurricane's got a little bit more there, but Showtime has more disruptors, and now it's his time to control Eternal Empire. So he's got 2 attacks set up? Well, maybe not. Just the right side being set up.
He's also got an insane amount of probes, by the way. 92 probes on this map, which is super duper
Wow.
insane. And a lot of DTs. He's got 12 DTs on the map as well, which that's a huge investment.
Yeah, it is, but it's something that's probably worth it since these battles are so difficult to actually be like, okay, I win now, right? Like another disruptor is going to pop out for Hurricane every time you think you can. I do like investing this much into what is either going to be harassment to actually bother Hurricane or straight up just destruction. 12 DTs can kill anything, an entire base gone in an instant. He realizes he's been scouted, so he blinks those DTs away, but now Showtime on the right side, he's being scouted by Hurricane Xel'Naga, but Hurricane forced to retreat back into maybe an uncomfortable position.
Engaging, though, is so difficult for both these players. Because it's like, it's always so much easier to defend with disruptors as opposed to be the aggressor. Because any blink movement you make is like, boom, now I can blow up my entire army kind of thing. Oh, this is gnarly.
Speaking of, definitely very late to that, but doesn't really matter. Showtime has been big baller in the economy. He's certainly got enough bases to replace that, and I actually like this. I think his game versus stats last time he got sent out in a PvP, oh, no cancel there, actually taught him a lot. So he's already transferring over into Stargates, realizing that this might be the way to actually end the game, although granted probably in 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely like that choice by him too. And Showtime with all the DTs at the top of the map, by the way. What's going on here? I think the Overcharge actually kept quite, or the Nexus alive at least, but the DTs do live to see another day.
Well, Showtime's not going to be able to get his bottom right base too easily with that harassment going on there. Oh, yeah, the big ball of disruptors makes me very nervous. To 1820. Oh my god, the probes are going down in that third base, every last one, and the DT's still not being cleaned up. Oh, I mean, Hurricane could recover from this if he cleans it up, but it's taken so long to clean up, and he's constantly battling around his 5th.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's still rich behind all this, so it's definitely not game over. But that was definitely a nice win on the board for Showtime. 91 probes still. Like, Hurricane's army's bigger. but still, like, trying to engage is so damn difficult.
It's almost like, I mean, 91 seems a bit extreme. You know, I'm with you there, actually. Maybe like 75 would be okay, but it's almost like, why does it bother? You know, as long as I got a good number of disruptors and don't lose them all. Oh my god, okay. That's gonna be a lot of stalkers gone. The disruptors finally shooting their shot to just kill more of Showtime's own stalkers. All right, this was not too great for Showtime. He's gonna recall out before he loses every last unit.
I don't know what the frick I'm looking at right now. That was so much darn carnage. Tempests, by the way, are going to be the weapon of choice for Showtime. So is that just another way of keeping the Protoss at bay? By the way, Hurricane's absolutely using his time to strike here.
Yeah, that's what's really worrying. DT is going to try and take out at least a couple of the units, but there's 2 observers over Hurricane's main army. Showtime's going to go for the run by, and I guess hope that his disruptors or his Tempests can hold on. And he does still have a lot of disruptors. He managed to save quite a few and had 2 more reinforcing, I think. But oh, now he's going to go on a ramp, and that's not going to work out very well.
No, and I mean, Hurricane still does have quite a lot of disruptors.
Oh my god.
DT's blink in, though, and are they going to be able to pick off quite a few of these disruptors? I mean, they do get quite a few, but Showtime's definitely trailing in supply here. But all the disruptors down. Yeah,
and of course he still has so many probes, right? But he does have all of his disruptors, or at least enough disruptors, 8 of them to safeguard a risk like that. I love the idea of trying to backstab, knowing the disruptors are going to be tucked farther away. I think that did end up working out. And once again, he's finding a lot of the warp-ins. Zealots up against these stalkers, and the Zealots with better upgrades as well. And now the Tempests have been revealed. Hurricane, he might feel pressure to actually make or break it here, so he's going to push forward, but his disruptor count only at 1. It feels like a matter of time before Showtime just, cleans this up. It might take a while, but eventually I think he will.
Hurricane's Stalker Micro has been really good, by the way. Like, he's been dodging a lot of these shots, and he takes out one of the bases, which we absolutely cannot, like, say is not a big move, and he's microing very, very good in these fights, and Showtime is just he's down a base now, actually.
Yeah.
Still love his position. Oh, great blinks by Hurricane again. Oh, that one, no, it happened.
It's an inevitability.
Oh,
my god. Oh my god. Oh jeez. It's an inevitability, man. He's too many disruptors on the field to go pure blink stalker. Although I will commend Hurricane for his blink ability. He's gonna blink forward to grab a Tempest that was a freebie. Not any disruptors close by, but Showtime's expanding to the left side, and he's still maxed out. So he could also, again expand, which, oh, this one's a bit bold. Okay, that wasn't great.
That was super bold. Like, that was bolder than I am. But, like, yeah, this is quite a few Tempests now, which are just, again, they kind of force fights and what have you. Oh, yeah. Nice blink by Showtime again, picking off the disruptors and stuff here.
I mean, Hurricane really can't go on farther, but Showtime, I guess, he doesn't know that there wasn't disruptors. Actually, he had his own Naga, funnily enough, but, there's... At any point, blinking into your opponent is always going to be dangerous. You don't know if Hurricane has 2 disruptors in his back pocket. Ditto for Hurricane to Showtime, but... Oh, okay, now we got to talk more about those Tempests. Showtime was a little bit of a vulnerable position while he was transferring over, but now that he's held on again, he can rededicate to the air.
Certainly. By the way, do you know the coolest thing about all this? The resources lost tab is so damn close between both these guys, 25k apiece, which I didn't expect that, honestly. I thought Hurricane took quite a few big disruptor shots, but just goes to show how well he was playing before those hits really happened.
Mm-hmm. Big ol' run by.
Yeah, I was just looking at that big blue splodge in the bottom right side of the map. I mean, Showtime seems more than prepared for this with these stalkers and cannons. But still, blink.
Yeah.
Holy crap, DTs deal a lot of damage.
Yes, they do. They're a little expensive, though, so this is definitely not free, but it's more about, is this distracting your opponent enough? It seems to always be the question. Sometimes those DT run-bys can just win because they are run-bys, absolutely. But it just so often is more like, okay, did I distract you, and do I kill all 10 disruptors that are in a ball right now? And I'd be very worried. But they both have some good vision. Hurricane's actually been backed into a corner, though, so he's losing out on his vision. And oh, wow, Showtime actually jumping forward.
It's been such a different game by both of them. Like, Showtime's got his big army and then does a run-by, whereas Hurricane's been very much focused on having 2 armies on the map and not so much run-buying. But the focus is differently spread, and you can see how it works for both of them in very different ways.
I guess Showtime. So Showtime, when he got beat by stats of that mass carrier transition, he was like, I never would have expected it because carriers suck versus Tempests. You know, it's such an easy answer going to Tempest. And I guess he's not really convinced that going into mass air is the answer. So he's actually stalled out here. I mean, it still forces issues. He can still help snipe disruptors, but it's definitely not some big old transition. And it's still alive on the blink and disruptors. I mean, 2 fights going on. Left side has most, if not all, of Showtime disruptors. Right side, a little more favored towards Hurricane with a couple of Archons joining in with the fights. He actually may be able to take out the space.
I like how Hurricane's dealing with this, actually. Like, the shield battery is definitely going to cause problems. Whoa. Nice blink by Showtime. Oh, that disruptor hit, though. That was huge for Hurricane.
Yeah, it was. That was a very bold blink forward into Archons. Usually not what you would suggest, but that base is going down. A lot of the stack defense has been taken out at the very least. So a couple of ETs later on could do something. Meanwhile, Showtime has entirely changed positions. He's come back to defend against this, and he will save both of his bases, but he has lost his position out in the map. Once again, choosing to fill up some of that supply, though, with Tempests. Ooh, off the left side. Nice shot.
I take back everything I said about PvP, because, like, this is actually super crazy and super cool to watch, and also... yes, it gets your heart really going. By the way, Hurricane only has like 300 gas mining right now per minute? Is that correct?
Yeah, that is a very good point. And meanwhile, Showtime's mining 1,000. That is quite the difference. His gas at his 4th base mined out, I think is the problem, the rich one. So,
oh no, okay, hell. I thought he was going to block all his own zealots. I was like, don't do that, Hurricane.
That wouldn't be too great. Hurricane is expanding off to the right side as he takes down Showtime's left. A couple of Zealots getting some last-minute probe kills, but this just means that Showtime has gone from 93 probes down to 73, so he's still okay. Just needs another Nexus. And his very slow build-up to the Tempest count has resulted in now 8 Tempests, which... that's going to start to become a big deal. They even have +2. Like, they are going to be able to shoot down disruptors one-shot, I'm pretty sure, right? I don't know how many it takes, but I'm pretty sure 8's okay. And as well as if he does gain momentum, he may be able to push that with the Tempest, too.
Certainly, certainly. It does definitely make his ground army a lot weaker, though. I mean, only having the 10 Stalkers and... oh, it's a bit of a dicey spot for him, but I guess he's got the disruptors to kill everything on the ground, which... yeah, it's a hard army to engage in yet again.
Yeah, this is crazy. Going to the natural, trying to catch Showtime not paying attention to disruptors, but Showtime doing a decent job of splitting up his disruptors. A couple to the left, a couple in the middle, and a couple with his main army. So far, Hurricane getting some decent harassment. Going into the probe line once again. Can he actually evacuate with his army? That was always the question. Seems like he has that safe path off the left side.
This was definitely nice damage done, because I know Showtime had a lot of probes, but he's getting into dangerous territory now. Like, he's only at 58 workers, and Hurricane, I think he's taken an income lead with that.
Think he has. Showtime really needed that bottom right base, and now he's going to need that middle right base as well, or top left if he wants to reposition. But his harassment has really stalled out. He's been putting so many resources into Tempest and so much supply as well into Tempest that aren't being traded out like you would with the other units, that actually might be what's crippling him. Hurricane's starting to get all up in his face, all up in his grill, constantly attacking bases that he at this point needs to worry about. It's not quite to the point where he needs them necessarily, but if he keeps on losing Nexus like this, he will absolutely start to run out of money.
We absolutely see that that two-pronged attack by Hurricane. Oh, there's quite a few disruptors falling there to that disruptor shot, I do believe, but all of a sudden, wait, Showtime just cleaned up that left army super hard. I think a big disruptor hit just happened, because these disruptors, I'm counting the kills, 8 kills, 5 kills on the other one.
Yeah,
definitely good.
I think you're right about that. The right side was cleaned up really well, but the left side was cleaned up. The right side was a little bit weirder. He was looking for some momentum, jumping on top of some disruptors, but then ended up losing his own without any great shots. That still means that he has 3 disruptors, though. Hurricane only down to 2, and obviously nothing to really, truly deal with those Tempests. He can't really blink forward given opportunity because he has to be scared of getting hit with the disruptor. And this is that momentum that I was talking about that Showtime might actually be able to use to not just push into a base, but maybe even into the natural. And Hurricane's going to do everything he can to stop that from happening. Another left side attack looking to go into that natural base, but how does he deal with the right side?
This is a real good match between these guys. Like, they are both so evenly matched in this matchup and just approaching it in very different ways. And right now, Showtime, his economy is back up and running. He does have a lot of probes on that one base. His In fact, is he just down to one? Okay, 2 mineral mining bases, but that middle one isn't looking super duper healthy. He definitely wants to expand again sometime soon.
It just feels like, I mean, if it does come down to who has the better army, Showtime's supposed to have it, but if he loses all the disruptors, then it calls into question, because Tempest they take damage very quickly. They are a bit frail. So I want to see that Showtime's still in a position to be calm about not having a great economy, but it would be great if he could get another base up. Ooh, this is not going to get shot. Only more disruptor left over. He's got to respond to it.
I'm not sure if I like Hurricane getting himself into this kind of position, though, because that's a lot of Zealots from Showtime. And yeah, he immediately recalls out. Will he get to keep most units alive? Oh, the Archon falls, and nice cleanup by Showtime.
Showtime's just haven't really... I mean, if you get something to actually make Hurricane stay here, if you could just borrow a fungal real quick, that would be fantastic. But every time Hurricane tries to dodge and weave away, he's got 2 mining bases, or 2.5 really. But he is in that position that needs them, though, because he knows that his army isn't one that's going to directly combat Showtime. He has to kind of be clever about how he takes the engagement. So part of being clever is just having that superior economy to constantly remax, and that's... It kind of feels like almost like a different matchup, you know? We got the big, amazing army on one side, and the guy who's just weaving around everywhere else on the other side with a stronger economy.
Do you know what's super cool about this too, Zombie Grub? Look at the resources lost tab. 51,500 against 51,700.
Oh my god.
Despite all the differences, they're both trading very equally, which is super nuts.
Absolutely insane. Insane game. This right side base, very important for Showtime to feel comfortable again. That's like, I think that's really what the problem is. Like, do I feel comfortable or not? Am I feeling like I need to all in or not? And, well, this will make him feel very comfortable again. But the left side has to be something that he has to constantly deny. We're down to talking about the 2 middle bases of Eternal Empire being the fresh ones in just a couple of minutes here. And those are obviously going to be the most contested ones.
Those disruptors of Showtime, what were they doing out there?
What? No! Oh, at least he gets some shots there, but he's got to replace his disruptor counts. He's at 1, Hurricane's at absolutely 0. Hurricane just stopped building disruptors.
Okay, I mean, what are they going to switch into? Showtime actually producing 2 more robos here, so he absolutely wants to pile out those disruptors, or maybe something a little bit more stocky, but you kind of need the disruptors at this point. And Hurricane is doing that thing again, where he just kind of sends an army to these left bases, which they're not mining, but it's all about trying to pull Showtime away.
It's doing an excellent job of that. Showtime has been trying to rely on a couple of disruptors to stop these things, but, I mean, to be honest, they haven't even working that great. It has been more of him segmenting his main army, so I still want him to get disruptors, but I'm actually, like, kind of like a fan of Hurricane right now. Like, he's just like, disruptors aren't working for me, so let's, like, play F it. Oh, this is very bold indeed. He blinks entirely on top of the army of Showtime. The Tempest, though, being microed away, still 8 of them going strong. Can they defeat 30 Stalkers, actually, as he reinforces, but the rest of Showtime's army is showing up here. Lots of Zealots on top of Stalkers. The Zealots will still win out here, as they can't micro anymore, and the Tempest are going to end up winning the day. Hurricane, I think that was a misplay.
I think he got a little bit too impatient there. I think he was like, man, I'm not able to crack this guy, the wall. And, running into a very, very defensive setup there with all the Tempests absolutely free to reign supreme in the sky. Yeah, that was definitely impatient by Hurricane.
Oh, that was, he saw, very few disruptors, and he was like, finally, I can get on top of these Tempests, but 8 Tempests with +2, and even having shields as well, so they do have some upgrades. I mean, it was just a little bit too much. It wasn't clear-cut. There was some SimCity to work through, and Showtime was also, hurriedly, urgently going back with the rest of his army. Hurricane not going to give up yet, though, despite being down 50 supply. Tempest going to go maybe for the Warp Prism, not even bothering. Oh, now they're going to get it. And, Disruptor shot to the left. The Disruptor on the top side as well. That's going to be it, I think. Even as he blinks away, he's down to sub-100 supply.
Really good game, a really cool game. I mean, came down to one error there by Hurricane where he took a poor fight at the right side, but even though he lost, he absolutely put up a magnificent performance against Showtime. That was a really cool game.
That was. I mean, I think obviously people remember the victories more than just the play, but Hurricane once again proving that his PvP is just, it's something that we really should respect the same way that we respect Zest's PvP. And I do love the way that he was like, you know what, fine, I'm just not gonna play with disruptors. I respect it, even though I think disruptors have got to be the way to go.
Yeah, I think so too. I think when looking at that game just then, I looked at the graph at the end as well. Hurricane actually had a pretty significant mining advantage towards the end of that game, which was pretty good for him. So the fact that it was then he felt like he had to take the fight when he did, yeah, bit presumptuous by him, honestly. I'm sad for him because it's one of those games, right, where you do so well for so long and then for it to be over in one kind of misplay. But still, I'm proud of my boys. I'm proud of my boys.
Yeah. Well, I am very proud of Showtime, proving that he is still good at PvP, even though I think every Protoss player is like, I really don't understand it. Some of them are better than others at it. Showtime proves it today. Nice. Who's up next? Who do we got next?
Let's have a look. It was Pillars of Gold, so I believe that was... Is that my Zest?
Zest versus a laser. Yeah.
Oh, well, I think this is a match I'm looking forward to, because, you know, a laser, he's a player that even I can beat on ladder Zombie Grub, as you know. So for Zest, it shouldn't be any issue whatsoever.
If ladder mattered, most of them would still be a pro gamer.
Oh my god, Zombie Grub's so brutal and so mean. I hate her. Oh my...
You know, I made that tweet and I thought it was just the most low hanging, not gonna get any credit, like, oh, way to go, Zombie Grub. That was really funny. And then wake up, you know, hours later, because I made it when I like woke up and went back to sleep. Hours later, wake up, 300 notifications, like, what the what is going on?
I mean, like, I read it and I was like, it made me smile, you know? I was like, oh yeah, banter. And then I started getting messages. It's like, oh my god, it's really mean. Like, Zombie Grub hate you? Do you hate Zombie Grub now? And I'm like, what? Am I 7 or something? Was this like really mean playground talk? I looked at it and I giggled. Like, I was like, yeah, she gave as good as she got. But yeah, I don't know. The internet's weird sometimes. They want banter, and then as soon as they get it, they're like, oh no, step too far, even though it wasn't at all.
It really wasn't. It's as I said, that's exactly what I expected. I thought people were gonna pass by and go, ha, and then just keep on scrolling, and then like 15 burn gifs later, people are expecting me to be like super clever and like burn everyone and Zombie Grub level burns, and I'm like, oh, I mean, I appreciate that you think I'm clever, guys, but I don't think I really don't think I am. Anyways.
Yeah, you know how we often say like StarCraft players and StarCraft fans, they must be smart, right? They must be smart. But I'm starting to think StarCraft fans haven't been outside for a while, because this was low level on the grand scheme of things.
It was very much so. I mean, if I think that, you know, if I think that commentators might never be paid attention to, we don't have any influence over the scene, I'm going to point to that Twitter thread and also me joking about Terran being weak, and then every forum thereafter being like, yeah, Terran's really weak, you guys. Yeah, Terran's really underpowered. Yeah, I think Zerg's really, really good. I feel like I influence the world. The power is here.
You absolutely do. Anyhow, to get onto it, introducing the player in the top right-hand side of Pillars of Gold, it is Zest.
The bottom left, he might lose to commentators like the Muslim, but I'll give him another chance. He is the green Zerg, a laser.
He started off the banter, by the way. It was his fault.
He did, yes.
Anyhow, to start off this game, like, we have Zest immediately, and Pillars of Gold is obviously a really big map. So Zest sent one of his first probes out just to be like, okay, I'm going to deny your hatch roll, which is often an indicator that the Protoss wants to do something a little bit cheeky, a little bit adepty. I know that Protosses do tend to go Stargates and stuff quite a lot, as much as they go the Adept Glaive openings, but for some reason, as soon as they force the natural to not be at the natural, it always, to me, as soon as they go Adepts, it's always a great opportunity.
That's what I'm always scared of, too. I'm definitely with you on that one. The map, I think, just for us, like, most of my guys don't want to play on the map, like, kind of in general, so it kind of goes to a laser, but I think they were guessing that Zest would be thrown out. I forget why. They actually talk quite a bit, you know. I know your guys talk, but not necessarily including you.
I'll have you know, Benny and the boys are very tight-knit, okay? We've been together since day one.
Absolutely, man. Since the actual inception, you've been there together. I know it.
Actually, I do remember playing DongRaeGu at like MLG 2012 or something, and I remember then he spoke pretty decent English, which I was very surprised about. We played. I ended up losing 1-2, but one of the reasons I picked a few of my players, so not so much Zest, because he doesn't speak a lick of English, it seems, but TY speaks decent English, and he helped me pick the rest of the team as well. But also DongRaeGu speaks decent English. I thought it was quite nice to have those guys.
Yeah. Yeah, DRG was like really in tune with the foreign fans back in the day. Yeah. Sorry, the non-Korean fans. We used to call them foreigners. But anyways, like that was a big fan of DRG, actually. So it's been cool seeing him come back into form. But anyways, about Zest. Zest is definitely one of those guys that I would have picked in another, opportunity, another draft order, I suppose. As I do believe in Zest. But a Laser did show a very, very good game against Adepts versus SOS. He just kind of flubbed the ending, Like, he was winning the race, and he kind of tripped over the finish line a little bit. So I feel like Zest is... I think he knows that he's known as the Adept guy, right? And he doesn't want to be totally, like, pigeonholed into that, so he's changing things up.
I like Zest, honestly. He's a guy that I always look at him as not necessarily the smartest player, but he's damn good at killing people. Like, he always has been, Like, I used to kind of make fun of him for his macro sometimes, where he goes up to, like, 1,500 2k minerals on 2 bases. But he always seemingly makes it work after that. By the way, this Dark Shrine positioning is super funny to me. Like, using it as part of your wall.
Wow, yeah. Interesting. I didn't even notice, really. Now I'm just like, okay, all right. Funnily enough, we don't even see a pile in there to, like, make a wall. It's always if you get into the natural or Protoss player, you are 100% getting into the main. But this is very clever.
Okay, so he just started +1 air weapons on his Cybercore, then cancelled it. So I don't know what kind of mind games he's trying to sell to a Laser right now.
Well, he can't because... the Overlord still sees the Cybernetic core, right?
Yeah.
I do like the Adept warp-ins, though. I think a Laser and yeah, like, most people are afraid of Adepts all-ins, but even a Laser has to realize that if it's an Adept attack or not, sometimes, often enough, it follows the Dark Shrine. Like, where is the detection for a Laser who has built a big army and could go across the map, but there are no Spore Crawlers, there is no lair. Does a Laser just lose the DTs? Ay.
This could very easily happen, Zombie Grub.
Oh, no.
The Zerglings, they do see them, which is good. And there are Spore Crawlers being made now, one in each base by the looks of it. And so far he's buying good time, but these Adepts, they're also getting decent damage done on these.
Oh, no, he didn't surround it. He didn't surround the Spore Crawler. Oh, there's one little gap. Somehow he pushes one of the DTs away, though, so it actually is going to finish. Not the end of the game, but not great.
Not great indeed. And all 3 DTs survive, and 10 drones went down. We have 27 drones versus 44 pros. I gotta say, Zombie Grub, this is the kind of game I was looking for from my boys, If I can beat a Laser, so can Zest.
He wasn't targeting the Warp Prism. I don't think he was quite in range, but... Yeah. A Laser was, I think, so afraid of the Adepts that he forgot the other Dark Shrine option, which is what Zest did earlier today, right? He went for the Daracon drop. Too bad.
This is always one of those gnarly things. I was thinking about this, like, okay, so we're going to be casting our own matches. What happens, so granted, I've lost the first game, right? So it doesn't feel too bad. But what happens if people start 4-0ing people and then they're just, like, bantering away and there's, like, no retort? It's going to get really awkward, isn't it? Like, if that starts happening.
Absolutely. I kind of felt like Katz is, like, so... He loves his guys, man. He's a big fan. He wants to, like, improve their play while he's on their team. And, like, when I started winning against him and Katz was like, oh, well, he put up a good fight, I was like, ooh, this feels weird. This feels different.
Yeah, so one of the fortunate things is all the teams are pretty darn good. And there's only been 1 4-0 so far, and there's been, like, every game going to ace almost, so haven't had that position yet, but I dare say it'll come at one point, and some people are going to end up a bit sad.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And I love the feeling again. I love, like, making or breaking a tournament based off of a player win, I haven't had that since Jaedong. So now it's like, if my players lose, I'm like, this is stupid. This is dumb. I'm out. Goodbye. Great to be this passionate. So what has happened in this game? A Laser's tried to recover. He's up to 68 drones. If he were to be pushed, which he could be in just a minute here, he's going to be in trouble. So he's trying to do something a little bit sneakier and try and get a Spire slipped in there. But that timing's going to be brutal with Zest pushing with +1 and Blink.
Yeah, like the Protoss is ahead in supply right now, which just goes to show how much damage Zest did early on. And these Archons, by the way, like, even though this isn't the biggest damage, again, like, the game before with Zest, where he's against Armani, just continuously dealing little bits of damage here, there, and everywhere. And the resources lost tab, it really shows you that Zest has been very efficient with this. And the fact that he's getting Blink as well behind all this, it kind of says to me that, oh, might lose an Archon. Nope. It kind of says to me that he's not going to get totally blindsided by mutas, and also he's making these cannons in each base.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be what Protoss are doing nowadays. It's not enough if you're, if it's a more even game and they actually really dedicate to mutas, see an opportunity. It's not enough. Just a cannon's not quite enough, but it will buy you the time to respond. Maybe let you warp in offensively rather than defensively, but I really thought Zest was going to push out. Okay, there he goes. He was taking a little while. He does grab +1 plasma shields, and he still has to worry about losing the Warp Prism to the mutas, which can, help, but a laser's really not well set up for this. I know the supply looks a little bit better than it did a minute ago, but just really pure Ling Ravager. Ling Roach, actually, not even Ravager. It's not a very good army.
It isn't, and that's quite a lot of force fields that Zest can use. Oh, using the Stalkers as their own force field. That was nice. Didn't even use energy for it here, DongRaeGu.
So, yeah, Laser has to go up this base and hope that slow Banelings on creep can do something. +1's not even quite done. He can only afford so many things because he did spend 400 on mutas, and the Spire 2 makes it even more expensive. He's going to go for a run by and try and mix things up, take the pressure off of him, and this is a fairly large run by. Maybe.
And it is at third base, and Zest is supply blocked right now, so he can't actually warp in. Now he can warp in after losing a few probes, but that battery overcharge is so darn good. I mean, he's still losing every probe there, but now we're getting to the real midst of it. There is a big fight going on. Laser's also supply blocked here after losing quite a lot of the overlords. There's just too much Zest here.
Yeah, not even going for that Warp Prism, which wouldn't have been enough anyways. GG. Zest, once again, his best. Showing up with DTs instead of Adepts. Really did not start off that game very well. Oh, well.
We're tied up the series now, DongRaeGu. We've tied it up. And now we're on to a few of our Terran brothers, I do believe, which is kind of cool to see. And in fact, what is the next match going to be? Let me find...
DRG versus Innovation. You are welcome, general public. I'm very excited.
I'm excited too, but I am a little bit nervous because today, so far, don't want to spoil or GSL too much, but DongRaeGu already had a loss to Terran once today, so I'm hoping that didn't really dice him up too much, because when you lose, it feels bad, but when you lose for your team, that can get the better of you, like sometimes.
Yep, just a little bit extra pain. You actually failed other people as well. Yeah.
Which is never a good way to look at it.
Though, I mean, DRG's from a time where you're actually playing Team Leagues. He's, GSTL. Yeah. He was the MVP of Team MVP for a while there.
Yeah.
So he's used to it.
And but I'll be honest. That wasn't a team that you felt too bad about letting down, though. Like, it was you. Like, I know this is really harsh, but it was like you and Genius, and then it was like, okay. Like, do I rely on Tails to really bring this through? No, not really. Do I rely on whoever else? Yeah, probably not either.
I love it. The 8-year burn in the making. Came a little late, but here it is. You're not wrong. As I recall, MVP didn't ever... I think he had like one season where they did well, I want to say, but yeah, it was a lot off of... It was a lot off of being all kill format, wasn't it? Which is the difference between that and Pro League. Yeah,
I think like the one season that MVP did well was not even in the team league, it was like in the GSL finals where they Genius and DongRaeGu.
Yep.
God, that was so long ago. Holy crap.
Absolutely. I mean, they had like a little octagon set up, if I remember correctly. It's kind of funny. And this it says MVP at a Pro League finals, which I kind of forgot that they became one of the teams. I don't know what word he's talking about, actually. I don't remember that at all.
Oh, what he's talking?
Morty's PMing me.
Oh, okay.
It was that unimportant.
That feeling when he doesn't even message me. Wow, these guys are spamming a lot. Okay.
They have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, here's my translation. I'm not going to lose to you again. I'm going to beat you. You're going to be easy. But that's it, okay? Like, DongRaeGu, we got this. Okay, Innovation's being funny, apparently.
Morty calls me an SKT elitist. You probably deleted it from your memory, which is absolutely 100% true.
Was that your team back then?
Oh, absolutely. I was a huge SKT fan. Oh, God, yes.
I mean, I always liked them because of Innovation at the time. I think... So, okay, I always liked Jin Air because whenever they played, I got to see Maru and Cure play, which at the time was really cool. KT, I wasn't so much a big fan, but that's because they didn't really have a Terran besides TY, who at that point wasn't fully evolved, I felt.
He's still baby.
Yeah.
I got you,
Exactly.
yeah. I'm with you. And, well, I had to hate KT because that's what you do as an SKT fan. But, yeah, I also thought that SKT just had a more fun lineup. They had partying as well for a time, right? So, anywho.
They did.
Good old days, right? And that's probably what these guys are talking about because these guys have been facing off against each other since Brood War transferred over, since Bogus became Innovation. But I'm going to let you introduce your guy first because we're on him.
Why, thank you, Zombie Grub. And spawning in the bottom left-hand side, playing as the Blue Zerg, it is DongRaeGu.
I drew fan art for this guy, believe it or not.
You what?
I drew fan art.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah. In the top right, as the Green Terran, he is Innovation.
Now, Innovation going down on Everdream. What was the idea behind this pick?
That's a very good question. If I remember actually what it was, I'll tell you. Hold on here. Well, I think because we didn't want to put any Zerg basically went to Pillars of Gold. There was some conversation about that, but Zerg kind of went to Pillars of Gold. And then I don't know. There was so much talk about server preferences. Honestly, I have to scroll up really, really high. I don't think we expected anyone necessarily on Everdream from you guys. As I said, I think we were a little more casual towards your team. And then we were really disappointed with the way things went versus the War Pigs, but yeah, it turned out okay, right?
The War Pigs. I mean, that is such a upon going over the pick system and how we did it, I know we had a little chat about is there anything you'd have done differently, but if you have a team with an absolutely supremely amazing player such as a Serral or even a Reyna, I think Reyna's actually pretty darn god tier as well right now. It does make your team so darn good for these ace matches.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Having a player who will almost guarantee win the ace is quite an ace move. it's a good thing to do. Yeah. I think we just wanted to maybe avoid TY versus Inno, I guess. But other than that, we were good.
Oh, you wanted to avoid that?
Well, I mean, not as a fan, I didn't want to avoid it. Hell yeah, give me some of that. But as I guess maybe our guy wins and your guy wins sort of thing. I don't know. It's a little casual, as I said.
Yeah, I guess looking at that, you could be TY obviously stepped up his TVT game a lot because last season at GSL, I guess that isn't a big spoiler now, given that it happened quite a while ago. TY obviously obliterated Cure, and Cure just edged out Innovation, which, yeah, I can see you wanted to avoid that. Oh, 3CC build by Innovation on Everdream. I like it. I think it's cute.
Yeah, I mean, it's DRG, certainly a guy who can throw out all-ins, but yeah, I would actually feel comfortable. I think DRG, not that he has something to prove necessarily, but I think that he does feel like he can prove himself in the mid game and late game with Mino Lane Baneling. And I think he has been, despite his earlier loss today. I think he's actually been really awesome. I was totally with you. I was like, yeah, I feel confident about that usually, and then he ends up losing the dream. But I usually would be very scared of a mid-game DRG. Innovation might be the same case, but looking for a little bit of a boost before his first push with that third CC. I mean, do you think we'll see Mech? I mean, we're on Korea, so I don't think it's something he's going to be feeling like he needs to do. Yeah, I think we're going to see Bio. I'm on Bio train.
Yeah, I do think Everdream in general is a better Bio.
Yeah.
It's just very hard to... It's very hard to go beyond the little corner of the map when you start going mech and getting pulled apart very easily, and it's very big open spaces to get kind of collapsed on as mech, I feel.
I agree. I mean, we do see some mech played on this map, but I mean, it's not only just the map. It just feels like we're, at one point it was no mech, and then it was all mech, and then it was no mech, and then it was all mech, and now I feel like we're back to kind of like, I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared of what the Zergs have figured out to do against mech. Even though it's it's something it can be, I don't really want to deal with it, but I also just love the supercharged push that Innovation can do. I just feel like so much like Innovation gets rewarded for his macro, so much more with bio, and it's like a feeling I probably couldn't really explain too well, but I love seeing it, and I love that it's equal server, so nothing there. We're just gonna see an awesome TVZ as either one of them are cheesing, just pure macro.
I'm with you on the Innovation bio train. Like, for me, one of the true kind of revitalizing moments for me in TVZ was watching Innovation come to, like, fruition when he just started doing those 3-base bio parade pushes with perfect macro and also really clean micro. I know a lot of people talk about Innovation's macro, but he's very clean on all fronts, let's be real. Like, he kind of is the perfect all-round Terran. And when it comes down to trying to take him out against his bio when he's absolutely on point, he's a super scary player to go up against.
Well, DRG has proven that he is very scary, really, really scary, as they're, the GSL recently has taught us. So I think a lot of that is playing into this match right now. DRG getting a fantastic scout is also very important to mention, that he saw the 3rd CC fairly early, so not early enough to be like, oh, I'm just going to all in you, but early enough for him to have, like a later layer. He's not going to try and go for the fast 3-base mutas and play around for that. He went for upgrades, went for drones. Doesn't have a 4th base quite yet. There we go. There it goes down now. But yeah, he's also trying to supercharge before the push comes.
That was the one thing that I was looking at. I was like, man, his 4th base, where is he? Where is it? So I do like the fact that he put it down. It was a little bit late, but maybe he knew he had to kind of respect the fact that, he knew the timing of this double drop coming out, because he is making lings at a good time for it without really seeing anything. Even getting into position here, knowing where they're most likely going to turn up. Oh no, was this just the worst timing ever on the bottom of the map there?
Oh, that does suck for DRG. Double drop on the main base at least is seen by a nicely placed creep tumor, so it's a bit faster of a response, but not ideal. A couple banelings might be targeted down, exactly so. Yeah, it could have been much worse.
The worst part about that for Innovation? I think using the scan to clean the 1 tumor and then not getting the queen probably cost Innovation more.
Yeah, it did. A couple of lings, because they have equal upgrades, and Combat Shields wasn't quite done. Literally just completed. Feeling quite bold there.
I'm a bit scared for DongRaeGu. Drone count wise, he's actually behind Innovation now. That macro really kicking in at this point.
Oh, big run by though. Big run by. 2 tanks are prepared, but the wall's not done, so he could just also lose tanks, which I don't like.
I love the backup tank on the high ground though. That's something that you often don't expect. And these lings, losing the tanks, it definitely sucks. Especially as he's going into tank attack upgrades as well. Oh, this is cute by Innovation.
He's really trying to pull DRG apart, but so far DRG doing a decent job defending the main base. Maybe a little bit more favorable for the Terran, but the Spore Crawler, I really like that. That really actually took away some possibilities, at the very least, for Innovation to micro around it. And now the mutas are out, so Innovation takes a bit of damage, but he had more SCVs anyways. His 4th PC is actually almost already done. I'm more looking forward to what these mutas can do. Or, I guess in my case, what they can't do. I hope they don't do anything.
When people hate biased casting, that's one thing I think everybody's done a really good job of so far, is not being too biased, even though everybody wants to be right. I'm looking at this, and I am actually a bit scared for DongRaeGu, because I think Innovation's done a good job of abusing the lack of creep spread at the bottom part of the map. But I feel that this is when DongRaeGu comes into his comfort zone, right? When there's mutas out, where he can be a bit aggressive and stuff, and the game kind of slows down a little bit.
Yeah. I like how you say you're doing a good job not being biased, and I feel like I absolutely haven't. On purpose, though, to be fair. I am absolutely hamming it up. But I will continue to do so.
I think it's because it's so ingrained in all of us to be as unbiased as we can be, even though
yeah.
like people have race preferences. Like you're always going to prefer certain players to others as well, just based on like we're only human, right? Like
it's also just that, like, you know, as fun as it is to kind of like, you know, be like, oh, Hurricane sucks, you know, like it's obviously like I actually really like Hurricane. Like I don't want to be mean. You know, I was like literally saying it last week, like please never watch these VODs. I don't mean it. I don't mean anything. I like all the players.
Yeah, that's also another thing. Like, and I think this is why kind of crap talking players is so difficult for players to do, because they're all friends. And so saying like you're going to smash somebody and stuff, like obviously it's great for the fans to hear and stuff, but for the players and stuff, like you don't want to bring anything in between you and another person.
Yep,
91 drones, by the way, and getting up to Hive. Like, I'm starting to feel better about this fun zombie grub.
Yeah. It's is that you saying you like DRG, or is that you thinking back to your ladder games and being in similar positions, being overrun by the Zerg, just like Innovation is? A couple of tanks trying to help out, maybe he can lift the CC as well. I mean, he'll hold, but he takes a lot of damage.
He certainly does. He actually left that tank alive a little bit, but the Mutas do eventually pick it off.
Okay.
Now, he did suffer quite a few losses there, but 90 drones to 65 harvesters, and the creep spread. Like, even if you want to launch a counterattack, that's the big thing, right? You have to clear up the creep to get there.
Exactly. Like, I mean, actually, I don't know what Innovation does. He's hoping that he can weather the storm. I mean, I'm even thinking back to like Wings of Liberty, honestly, where like if they didn't go Broodlord Infestor, they did this, and they just bounced left to right. And even with Sensor Terrors up, it's just your army's not as fast. You can't quite depend on SAC defense as much, or rather tanks being positioned, I should say, because mutas can come by. So, I mean, ideally, Innovation would have tanks covered by missile turrets. But even then, you need more missile turrets than you'd like to deal with this many mutas.
And this is, I mean, DongRaeGu is doing what he needs to do, right? Like, these mutas, they're not really here to kill Innovation. They're buying time, because we see that he's maxed out. He's going to have a lot of Banelings on the field pretty soon. They start morphing in. He's also getting some pretty big upgrades here with the tier 3 upgrades starting. And Ultra's list cabin on the way.
Yeah. Innovation is maxed out as he pushes. He's about to finish 3-3, and he's being very careful with this. Constantly willing to turn around and deal with run buys. But that just means that DRG is, you know, continuing to reward himself with 6 bases, 88 drones, and on his way to Hive Tech. So Innovation is really... I mean, he tried doing the push. He tried playing kind of normal TVZ in GSL, and it was, you know, okay. It was, I guess, okay. But it didn't win him games, so he tried mech, didn't win either. Now we're going to see one of those late game Bio versus Zergs. Feels like it's been a while. I've seen Ghost Academies come down in this matchup, but I hope we see nukes. I hope this works. And let's go Innovation.
To Innovation's credit, he is absolutely one of the guys that can play late game TVZ. Like, he's the guy that brought Serral all the way to the limit. I remember back at Katowice, like, Serral went undefeated for a long period of time. It was Innovation, despite being like 0-4 in the group, he was the guy to first beat Serral. And he did it in these long-ass macro games. Like, I think one of the games was Automaton, which was super duper cool.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he can slow down this game and kind of bring DongRaeGu out of his comfort zone, because I feel that the phase of the game that DongRaeGu is best at is kind of passing right now. Oh, I say that and then he catches these. Jeez.
Yeah, overlords everywhere. Very difficult to clean up. I mean, something has got to be sacrificed. I think we, Terran, acknowledge that, but hopefully you get some creep spread. Hopefully you get a decent engagement. This one's not it. Got to pick up the Thor and move back to some splash, which there really isn't a whole lot of splash. He's working on a lot of upgrades right now, but only 2 tanks. The planetary could be crashed into. It is going to be crashed into. He pulls the SCVs away when actually maybe could have saved with mass repair, but yeah, there it goes.
I just looked. So obviously that was a decent like resources lost trade for Innovation. He did that pretty decently. But then DongRaeGu's just like, yeah, I'm going to make 90 Lings and 3 Ultras all at once. And for the next fight, I'm going to have 3-3 and Ultras involved as well.
Yeah.
And now the Mutas can do everything they want. And he took out a base.
I honestly, I'm I'm like that guy who's asking for a sensor tower against Blink Stalker all lanes. Try 6 Liberators. Why not? Like, just like patrol around with 6 Liberators. Hope they mess up with their mutas, because this stuff's obnoxious. And he also deal with the ground army that's about to appear at his front door.
So this is me asking you an unbiased question here, Zombie Grub.
Oh, okay.
If you could re-pick again, would you pick a team of more Zergs?
How am I going to choose to answer this one? Realistically, you're super biased.
Either one, they might be the same.
Answer that after this fight. The planetary, well, would-be planetary might have to be canceled here as, well, the high ground might work out kind of well for Innovation. He's got a good concave, and it's working out as good as you would hope for, but what's left over at the end? Where's the rest of his army? Where are some Thors to deal with these mutas? I don't see any.
No, and that Ultralisk is really going ham as well alone there. Now it's just mutas, lots more Lings, lots more Ultras on the way, and Innovation's just getting absolutely zerged here. Like, this is true swarm.
I wonder if tanks are really the way to go, especially because it didn't feel like he ever got that many tanks. It always felt like there wasn't a whole lot of splash. GG. So that whenever he would fall back to a more secure position, it was like, it was only ever so secure, you know? I think we're seeing a developing Innovation where he's like, I don't really know, so I'm going to try something, but DOG just obliterated him. My boy, look what you did to him. You're going to take away all of his TVZ confidence.
Yeah, I mean, wait, who did he play? So he played against Serral in the ace match before this, right? And then who else did he play?
Yeah, Serral twice, yeah.
Oh, he lost both times?
Yeah, despite Submarine.
Oh, yeah, that Submarine game, though, that was brutal, Zombie Grove. That was brutal. I don't want to take you too far down in morale, because you're not playing.
Yeah.
But I don't mind, you know, kind of poking a little bit.
Okay, all right. Well, look, okay. One day, Innovation will face Protoss players, I guess, for once. So far, he hasn't really been able to. And then we'll see him shine. Don't worry about it.
So Innovation for me, I've always thought Maru is like the GOAT Terran. Even though, like, not always the most consistent, and you know, as fans, we tend to remember a lot of the times that he's kind of let us down. But he's obviously won 4 GSLs in a row and is absolutely one of the best Terrans we've ever had. But when it comes down to very, very solid and replicating play, I've always actually more looked to Innovation than Maru.
Okay, yeah.
Just because I felt Maru is a lot about mind games as opposed to just straight up, like, doing something really clean that you can copy kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I think that Innovation, as you said, he's probably going through a little bit of a change, but as soon as he figures it out, boom, he's back on his winning spree again, because that's absolutely how I feel he's gone through the past.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's why I also, like, he's my favorite player as opposed to the other flashier guys. You know, TY included. Like, TY, you can say, is like, you could definitely learn from TY, but even he has his unique style, his unique bio into 2 battlecruisers style of play. But Innovation is always so solid, and I'm a very boring StarCraft player, so that's why I like him. But I do also think that, like, legitimately, you asked me that question about, you know, Zerg and whatnot. Should I have picked more Zerg? I was really tempted to pick DRG, actually, but that was before his, like, breakout, his true breakout performance.
Right.
But I think I might have. I honestly think I might have. The TVZ matchup right now is feeling like the Terrans need to huddle together and reconfigure, you know?
I mean, yeah, so that's the thing, right? StarCraft always goes in phases, and it can be one little tweak to something that really swings it or evens it up. And I mean, I'm actually struggling personally with the new Lurker stuff. I don't know if you've played against it that much.
I mean, it doesn't matter. My people who play Lurkers in my league really quite bad.
Oh, sure. But, like, there's even the Lurker stuff as well. So I find everything that Zerg can do right now, like, if you can do it very well, the Mutiling Bane stuff, like, it's incredibly good. And that stuff is incredibly hard too. Anyhow, spawning in the top left of Submarine, it is TY.
In the bottom right of Submarine, very small map, maybe things can happen. It is the Green Terran Uthermal up against the Titan that is TY.
On a TY server preference as well here, team. I think it is US West here. Which is awesome.
Feel like I need to take my my kid, out of the mean daycare. While the rest of the kids are bullying him.
I like to be fair to Uthermal, like this is one of the matchups where I was like, okay, so I obviously lost the coin flip, so that meant I got to pick one server preference game, and I was like, okay, which of these matches could potentially not go our way? And I was like, I think Uthermal could be cheeky and cheesy enough to take a map off TY, actually. Like, he's done it before against very good Terrans, and I've seen his TVT recently, and he's been really scary with a lot of real quirky builds.
Well, he looked like he was struggling recently in a, I think it was a Wardy tournament. Look at that. Against Cure, and then was able to bring it back a bit. And Cure, although his finals performance versus TY wasn't up to, I think, what he could deliver, like, he has always been very good at TVT. So whenever someone, like, tackles Cure even a little bit, I'm always like, okay, like, we're fine. We're good in the matchup. But Uthermal does sometimes need a little bit of he's like an engine that's kind of like going vrr, and then you need something to like really get him going, which usually means like a best of 5 and losing a game first and then bringing it back. But it's a pro league style. I don't know, man.
Look at this, by the way. Both players actually opting for CCs on the high ground on Submarine. So TY didn't actually scout. He just scouted for a proxy. And they're both doing very, very similar builds here. Yeah, what an unusual start. Is that something that you also do on Submarine? You CC on the high ground? Because I haven't been, but maybe I should be. I
mean, I just die in TBT to Muslim, so doesn't matter what I do.
I'll stop asking you questions about your games here, something good. Like, I'm getting the gist here.
I just am really bad to Muslim. This is nice. This is very nice indeed. I mean, that Reaper is very low, but going for the reactor was a little bit greedy there for TY. Something Uthermal kind of held off on, so his factory is a little bit later, and that's the slight differences that we see. But one Reaper getting 3 SEV kills would be a fantastic start. Good repair. Good repair.
Oh, I am. I mean, this is a terrible start for TY. Let's not poke around the bush here, DongRaeGu. Like, this is terrible. That Reaper is not meant to get that done, especially when it came from the low ground. So I mean, this is stuff that we talked about. Like, Uthermal, he's very, very good. Like, he's got exceptional micro and always has done. Even when he's had these slumps, he's always had very good unit control.
Yeah. Seriously, on the topic of the CC on the high ground, I do think it might even become a trend here. Because either that or you factory expand, because it's such a scary map. That's the thing about Submarine. It's so scary in the early game for TVT when pros usually don't die. Sometimes they can get, overwhelmed. And then as we move into mid game, which we probably will here, no problem, whoever gains momentum seems to win. It's just like you get that creep spread out, you get your tanks in position, you get your force fields down, like whatever it is, right? Suddenly you just move into their natural and you're actually already winning. So playing it safe on this map, I understand it. Fortunately, TY just playing not quite safe enough, does lose out in the SCV lead. And Uthermal's going to take it and go with the third CC. I do want to defend Uthermal and say that he did already lose once today, okay? And he has not gotten his time to shine in the War Chest Team League, so I feel like this guy's hungry, Like, I'm coming in here and I'm like, okay, TY's kind of scary, dude, but Uthermal, I think this is it. I think this is his time to shine. He's going to do it this game.
He's in a good position, and he's also going to be playing mech here, like, given that he's taken his 3rd and 4th gas simultaneously, which I think if I'm in Uthermal shoes, or if I was his coach, I'd be like, okay, maybe you want to do something a little bit strange to TY, because going up against someone as good as him in a proper, like, bio versus bio, like, it's quite difficult, right? But going for the mech here, I love that transition, because Uthermal's so good at that, too.
It's going to be mech versus mech. Wait, no, that actually went on Tech Lab, sorry. The option, I guess, is still there if he doesn't use the Tech Lab, but...
Right.
It is definitely mech from Uthermal. You're 100%. Nope. You're 100% wrong, to Muslim.
Oh my gosh.
It is bio.
Okay. No,
I was with you, man. I saw the gas timings and I was like, okay.
I mean, he's gonna have so much gas to use, right? Like,
yeah, apparently.
Double engineering bay has to come down immediately for this to kind of line up properly, surely.
Did he change his mind?
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he's like going really hardcore on the tank production early on, and it just looked like that. Definitely interesting, though.
Yeah, because I was waiting on TY, he was only on 3 gases. He just added on his 4, so I was like, oh, okay, no, it could be, hold on, let's wait. But definitely surprised by Uthermal. So that scan reveals that it's bio. It's a pretty well-timed scan. And TY, I mean, he's gonna do his push, and this is that scary thing. First, it's the Reapers. Is it Snowball? Is it, you know, that kind of silly TVT game? And then it's next up is the Viking tank push, which when it's in there, it's really ingrained. It's really tough to push out.
And Uthermal actually skipped out the Viking stage of this game. It's like he didn't go for the air control at all here. He went for like the reactor to then trade it off to a barracks, I believe. So air control is totally forgone this game. Which is a super scary position to be in.
That's a bit of a problem. Bonker's even coming down here. TY, I mean, he's actually forcing the issue even more than normal. A little too far forward there. At least is something. Good unseed, just the nick of time to save that one tank.
Certainly was.
Maybe? Oh no, he pushes it back in. Oh god. Okay.
This is such a tightrope here. Oh no, the Marine blocked it. So then it re-sieged again. That was so sad, because now he's totally lost the ground control here, and the 3 tanks, they're in range of the CC. Oh, nice medevac usage.
Uthermal, he's gonna have a lot of stuff soon. So if he could get to a decent number of Marines and then maybe drop behind the push and then collapse in on it, he could clean this up. But he's gonna require a lot of time, basically. And during this entire time, he's losing his. Okay, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna try and break it from the backside. 2 interference pages. This is really nice. The bunkers aren't quite done. Tank siege is up for Uthermal, but he's gonna lose a heck of a lot of SCVs, and I don't know if he's even breaking it. Okay, he is. Those 3 tanks sieging finally popped off all the tanks to TY, but whew, that scared me.
That was very...
Oh, yes! Gosh. Okay, I didn't expect that.
Neither did I, Zombie Grub. Neither did I. Wow. What a hold by Uthermal. That Raven really came in clutch, right? Like, I don't think TY knew for a second what he really had to look for and stuff, but oh my gosh, this is my second clan war in a row that it's going to the ace match here.
Oh, that's a thing, man. I was like, Uthermal, it's this time to shine, and then I also in the back of my head, like, also ace match. It is the War Chest Team League's destiny. Okay. Whoever breaks the ace match is actually, it should be considered even greater than they are. So Trap's fantastic, I guess, because so far Fear Dragon's only guy's gotten a 3-1, I think.
Really?
I think everything else has been ace.
Oh, I mean, Rotterdam got a 4-0.
Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry. I missed that on Friday, and then I heard about it, and I totally forgot about it. You're right. So that's 2 non-aces then. And that was brutal. But, anyways.
These things happen. And guys, I think we're going to go to a short break just as we get our ace players ready. Do stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. We have chosen our ace players. There is a lot of discussion on my side because we would not have gotten server preference, which really influenced our decision. So we actually were very close to not picking them, but it is innovation from us.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so going into it, what did you think our ace was going to be?
DRG.
Okay, you thought it was. Okay.
Yeah. But on the off chance that it wasn't, that you picked TY or someone, like, yeah. It was basically like, we don't feel that great about versus DRG, but we also don't feel good about DRG versus anyone else on the West.
Right.
Yeah, and then if you chose anyone else, yeah, it would have been tough.
Yes. I mean, like, when it went to the ace, like TY said, I lose, and the guys were speaking, and DRG immediately was like, pick me, which was very different to our match against Serral, because obviously with Pig's lineup, it's like, okay, it's obviously going to be Serral every day, and all my players were like, no, not me. And it's like, no, not me. And they were all like pushing each other forward. It was like, the young boys in class where it's like they're pushing like their friend forward to be taken or like to be thrown into the pit of despair. But like, yeah, this time DongRaeGu was very, very comfortable about going forward.
Yeah. Well, he should be. He looked kind of strong. And it really was the case where like we were all discussing, and if it was on Central, we would have not sent out to Innovation, actually. I think is what we all agreed on. So I don't know. We're not gonna. I don't want to be like Pig's team and just rely on one person for the ace the entire time. Like we got depth.
That's what I think about Benny and the boys. Like this is my second match so far, and already a different ace. And honestly, I think when it comes to the other players in my team, like Zest and Hurricane, I could very easily see throwing out Zest as well, because so far he's been very, very reliable.
Yeah, and that's what was it like? Uthermal wanted to face TY, because he just beat him, and then no one really wanted to face Zest, is what I got the impression out of. So yeah, it's in some ways it is nice to know 100% when Pig's gonna throw out Serral, and who has Raynor?
Rossi.
Roddy, yeah, Roddy's gonna throw out Raynor, but there's good things and bad things about knowing who the ace is going to be. But I mean, I'm glad to get a little bit of another shot here at DRG, even if Innovation still is a little bit scared.
He is?
I haven't read the Korean that much, but I gotta imagine after the month that Innovation has had.
I mean, this is going up against a player that in the previous few weeks hasn't being too good for him, like DongRaeGu is definitely damn good in this matchup, and in particular damn good against Innovation. So yeah, I am smiling, but I'm a little bit surprised that it's gone to the ace in the first place, honestly, because I really thought TY against Uthermal, especially on TY's server pick, was gonna go in his favor, but Uthermal, man, bringing it out.
Yeah, I was already pretty set up, like I want to believe in Uthermal, but it was going to be tough on West, and not only that, I think we both were like really caught up on the idea that was just like a really good position for TY. So like we did the ultimate, I guess, bad thing for a commentator, and we were like, well, let's just not look at the rest of the things that are happening here. But I'm so surprised that Uthermal broke that, man. It's not that Uthermal wasn't like. It's not that TY did not tap out prematurely. He was absolutely dead. Like yeah. We didn't make that clear. It was just that Uthermal broke it the way he did. I really thought Uthermal was going to lose most of his army and most of his SCVs instead of what happened. So I mean, I love that it surprised both of us. We both look a little silly, but it's all in good fun, and it's amazing to get another ace match in the War Chest Team League. Because we've been given some beautiful games here. I love today. I love it.
Me too. Anyhow, spawning in the top right of Ice and Crow, this is the ace match between Benny the Boys and the Good. It is DongRaeGu.
In the bottom left has the Green Terran for the Grubba-Lubba-Dub-Dubs. He is Innovation.
So that's how you say it. I was just hoping I put enough.
Have you heard Crank pronounce Grubba-Lubba-Dub-Dubs?
No.
I'm gonna have to put that in our chat later on. It's pretty cute. That's what I'll say about it.
It's bad, huh?
Well, you know the L doesn't really like exist so much in Korean. It's a combination of R and L, which we can't do, you know, when we pronounce their words. So it's but the funniest thing about it is not only that he had trouble pronouncing it, was that he did it with like a musical note. He was like, yeah, I guess that works. Yeah, I want to do, if I had more musical prowess, which I have none of, I'm absolutely not talented in that regard, I would take from the Rick and Morty. You've watched that show, right?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, well, there's a point where they all have to make songs for some reason, and they make like a really addictive song. And I was like, if I had more creative output, I would make a song that was like grub dub dub dubs, grub dub 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 dubs, and I just go into a dubstep song. But
nice.
You know what? If I win this team league, I'm gonna pay someone to do it for me. That's the goal. That's the plan right now.
Okay, so very, very honest and standard openings by both these players. Innovation going for the Barracks, then Gas. Usually getting the Reaper and then the Marine out. Also going for the SCV Scout, just to, you know, pay respect to his opponent and just be like, okay, just to make sure that a pool first doesn't happen or anything kind of cheeky, you know. But DongRaeGu doesn't really seem that kind of cheeky guy, so yeah, nice standard opening between these guys.
Yeah. With no second gas coming down, Innovation is looking to go for a third CC again, it looks like. So that is, I mean, it's always a bit testy. Like, yeah, they aren't going for an early pool, you know, an early attack against you, but that doesn't mean they can't go for a mid-game attack. And exactly what impacted against Uthermal. And DongRaeGu can definitely do it, but again, like, I feel just like DongRaeGu is like, he's doesn't have to prove it, but he likes proving it, that he is really good in the mid-game, and he is back to performing not just as like a cheeser or like that guy that has a weird start but then falls off. Like, he's actually just a contender again. So he just wants to prove it on Ice and Chrome, probably against Mech if I had to guess, or not. Damn it, DongRaeGu.
Okay, Roach Warren super early this game though.
Yeah. That's nice.
This is definitely changing things up a little bit. And I mean, against the 3cc opening where the gas was late, obviously, like the second gas, that's pretty gnarly, actually, for Innovation, especially depending on, like, if he doesn't go for a Banshee, and this turns into a big push. Although there being no third down already, do you think Innovation's thinking this is a 2-base muta play?
He didn't get to the other third, which could be taken, which I'm a little concerned about. And he could, yeah, absolutely, he could be worrying about it. It's a 2-base play for Spire, not Roaches. So I don't like seeing that Viking. I don't like it at all. I don't like you, DongRaeGu. Prove to me you can do the mid game. Stop it. Stop making those Roaches. This is going to be tough.
Oh, and Innovation, he's actually bringing these Hellions home as well. Like, that was a bit of maybe an F2, seeing those...
Hellion, please. No, God, I was so close to seeing the Roaches. Go!
Oh, DongRaeGu, magnificent maneuvering around the map, playing your opponent like a fiddle. Oh, and Innovation's going into mech as well. Oh, this is great.
Oh, God. Darn it. Yep, I think this might be it, guys. This is not looking good. He gets the pot. Like, the Viking doesn't even scout it. The Viking was right there.
The double armory as well, Zombie Grub. Oh, do you have any faith for your boy right now?
No.
No? Come on, at least put up a fight.
I do not. I can't. You can't do anything. There's nothing to do. There's no Banshee to try and save the day. There's no follow-up stim push to save the day. You just gotta... You can't even turtle. The wall was down.
Oh, like... I love the in-your-face disrespect ravages as well. Oh, the Banshee only just producing. Will it get out? Obviously it won't. This is awesome.
You know what? My team, you banned from making any third CC. Everyone on my team. Never again.
I mean, this is super sad for No. Like, he went for the same build with the 3cc. DongRaeGu takes it. Zombie Grub, it was a pleasure. It was lovely playing against you. I liked giving you, like, Benny and the boys, our plan was to make it go to the ace, just to give you a little bit of hope. They were like, Ben, we saw how mean Zombie Grub was to you on Twitter. We saw that. That was brutal. That was totally not allowed. We'll give her a little bit of hope in the ace match, and then then we'll take her out, you know.
Ah, dear gee, why? Why? All right, that's it from me. I'm banning the third CC build from all of my Terran players. Never again. And we'll see. You'll come back next week. We'll come back next week. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Certainly will, certainly will. All right, guys, we're going to a short break, and afterwards, I think we're going to be joined by Pig versus Cat, so don't go away.
And the curse of ace matches has continued tonight in full swing. We've already had 3 out of 3 matches go straight to the ace match. We're on to the 4th.
What a
out
curse.
of 6 best of 5s. The curse of amazing games, man, and balanced teams. What is this?
Crazy stuff.
It's going to be us
team
two going
says,
head-to-head next, man.
Says the first draft pick. I feel like you've been getting a little shit for this pig, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what people don't know as well is the way the drafts work. Is it's like what's it called, like a snake format, right? Where you were the last, right? But I think you got to.
And
pick
you were the
2.
snake, certainly, because you were first.
Yeah, so I got 1 pick, but by the time I got my 2nd pick, everyone else had picked their 2 picks. So it meant my 2nd and 3rd was there, and then I got the very last pick as well. So. Arguably, it all balances out with how many ace matches we've got, right? I mean,
No, definitely not. I mean, because if we're gonna talk format, let's talk about it.
Yeah,
let's open here. Like the pool was there was more of a pool of players to pick from. I think towards the end. So I think that everyone kind of got a decent player towards the end.
yeah,
And you got Armani. I mean, that's an amazing pick as well.
he's actually really good, man.
Yeah.
It's don't get me wrong, I'm incredibly happy with this. And wow, I've apparently left my preview of the stream open because I can hear myself coming through my ears. There we go, managed to mute that. It is going to be, of course, Sol versus Serral to kick us off here. We are going to be playing, of course, on the EU server. 0 excuses for either player. Pillars of Gold. And it's pretty cool, man.
0 excuses from either player, huh? Well, how about from the caster's pick? Can we still make excuses?
We can make many excuses.
Okay,
we
well,
can.
that's good.
I mean, is this like this is a pretty imba map for Terran, right? You guys are pretty strong here, I think.
Listen, Pig. The reason you're getting so much shit for having Serral in your team right now, game plan going into clan war with you is, write a long list of excuses. But I'm hoping that I won't have to pull it out because Sol actually has a cool plan here.
Oh, all right. I'm looking forward to it. Sol, he's been getting a lot of shout outs from literally everybody whenever they play any tournament match. So it's kind of nice to see what he's got going for him. I remember back when Serral was dominating like every single thing in 2018, and Sol would always take him to these long, awesome macro games. He'd just very rarely actually win them. So yeah. I'm hoping some sparks fly. But I think he's going to need to really bring his A game, man. And you know what? Just a tip. If it's 2-1-1 into sneaky 2 battle cruisers, TY, I think he already used that card up. So I think that's the only time that Serral gets surprised by that tonight.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to be on the cards for us. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. I think that Sol can bring it. When I asked Sol how often do you beat Serral in practice, he said, something like 1 in 6 games. So
one of the best in the world then.
Yeah, so he's got one of the best ratios out there. So and besides that, we are trying to bring something. He's trying to do something that he doesn't usually do against Serral. He's gonna play a little bit more aggressive than normal, perhaps, and yeah, I'm hoping that it works.
Yeah, well, he is gonna be no doubt having to fight his heart out. This is an interesting map, actually, Pillars. Like, I feel like we're seeing a lot of Zergs pick this map. It's felt pretty good so far. I think one thing, there was, I keep thinking about Bio versus Mech in this matchup, and especially Mech versus Serral. Outside of one match in the season finals where Serral looked a little bit confused about how to kind of deal with Innovation's Mech, every other game he's looked incredible against it. So, part of me feels like Bio has to be the play here.
Yeah, even just now, earlier today, he had an amazing comeback against, was it Innovation too? I think it was Innovation as well, right? Like against his mech. Yeah. So yeah, he looks solid. But yeah, I think we're gonna see Bio on the side of Sol. And yeah, I agree. This is a Zerg map. This is part of why Sol is sitting here, is because we wanted to make sure he played either Serral or Armani, because we figured, if it's Serral, hey, him, at least you can prepare and try to do something. And if you lose to Serral, it's not the end of the world for us. And we thought he could probably beat Armani. So this is why Sol is on Pillars of Gold. Like, we actually got all the maps that we wanted, but it's still such difficult matchups. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's like a lot of these lineups. Honestly, it is actually really cool because you're just thinking about all the different variables, and I like that Sol at least here is sticking with his kind of area of expertise, which is greedy Terran openings, right? He said something special, just command center first. So that's kind of cool. Like, I hate seeing a macro god go, oh, I'm not favored in this matchup. I'm gonna just like proxy racks and lose in this really unspectacular manner. So I don't know. I kind of like it so far.
Yeah, we had some other spectacular builds planned out, but we're gonna save them for later as we further develop those. But this one is all his, and this is the difference is, aside from the command center first, which is indeed pretty greedy, I think we're gonna see something like an 8 racks push, basically all in off of 3 base. That's the plan, at least. So yeah, there's a couple of adaptations and a couple of things that we've been talking about, because he was struggling a little bit against Muta before, but he's a lot more comfortable against that now. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what he brings here.
Yeah, it's really fascinating having Serral on the team, because I kind of want to suggest certain all-ins for him to do, but honestly, just scouting well and getting a feel for where he is in the game seems to be the best option. And, you know, if he sees a scenario where he knows there's an attack that he likes from that situation with his information, I like him committing to it. I like encouraging him to get out there and not just be the defender the whole time. But for the most part, it really is, can Serral figure out what his opponent's up to, adapt and react. And I like this position where he's just being able to kind of get that hatchery up early. He's adding the queens, he's droning nonstop, he's got a nice ring of vision, he's got that overlord that wants to peek in to the main base, but it's very hard to actually confirm that third command center on this map. That being said, actually no marines or anything, so the slow overlord will see absolutely everything.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal or a huge commitment. Sol is just gonna make the one Banshee, though he's a little bit supply blocked right now, which is not what you want to be, but with that CC finishing, it'll be okay. The Banshee is, I think, just safety against the roaches, and then we're gonna see his transition pretty standard. I think he expects this Overlord. He's not too worried about Serral seeing what's going on, because this looks like a Sol opening, and ultimately the main difference will be that he all-ins from here on, rather than, you know, as he normally does, and just plays for the 20,000 CCs and whatnot.
He's kind of already gone past the initial greedy point with the third command center anyway, so Lair does now start up for Serral, and Quick Spire has been, you know, common for a lot of players, but I wouldn't be surprised to just see Baneling speed kick in the moment that Lair goes up. Probably see a double Evo chamber pretty soon as well, as Serral jumps up to 3 gases here, and he's also going to try and squeeze that quick 4th base in. So all steam ahead here, Serral realizing, oh, okay, I don't need to be massing queens right now. There's not going to be any fierce harassment, and I actually love that he's just completely skipped spores. You can tell they know each other, right? He's like, yeah, we don't need spores against that Banshee. We'll just make it Overseer, have our queens in position. And I mean, he even saw that no cloak was making, so he might even just skip the Overseer as well.
Yeah, but no spores is a little bit concerning still. Let's see if Sol can manage to find anything. I mean, he sees the queens here, so he should just move into the main, but he won't, it seems.
Yeah, there's no cloak upgrades, so
yeah,
I guess with 1 queen there, once you're wounded, he kind of wants to keep it for the safety, but it's going to be all about that double medevac, right? It starts up now, so we're probably going to be looking about 6 minutes 30 onwards. The marine pressure starts, and as you mentioned, I mean, that's a quick up to 5 barracks there. It's going to be more barracks going down after that. I really feel like the Ling run bys are what I want to see here for Serral. Against this style of play, I think it can be kind of scary if you just fight them front on, especially if they clear creep well in front of their push. Like, I want Serral to just be doing these like little tactical Zergling run bys every time Sol tries to press forward.
Yeah, especially against Middling Bane. But this is something that we talked about against Middling Bane. Like, it's something that we watched replays and figured out like where he's dying, and a lot of it was, hey, you're always gonna get counterattacked because your army is too strong to engage like head on a lot of the time, especially if you're going for the mines. So we talked about leaving army, we talked about bunker at the 3rd, we talked about even bunker at the natural potentially. I'm curious to see what he's gonna do and what he's gonna cut. I mean, Serral is so clever. Like you said, even skipping the spores was such a nice touch earlier on, and Yeah, it's so difficult, but we'll see what Sol can do.
It's a big economy for Serral right now. Just 59 SCVs here for Sol. I mean, this is a big commitment to this aggression. And Serral's got to be careful. He wants to slap this down and keep his creep spread going out there. Oh, good bait on the mines
already.
Yeah, that was some sick play. Nicely done. That's important. I like this because if he let this hang around, his creep would be delayed, but he's going to be able to respread the creep immediately, and that's very important. Serral's continuing to drone though. That really worries me. Makes me feel like he doesn't realize just how hard this push is going to come.
Yeah, and that was a pretty good trade for Sol. All things considered, if we look at resources lost, that's 600 resources favoring him at the moment. So yeah, nice moves by Serral triggering the mines and whatnot, but all in all, it's a pretty decent start for Sol, who's gonna now push further onto creep.
Oh, the Banelings are gonna try and roll on in there. A few Banes and Lings split forward. Oh.
All right, let's go. This is a pretty nice position. I really want him to take his time here, but there are Banelings morphing. Maybe it's go time. Just need to make sure that those mines are spread. Now more Banelings are out here. Those mines are crucial. Will they connect? Please connect. Oh, and Burrow's one of the mines. As it was. Wow, really nice job by Sol on the micro there.
Oh man! Whoa! Oh, that's a huge mine hit, and the mutas are picking off the reinforce. But this was everything committed to one big push here for Sol, and just going absolutely ham. Remember, the 81 drones. Serral is making so many more units than Sol. If he can hang on for just another 30 seconds or so, the mutas are cleaning up the reinforce. Sol's reinforce is just not getting here. And I think, you know, those medevacs are almost out of energy. He's only got a few Banes left, but with the mutas coming back in, these 4 queens, man, those absolute hero queens have done so much in this hold.
Yeah, but it's not done. A lot of the medevacs will survive, and the reinforcements now will start to, or continue to flood in. But like you said, I mean, Serral did such a great job of just cutting reinforcements this time around. He didn't go for that counter offense that we were both thinking about and anticipating. And instead kind of holds, but it's not all said and done yet.
Yeah, this is such a crazy reinforce from Sol. He's rallying across this map non-stop. I kind of feel like Serral needs to cut it off from behind. Engaging front one is just so risky here. He's going to try to do it here, rolling in small numbers of units. Those medevacs are actually getting really low.
Yeah, and out of energy as well. So those red Marines can't even stim anymore. Regardless, Sol kiting out of creep here, so this is still pretty okay of a position for him to take, but more and more Banelings making their way. Now this can also, you know, play against Serral if mines get good.
Oh my god! Oh, don't give me a heart attack, Serral. What the hell? I want to see some Lings or those mutas cut this off from behind. He can't just stay here letting Sol push across the map like this. It's going to allow the Terran to set up the fights as he wants. Now, thankfully, those medevacs, though, if he can take out those 2 red hit point medevacs, that'd be a big pick off. Those mutas really have got to cut down that healing.
Yeah, and Sol is putting so much stress on Serral. He doesn't even have Larva at the moment, it seems, because, I mean, the best player in the world is floating 1,000 resources right now, Pig.
Yeah, well, he's trying to get this hold on these Widow Mines. Such a nuisance. He's still got a lot of Banes, though. There's 1 Widow Mine on red hit points in the back of this army. It's absolutely monstrous. The 4 Lings get into the 3rd. He distracts Sol at that moment. And that does buy him just a little bit of time and a bit of freedom. Widow Mine's going down, but so many Banelings falling. Come on, Serral. He's making so much Ling Bane. He's building 5 Queens right now to spend that mineral bank.
I mean, that's not what you want to do. He's probably just doing that for the stream at this point to save some face, but it looks like... I mean, with floating that money and still doing it, right?
He's only got 2 Queens right now, and he never got a macro hatch up. Serral here, he's on the back foot, but it really does look like with this massive 80 worker count untouched this whole time, I think he's just barely held on. I mean, the Widow Mines are gone. There's no more big splash damage here. Oh my god.
Target firing, and I mean, this is out of creep, but yeah, we're running out of steam here, sadly, and Sol will have to GG out. What an exciting game. I mean, he almost just did it. He did good. Good job, Sol.
Yeah, that almost gave me a heart attack, mate. I mean, that was such an efficient opening. 59 SCVs, going up to 80 drones there for Serral. I dare say that was a little bit greedy, but he holds on in the end. And I mean, isn't that just the way Serral does it so many times? Just hanging on just by a little bit. That's all he needs, man.
Yeah, indeed, he is so very good. I mean, a couple of those Widow Mines could have been a little bit better. I feel like Sol was positioning like I think that he isn't like the most experienced with Widow Mines. Like when Raynor talks up Clem, for example, on his Widow Mine play. I mean, when you think about it, right? Like how much play is there to do with Widow Mines? It's primarily positioning, and I feel like a lot of the time Sol had them in positions where they could be triggered easily. And if he learns to use them as more as siege units where you can run back a little bit more to, I think that's where you get the really good connections is. And there's mind games and trickery that you can play, and I think he's kind of, you know, just getting comfortable with those.
Yeah, it's something where it's actually crazy which way it can go, right? Depending on how the fight ends up. I mean, you noted one point where he unburrowed a mine and then burrowed it quickly in a fight. That can be huge. There's also like weird things where, you know, people often get frustrated when they try to play with mines out there. They're like, oh man, half the time it just kills my own units. That usually is down to an issue with how you set your fight up, right? Because you kind of want to have your bio supporting the mines, so any small numbers of lings just get gunned down. It's only if the Zerg comes in with a big clump of units that they can kind of push the bio and force the bio to spread backwards. But if you're coming in with a big clump of units, you're also presenting a big target for the Widow Mine splash. So the bio needs to really sync up very well with those Widow Mines. And I mean, I think we're both thinking about that very first double medevac push with the 2 mines that got just caught way out to the left of the army. Both set off by a few Zerglings, and maybe just a little bit more pressure there. And Sol might have been able to do it, but I'm definitely very happy to see Serral just kind of staying firm, man.
Yeah, there's little things that, for example, Clem does that I've noticed that I really like, where say if he has 3 Widow Mines or 4 Widow, say he has 4 Widow Mines and he'll unburrow 3 but leave 1 burrowed. And so if the Zerg thinks they have an opening, you know, when they see the Widow Mines unburrow, which is what I would do most often, then the remaining Widow Mine like does a lot of work potentially. Like stuff like that you can be really playful with those units, I think, because they're sneaky.
The classic, if you get enough angles going right, you kind of let the Banelings get right on top of the bio and then pick it up at the very last second, and you can get like a massive Widow Mine hit there with the classic hot pickup.
The classic hot pickup, I love it.
It's hard, man. It's hard, but when they pull it off, it's great. I mean, Dream did that kind of earlier against DRG in one of his matches. In a few situations where I was like, you know, you're always going, oh, I hope the Terran's watching right now. They pick up at the last second, the Widow Mines go off, and it's good. But hey, another Terran versus Zerg in this series, man. And it's going to be a good one. Our team captain underneath me, he's the playing captain, I guess we want to call him. One of the most enthusiastic players in this team. Like, he really wants to win. He's preparing so much every single week. Up here in the top right, representing the War Pigs. It's special.
And in the bottom left-hand side, for SortOf Seoul Korea, it is SortOf.
So it's a big map, Eternal Empire. And SortOf's definitely a guy who loves his big maps. He loves his playing macro games. I mean, SortOf, you know, it goes back to his meme name origins, Mechanics Bergman, right? Like, literally the guy who said, I don't ever want to trick my opponent. I just want to win by having better mechanics. And that kind of goes to the heart of who SortOf is as a player, right?
Yeah, to some degree, but I think he's been mixing it up a lot lately. I think that's kind of like, yeah, his origin memes. But I feel like if you're not playing the player today in today's StarCraft, in today's professional StarCraft, then you're gonna be lagging behind. And I think that's something that every player needs to realize. And I think it's something that SortOf is realizing as well, and has realized recently, like in Korea and in the Chinese Team League. Like he's been mixing in more all-ins and more aggression already. As has Serral, for example, who you could argue is of the same mentality otherwise, right?
Absolutely right. I mean, I remember for a long time thinking that was overall a flawed mindset, and Serral kind of proved me wrong to a certain extent, where I was like, oh, I didn't think you could have that much success while being so defensive. Like, I thought surely you'd need to be a little bit more proactive as a player and keep your opponents guessing and randomize things, throw out some timing attacks, you know, put a little bit of fear in your opponent. I feel like if the opponent can play completely unafraid in StarCraft, it's such a different thing to if they're worrying about all the crazy options in such an intense game.
Yeah, because it's I mean it's mind space, but it's also commitment inside the game, right? Like you actually have to account for those options to some degree. So if you're capable of doing anything, then your opponent has to account for a lot more, or gamble, which is equally okay for you. If you don't do those things at all, and your opponent is equally skilled, then you're playing at a disadvantage without a doubt.
And the Reaper's going to come in. Special, someone who comes in with some very well-prepared builds, but looking at his play, as well as just a lot of the Korean Terran versus Zerg right now, I am wondering if he's just going to try and, do some traditional battle cruiser mech, go into a straight-up kind of just, Hellion, Cyclones, tanks, try to be pushing all over the place. It's a style which has sometimes looked very good, but we've seen Terran players struggling to finish the game, and a few Zerg players are absolute experts at dealing with that sort of stuff. So I worry about such a big map if it goes for the long mech versus Zerg game. I think SortOf's the sort of player that... pun not intended. I think he is the kind of player that would definitely be quite good at dismantling mech the longer the game goes.
Yeah, actually, we saw him struggle a little bit against Supernova, but I think that's just part of like the pressure that gets to him. Oh, it's a Liberator to start off from Special, by the way. But yeah, we were thinking it could be battle cruisers, and he was particularly thinking that it could have been proxies, which is why you saw him scout so proactively with the first Overlord and the drone, and that is because he has server preference this time around.
Yeah.
So that's something to note as well. Is Special is playing on the server that is not bueno for him. Lair about to complete.
Yeah, gonna be a very quick lair there. That quick Spire, of course, this is kind of like the counter battle cruisers build for Zerg, right? I mean, it's also just good for getting early mutas out for control. But why was this not the standard for a long time? Why is this different? It's like, well, just good opening pressure. You're really skimming. You've only got 4 queens. You've only got a couple of Zerglings. Thankfully for SortOf, on this map, he can wall off the entrance, so he only has to worry about one angle. But if Special decides to get ballsy and just dive past with these Hellions, there is a lot of workers with very little defense.
Yeah, and also for like 2 years at some point, it was 2-1-1 every game, so that would be hitting 30 seconds from now, and what are your mutas going to do then if, there's 2 medevacs loaded with Marines?
Yeah, 4 queens and 6 Zerglings are going to have a tough time against that, man.
Fine, yeah. But since that's pretty much not a thing anymore, and again, that's where, the players that mix things in like that and take note of the changes of the meta will... Ooh! This is a little bit dangerous, a little bit risky from Special, but it might pay off. The drones are cornered.
Oh, that's big. That's big. Come on, he hasn't quite lined up the biggest shots yet, but oh, he's going to get it. Yeah. This was such a dangerous move for Special, but this was perfect for this situation. SortOf had so few workers. I am so happy that Special just YOLO'd, I was like, please don't be careful here, because if he's careful, SortOf gets through that 30-second phase, and then he's in an amazing position.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about this to basically foreshadowing what could happen here, right, Piggy? Because, yeah, that's rough. It's not very many units that you get to make when you rush to mutas like this.
Yeah, and now it curtails that first wave of mutas, right? Only 4 going to be coming out for now. And just in general, bio is simply better.
Curtails?
Yeah.
That's a new word for me. What is that? Curtails.
Just kind of like stops it in its tracks, right? I have no idea the origins.
But you're a pig, so it's like curl tails. What I thought you were saying, I'm like, this guy is too next level with this here.
He curls his tail in excitement.
Curl tails.
Shuts it down.
Like, okay, man.
That's like one of those words that like I read and never say out loud, so I'm probably even like missaying it anyway. I do that all the time. Too much reading and very little educated discussion. Oh, the Marines looking for the mutas, but good dodge by SortOf. So yeah, I think honestly, mech is so hard because these muta builds, right, are so common, and like battle cruisers are being counted a lot. But I really like this situation when a Terran kind of just has the double medevac out. The mutas have to be very careful. And the creep spread obviously has been very slowed down. I mean, this is a great start for Special as well, so we're going to see it kind of exaggerated. But it's a very nice early start, and I think Special honestly can just start pushing across this map and really take the fight.
Yeah, I suppose at this point that would be pretty scary, but I wouldn't mind him sitting back either. It's just a good position, like you mentioned, right? Like you have to make sure that you're well defended against counterattacks. I guess at this point, if you're special, the worst thing that could happen is he moves out and a huge wave of links moves in, but there's no huge wave of links to move in right now.
SortOf's main, a Liberator snuck in from I don't know where. He just delayed about 20 seconds of mining. He like unsieged it, resieged it, unsieged it. It was, I just caught the end of it and I was like, whoa, how long has this been going on? But that's kind of annoying there. And yeah, now this army gets in position. I think we'll see him swap to Widowmine production after this, since it is mutas, but I mean, this is normally the push to cancel the fourth. He comes in and he says, oh my gosh, you don't even have creep out here. No Bane speed yet. It's about to kick in. This is a really scary army.
It looks very difficult. I think, I mean, yeah, let's go ping. RNG bless.
All right, come on. Those Marines got to spread out. Oh, it's got quite a few Marines on the backside of this as well. That hatchery's getting
Muta
really
could kill
low.
those Marines easily, though. There's only 6 Marines there. The Muta could easily pick them off. There we go.
Yeah. Forces them back. The hatchery does survive now. I think he'll keep the hatch alive. But actually, Special's realizing he can just rally across the map now. He knows it's a good position. And oh, those Banelings just in a line. No Zergling support at all.
Yeah, unfortunately. They are going to be easy targets for those tanks on the splash. And now Special is just going to move in to close the game. I mean, a very favorable start. And unfortunately, we're going to fall 0-2 so far. Rough times, man.
You know, the YOLO Hellions are at the perfect moment. Special there. He kind of poked in, he poked out, and I like the choice. It paid off big. That's the same sort of choice where SortOf's being a little bit more careful, has maybe 10 more Zerglings, they get a nice surround. Special looks really silly. So he takes a little bit of a gamble there, pays off in a big way though.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to mix in, especially if you are the what I like to call the overdog, because I keep forgetting the other word, the favorite, right?
Yeah.
So if you're the favorite player,
I like overdog. Let's stick with that actually.
Yeah, let's go with overdog. I think it's good to mix in the tactics to test the player that might be cutting corners against you, right? Like I remember like one of my first games against Jaedong, and Jaedong having been like my idol in Brood War, right? Like I loved Jaedong, and then I got to play him as a pro gamer in a series, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna get away with so much greed because they're, you know, and then he just, you know, all in me like of 2 ways. Like I think that that you feel like, oh my god, if I just did the thing that I do every game, I would I might have held. But yeah, I think that's a thing that's good to mix in, right, from Special.
I think we've all felt that moment. Yeah, I mean, I've even had it where I've played against, you know, other people, and you kind of just go, all right, I should just put some pressure on just to like really make sure this person plays honest, and you kind of, they're like, man, what made you go for that pressure? And you're kind of just like, oh, I just thought it was a good idea to put some pressure on and make sure everything was going, you know, like make sure you were honest. And they're like, but isn't it like, you know, a bit of a gamble, your favorite? And you're like, yeah, you know, like some players that will, even when they're the favorite, play very safe, very defensive. And then there's players who are like, no, like we're gonna slide through this bracket like a hot knife through butter. We're just gonna go right through. Every player is gonna have to like jump up to my level, and I think that's the thing you can do as an exceptional player is just check your opponent as many times as possible, as much interaction, and that's where you get to show your skill.
Yeah, I completely agree, and in a way that is one of the best ways, not just to I think you put it really well when you say to keep him honest, but also you have more wiggle room in a way, right? If you're the favorite player, so yeah, I don't mind it. I actually like it.
Yeah, in a way, it's safer, right? You actually get a lot of hidden advantages from aggression as well, like scouting and all sorts of things. So pays off in many different ways. Well, up here in the top right, representing the War Pigs, the pink player, it's Armani.
And the bottom left-hand side, representing SortOf South Korea, it is Stats.
And I kind of like it. Your team has a lot of soul to it, right? You've got this like cool set of players. You know, I feel like my team comes in a bit more as, you know, what was it called? Like Shinra Corp or whatever from Final Fantasy. Like, you know, we're kind of like the big evil corporation here. So
yeah, you're over those.
You know, this could be the beginning of the comeback tale. But I don't think it will be.
Yeah. I mean, that would be cool. I mean, it's a good start for stats. Let's we'll say that. But I mean, even if we win the next 2 matches, we would have to overcome the finisher.
The most fitting nickname of all time for this team league, apparently, since he's 3 for 4 in ace matches so far. This is our 5th match, and I'm really hoping we can avoid that ace match this time around. We've been saying it in our group show, like, all right, no ace match this time. Come on, we could do it. And I actually really think Armani is incredibly powerful in this matchup for a certain stage of it, but in a lot of his matches, it feels like he has been 2% short. When push comes to shove in like the later stages in the big fights, it feels like his players, his opponents, even when he's ahead against them, they manage to wriggle out of these hard positions. So I think against stats here, Armani, he's got a very tough ask.
Yeah, that is a thing that players like Armani without as much experience can struggle with, I think, is the pressure, right? And it's difficult to say also like what type of people each player is. Like some players will actually like feed from a team environment. Some players will actually crumble under the pressure of having to perform for teammates, for other people, right? It really comes down to how different people operate. So yeah, it may not be the best format for Armani. We'll see.
He had a very nice win earlier today. He did have one loss as well, which was very close, but I think he's feeling better and better each week, in my opinion. So him and Special, of course, roommates cheering each other on and trying to help each other prepare and that sort of stuff when they can. But that Adept's gonna come in nice and early here for stats. And actually retargets a different drone there, but the delayed spore trick doesn't get punished. One worker though for a few hit points. Always nice for the Protoss.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, and to your point, I think if I'm not mistaken, Armani and Special were both arguing for this map at some point. At least that's what Sue told us. So that's that's some information that we had to play with, that it would be either Special or Armani here.
Well, looks like the DT drop's going to be coming in here, and that looks like just the 3-gate variety, so going to be a really quick Warp Prism. This is such a clever mix-up, because normally you sit here and you go, okay, you blocked my natural. I took my 3rd. It's got to be Glaive Adepts, right? I've got to get the Zerglings, got to get the extra Queens, do this modern defense that players do, where you try to defend with lots of Speedlings. But you just don't have much detection in this scenario, right? You're going to be relying on being very slow on the lair. The Spore in the main is more for potential oracles than anything else. And now, as he comes in with the Overlord, he will see 3 workers on each gas. So that should tell Armani that this is probably Dark Templar rather than Adepts. He needs to get Spore Crawlers right now.
And look at that positioning, though. It's brilliant from stats. He will get the Spore Crawler at least 1, but I don't think he's certain that this is Dark Templars. And like you were saying, it's so difficult to defend the Adepts, and we were foreshadowing how, you have to prepare for certain things, especially if they're in the meta. And that is, I think, where players like stats thrive, is getting ahead of the meta. And
warping up in the main base. Oh man, this is getting really nasty. Yeah, those DTs come in. The Prism actually almost goes down, but not quite.
That's pretty scary. Oh, he could have focused that. He's focused on the Adepts at the 3rd, though, who are getting some more kills, but that Spore definitely could have been focused, and that would have been the end of it.
Yeah, that was dangerous, man. I mean, the Spore from the main actually moved to the natural initially, and then it actually looked really awful, because it looked like those DTs were going to get in an undefended main base. They're trying to come back in one more time here on the natural expand. There's a lot of Queens around, but the Zerglings going to cancel the 3rd base. Oh, they are going to surround a few units, but they're not going to get the cancel.
Yeah, surprisingly, I'm pretty sure they would have had the damage output to get the cancel, but maybe he didn't want to lose as many links.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit panicked. I mean, those DTs trying to get in on the other side of the map.
Yeah,
this is one thing. Armani, I think he's missing that opportunity to get that 3rd base. I really think he could have got it. So a bit unfortunate with how many Zerglings he's built. Now he's droning up. Those Lings will give him some control on the other side of the map. But he's got to defend these Archons properly, and there's nothing except... Actually, a few Roaches have joined the Queen, so that is good.
Yeah, I mean, there are now the Archons out, and these DTs are doing amazing on the other side, really. So the Link's really not coming into play at all for Armani. Again, I think maybe if both players have had their attention tested at some point where they could have had like moves that are just so much better for them. Armani missing a snipe on the third, and Stats missing the Spore snipe on the main because there's so much going on elsewhere.
These Archons taking a lot of bruising on the shields. Not going to be able to be too crazy with the next few fights. 5 Queens, 5 Roaches, 7 Zerglings. A few more Roaches and Roach Speed are on the way. Trying to secure the 4th is Armani.
It's a nice snipe there from Stats, who is continuing to juggle this very low HP Prism for the longest time now. Okay, now the Archons are getting a little bit low as well, so he's gonna have to pull back. Immortals being produced in the back of this, as well as Blink. Pretty cool.
Still no melee upgrade yet. Yeah, it just starts in for Armani, but that's so late. That's such an important upgrade for the Ravager Baneling. Armani, oh, he pulled his Overseer away. Does get the Observer on the other side of the map. Okay, good job. But already the Blink Stalker pressure with the +1 about to start. And Stats is going to be piling that pressure on. There's not that much creep spread. There's a little pack of Roach Ravager here. Armani, thankfully, is in full unit production. Keeping this 4th base alive is everything for the Zerg player right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna get tense here as Stats is warping in his gateways and looking to apply some extra pressure. Armani doing the proper thing, adding some Ravagers before the fight starts. Here are the force fields.
Oh, nice Biles. Yeah, he's warped in a lot of sentries. This is not cheap, and losing some of those big power units, those Archons falling, the sentries starting to fall as well. This is an overcommitment from Stats.
I don't think so, man. There's 3 Immortals still remaining. Those things are invincible, and there's some extra Stalkers. Remember, they will have Blink as well, so they can be microed to great extents, and here they even blink aggressively, so Stats really thinking that he's maybe a little bit more comfortable than he should be, but I think this went okay. No?
Yeah, it was not too bad. He lost a bunch of sentries, but he took out some units, and obviously he's kept the worker count low for Armani. I think getting those 3 sentries out is important though for Stats, but
yeah.
At the end of it, I mean, Armani doesn't have a macro hatchery. I really want him to take a 5th base or a macro hatchery as quickly as possible, just because his lava is a little bit light, and he's trying to work on the drone count and get up in that. I think one of the things we saw earlier today against Zest is that a lot of Protoss players don't seem to fear Armani's late game because he's not rushing a hive very much. And it feels like a lot of these Protoss players feel like they have a lot of time in the mid game to kind of add the next step on.
Is that something you think he's aware of?
Well, he very well may be, but this is the sort of game where he didn't really have room to tech up, you know? So yeah. I think maybe Stats being a little over aggressive here. Like no 4th base on the way for Protoss. This army is not so big.
Nice snipe. And then another one.
Ouch.
Yeah, those units are really expensive. Ravagers cost as much as Mutalisks do, but Stalkers are not cheap either.
Oh, man. Oh, Armani. Oh, big Biles are going to land on those Stalkers. The Baneling speed is not quite ready. It's almost there, though.
Missing one force field.
Oh,
one more force field would have done it for all those Banelings. Instead, it's still kind of an even looking fight, but supply-wise, Armani keeps pulling ahead. I'm getting scared. There's no more force fields.
Those Queens need to get in the fight, though. Armani cannot afford to lose these Ravagers, and yeah, he's got to keep these Ravagers. Okay, 3 more Ravagers joining from the right-hand side, though, and I think that's massive. Yeah, as the Zerglings come in, he's so far ahead on workers and stats here.
Oh, come on.
Oh. No longer immortal.
No longer immortal. They remain until the end, but now it looks like it's going to be a swift cleanup, and yeah, I'm not sure how we recover from this. Stats is stats, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna need a shrine, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the hope the DT shrines can find the mineral line. Armani there squeezing out a lot of workers and an infestation.
DT shrine? No, I meant a real shrine to pray. Yeah, like a stats shrine. Well, so, yeah.
This is literally the shrine that Protoss players pray at, man. Things look bleak, and you need faith more than anything. Apparently,
true.
you know, you'll get your invisibility cloak and you pray, man.
What about this shrine? The shield battery shrine? Oh, but it's gonna get taken down.
Yeah, people have been getting very good at focusing those shield batteries down after the first week or two of the shield battery, where people were just letting that thing go untethered, unrestricted.
Yeah, I mean, you imagine it's not as strong as it is, I suppose, initially, but hey, stats holds on, so... Shrines.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, Armani wanted to finish it there, but it was 5 base versus 3 base, so a bit of an unnecessary push. And he's making Great Aspire, but I did not want to see any Corruptors in that production tab until he hits 180 supply plus, right? That's one of the ways you can kind of lose a game in Zerg versus Protoss.
He's going to have to make some greater decisions as well if he wants to win this one, because otherwise Stats is a comeback master, man.
Yeah, Stats always... Oh. Oh, that was so cool. The recall on the Biling DT, but it goes down like a fraction of a second mid recall.
Sad times. Storm is about to finish on the side of Stats. I mean, he has to catch wind of this Broodlords. Those sentries coming back to the tail once again, as hallucination is lacking. There is very, very few ways for Stats to actually get that information, and yeah, I'm pretty scared.
Armani's looking so solid right now. He's got that 5th base nicely saturated. DT is going to come into the natural, but the 2 queens will deal with that. And the Baneling drop, of course, will be going into the 3rd in about a minute's time, I assume. It's loaded up on the top left, but a little bit busy dealing with these DTs and these little postures around the map. Stats trying to do anything he can with just like a couple of Zealots and Blinkstalkers. But I think he's going to lose that 3rd mineral line in a sec.
Yeah, a lot of Corruptors now in production. Stats has no answer whatsoever for Broodlords. So really, we are gonna need a miracle. He's gonna be down in every front. He really can't afford to lose any of these probes here, and he will lose a lot of them potentially. 6 only, 8. Okay. And then the attack at the front.
Gets nothing. 8. Prison goes down as well to the Corruptors in the bottom.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad.
Yeah, spines and spores covering all the bases. He has
the cool
fingers DTs.
Armani.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Can we check out the Corruptors? He has the jets. I like the jets best.
You see these the Cerberus ones, right?
Yeah, I like those ones the best. Oh, it's gone.
And the Broodlords, yep, coming on in. +3 attack is on the way for Stats here. He's trying to work his way back into this game, but you know, when there's a lot of High Templar and Archons and stuff, sometimes I think, oh yeah, there's a dream here as long as you avoid fighting the Broodlords. But Blinkstalkers, when you're this outnumbered, it's an impossible thing here, right? You've got cannons.
Yeah. It is an impossible ask. Yeah, it's I mean, maybe if the Broodlords move in by themselves and the rest of the army starts attacking one of its own hatcheries, he presses X on the Banelings accidentally. I mean, there's a few things that could happen here technically.
Yeah, internet connections have been disconnected before. Stats may have to quickly, you know, PayPal some money over to Special and bribe him to unplug Armani's computer, but outside of that...
good storms, actually. I'm not sure. I mean, that's a starting favorable trade. Another blink, another potentially good storms. Okay, Armani's not gonna eat those this time.
Brood Mamas, some of the worst parents in the Caprulu sector. And yeah, literally throwing their babies in at extreme range into the Protoss. You know what? He's actually...
Yeah, that's not holdable. Only 4 Brood Mamas. I'm not sure how he's doing it. I mean, is there an overcharge here that we can use? It's like the tail.
It's 10 seconds off cooldown right now, so looks like just not quite ready there, and trying to get those plasma shield upgrades to the Archons as well.
Ready for the dramatic effect here. Just gotta put, yeah, there it is. Oh, okay, almost gone, not quite. Another Broodlord goes down.
They're not bad versus the Broodlords. Blinkstalker's really quite good if you have enough Storm to blanket everything on the ground at the same time, but he's making this hold as well as he possibly can, just hanging on here against Armani for moments and moments longer. But in the end, that probe line just gets torn up. That Armani weathering the storm. Great defense against the DTs early. I'm really impressed. Good job, Armani.
Good job, Armani. And yeah, that's a 3-0 pick. That's yeah, first time we lost 3-0, so I'm pretty sad. But
yeah, a little unfortunate there for you guys. But for anyone watching, of course, we do keep playing all of the matches because there is, of course, the standings, right? Based on the scores and stuff. If there ends up being any ties when we go on and that sort of thing, there is, of course, plus and negative points based off of the score lines and exactly how the matches went. So despite that, and obviously there will definitely not be an ace match, we've got a big Zerg versus Terran up next.
yeah, it's gonna be a big one. Hopefully Su gets the point just to not get 4-0'd. It would be horrible if we were the first team to get 4-0'd here.
Wow.
No one has gotten 4-0'd, right? I don't
think so. I think there's been a...
Roddy's team got 4-0'd? Oh, Roddy's team 4-0'd someone? Oh, damn. Okay, well, yeah. Then yeah, I'm okay if we get 4-0'd.
It's
but
all right.
Not really, you know.
Not the first one, so it's fine. Yeah, I'm checking. I believe they took down 4 Shades of Protoss 4-0 in Group Day 2.
Brutal.
Yeah, with Solar taking down Estrella, Bunny took down Mana, Reno took down Trap, and Drogo took down Neeb. Which is actually, like, some of those results are pretty surprising, I guess. But overall, yeah. I think Su is a monster, though. We're playing Golden Wall once more. Dream took down DRG, who's been dominating Zerg vs Terran recently. I think this is going to be a barn burner of a match. And yeah, I think Golden Wall has shown us some cool games recently, man. Let's keep it up.
Yeah, and I mean it's a Golden Wall. We were expecting a Terran here. We thought Su would be well matched against Dream or Special, but Dream has looked great. So yeah, difficult to say. He did expand upwards, like you said, on this map, right? And he was trying to macro on this map. And was that Dream?
Yeah, that was Dream. Yeah, with the triple Tech Lab Marauder production as well against the Beaters. It was insane. And have you planned to cheese with him? No. Have you planned to cheese with him, Cats?
No, I haven't been planning much with the Koreans at all, actually. But Su, I mean, Su has plans of his own. So this is
Is it gonna be the Ravager build? Do you think? Do you think he takes a gas here now?
I'm not sure. That would be cool, though.
Yeah. No.
Well, they're said the next round is rallied, so.
Okay. Yep, it's going to be the one base Ravager most likely. We'll see a second gas, another drone queue up, and then a Roach Warren the second that spawning pool finishes. So this is, in terms of strategic depth, there's no transition from here for Su, man. It's all in.
Yep. Okay, so what is this pick? Break it down to me, because I actually haven't seen this before, and yeah, excuse my ignorance here, but it is the Ravager build that you're foreshadowing?
Yeah. 4 years ago, Su broke the ladder with this build after showing this on Abyssal Reef. I think it was against TY. He did this like 4 games in a row and beat him in like a quarterfinal or something. I think it was TY, and it was like really sad for the Terran fans. They're like, what is this? And he did just one base Ravager. So he's just going to make Ravages, no Queen. These 2 Zerglings are going to look to go in if the Reaper comes out across the map. And I mean, Dream has an SCV scouted, which is really bad. So he's going to go in, distract the Reaper, keep it at home. Mm-hmm. And then he's going to hit with 3 Ravages at about 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Dream's natural. And he's going to be rallying Roaches, turning them to Ravages one at a time. And if he chooses to transition off this, it will take him like 5 minutes to even get an expansion and a Queen out. Like he has got such a bad economy.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. He barely has any drones mining minerals at the moment, so there's no recovering from this. It's just a matter of if he can kill his opponent or not. Yeah, I've seen and I've done Ravager builds that are like one base Ravagers, but never this committed. But like you said, the Reaper is gonna pull back. This is fantastic.
Yeah, this is such a good tool of it. And the thing is, those Zerglings came in so fast that I wonder if Dream realizes, because that is actually a tell. And I mean, Su loves these builds. Su is the one guy who will still 13-12 in Zerg vs Zerg. He'll still... Oh, he gets the SCV! I mean, that command center has to cancel anyway, to be honest. Dream hasn't started a bunker. I think he might just die.
Yeah, I think the hard counter to this build is an SCV Scout, right? I really don't know
Yeah.
how you ever win against an SCV Scout with something like this, because I really have tried a lot of one-base Ravagers, and if they get scouted, they don't work. So I think this is kind of Su saying, you know what? If you don't SCV Scout me, I am gonna get a quick victory, and if not, then whatever, right?
Yeah, there's a Marauder building from the second barracks, which is something, but already one Marine has died. There's no backup bunker here, which makes this so awkward. I mean, he's going to have to drill through the Ravagers. So notice Su not walking up the ramp. That's really smart. If he goes in too deep, he'll get surrounded. But if he stays close enough that he can pull back to the ramp, the SCVs won't be able to surround.
No, right. Yeah, I mean, Dream is trying his best, but it's not really working at the moment. That Marauder, though, could be the difference. One very low Ravager here, so Su has to still be a little bit careful. The low Ravager will get picked off. Biles to zone.
I mean, the quick concussive was such a good choice, but I just don't think it's enough. Another one queues up here. And this is why you SCV scout, especially against a player like Su, man. Oh, he is willing to go completely all in like this, and yeah, Widowmine ain't gonna get it done.
Yeah, it's really not. Probably, yeah, one of the worst. I guess there's not a right choice at this point. Making a tech lab sounds like the right choice, and that's such a delay. There's less Marauders out here, but even if he was to kill the remaining forces of Su, he is down to 7 SCVs, Dream that is, and the command center was already cancelled, so there's no mules to fall back on, and Su will take a graceful victory.
A lovely all-in attack there. Su delivering a nice platter of cheese to the lactose-intolerant Terran there. Any Terran that doesn't SCV scout, honestly, going to struggle with that build. You need to, I think, react. And the thing is, maybe those Zerglings, I do think, went in maybe a couple seconds early, to the point where you know that couldn't have been a 17 spawning pool. So I think if Dream was like 100% in his game, he'd be like, oh, these are 6 seconds earlier than they could be. You know, it does this like crazy game sense, and maybe he realizes and throws a bunker down. But making that read, if you haven't played against this build in the last couple of weeks, is very, very difficult to do, especially with such a range of rush distances on these maps. You don't know it down to the second.
Yeah, most definitely. So very well done by Su. And yeah, we're gonna take it to a break now, I believe, right? So
Indeed.
Good games.
Good games. We'll be right back, guys.
Hello guys, welcome back to the War Chest Team League, where, you know, we've seen some great matches today. We finally got to see Benny and the boys make their debut. The tight-knit bunch me and Kevin were talking about. We have been bros for life, me and my boys. Anyhow, Kev, how's it going, mate?
It's going well, and I'll tell you the truth, man. When I saw your match earlier this morning, and you went to the ace match against Pig, do you know what I expected to happen? I was like,
rolled?
actually, Pig, I've got a bit of an issue. None of my teammates are responding, so I'm going to be the ace over here. That's kind of expected, Ben, but it was good to see that you found one of the guys to actually be a victim against Serral.
You know, like, in fact, Kevin, I'll let you introduce your player straight away, you know?
All right, let's get it on. I've been looking forward to this match. You know, all memes aside, man, you've got one hell of a team. So I know it's going to be difficult, but let's bring it on. This boy so far is 1-2 in the War Chest League, but I believe that he can cause a pretty big upset over here. Bottom left side, no brain, no pain, all bunny.
And spawning over on the far east side of Golden Wall, it is DongRaeGu playing for Benny and the boys.
I gotta say though, ever since you drafted this nerd, he's been on fire. What is that all about?
It's the Benny blessing, mate. It's the Benny blessing, you know? Like freaking killing innovation quite a few times. In fact, it's kind of funny. As soon as we saw innovation against DongRaeGu in the ace match, it was like, okay, this is awesome. But I think it's kind of difficult to draft against certain teams for the ace match in particular, just because I would say like Zest, TY, and DongRaeGu are all obviously very good. And then it just comes down to like, okay, which matchup do they think they're going to go up against? Because, you know, you play teams like Serral's and it's like, or Pig's team rather, it's basically Serral's team, you know. It's very easy to know who the ace is going to be.
You know what I've been wondering about, and I'm pretty sure that Wadi will give me confirmation, but I'm pretty damn sure that nobody has sent a Protoss player out yet in the ace match, unless obviously we're talking Fear Dragon's team, and he always sends a Protoss out. But is that correct, Wadi? Has nobody sent a Protoss out yet to be their ace? Wadi's going through Wikipedia right now. He's like, damn it, Wadi, you got me off guard.
Tank toppers definitely have with SOS.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's only because that wasn't forced, by the way. That was awkward as well. That was a real Benny and the boys scenario. It's like, actually, one of my players doesn't seem to be feeling well enough to play the ace match. I was like, well, I wonder, is it Maru or is it Supernova? I just don't know. Please tell me, Nathanias. All right, Ben.
I mean, I do love that scenario, but that is nothing like my lads, okay? You should see our team chat, actually, Kevin. By the way, TY and DongRaeGu actually speak very good English. Zest, I have no idea what you're talking about, you know? Anyhow, we do have a Reaper coming in pretty damn early here, just doing the natural little poke here until the Queen pops out. DongRaeGu played earlier against Dream on this map, and it was a pretty... Dream played awesome. Like, he did a very weird kind of setup, and he kept his 1BC alive. So you know how Terrans usually go up to 5 barracks and they have mainly reactors? He was like, no, I'm going to go like 3 tech labs on the first 5 barracks. So he had a lot of Marauders very quickly and then 4s to like counter the muters. So it was a very, very stocky way of playing, but it absolutely dismantled DongRaeGu, given that he's absolutely a mutaling Bane kind of guy, you know? So it was a very much hard counter build.
You know, I had to watch a Steam League open on my laptop, and I was watching the Formula 1 race on my television. At one point, I think I heard Pig say he's got 50 Marauders, and I was like, 50? 100 supply of Marauders? And I was like, I can't have possibly heard that correct. So I glanced over, and all I saw was Marauders. I was like, I guess it really is 50 Marauders. That's pretty unusual.
It certainly was. It certainly was. By the way, like all the Terrans so far that I've seen against Zerg have just been doing this straight up 3cc build, which I'm not going to say it's unusual because we've seen it so much now that it's becoming very normal, but it very much feels like these double gas kind of tech openings are kind of going out of the meta, but the Zerg seem to be dealing with this pretty well.
Yeah. When it comes to Bunny so far in the War Chest Team League, he started off with an awesome match, in my opinion, against Mana. Like, some of the Withermind drops with Drilling Claws didn't really work out, but he hit his transitions on point. I was like, oh my goodness, he's making me so happy right now. I've got one hell of a Terran player. He then played 2 TVTs, where, in my opinion, he should have absolutely won against Time. He was in a really good spot, just kind of threw it. but then he also got kind of dumpstered by Hero Marine. There's no other way to put it. I was talking a little bit with Gabe this morning as well, and then Gabe was like, yeah, I don't know why he played Mac. And I was like, I'm the same actually. Like when I think of Bunny, I think of Bio, I think of aggression, I think of drops, right? Bunny is always pedal to the metal, let's go. He just doesn't strike me as much of a mech player, so I'm already kind of happy to see Stimpack being researched here, that he's also not going mech against DongRaeGu.
Yeah, definitely, because DongRaeGu was seeing him kind of, well, he just made mutas against everything, it felt like. Bunny playing something that he, you know, Bunny's that guy that attacks, and he's shameless about it, you know? Like, lots of people will scan before their medevacs go in. People just freaking fly in, like, no fear, whatever. So it's good to see that he is playing Bio, and he's done a very old build as well. This was 3cc into the 2-on-1, so like a very unusual way of doing it.
Yeah, but this definitely screams a lot of Bunny to me. You know, he's going to take the gold, he's going to have a lot of minerals to work with, and then we're going to have an insane amount of Marines. He's making a couple tanks for now. I wonder if he's going to stay on tanks forever. But we can already see Hellions and Reaper on the top side. Double drop heading towards the main base. Benjamin, I'm feeling it. Like, DongRaeGu is going to be a bit shaken up. He's like, who is this, the Muslim guy that keeps adding me to Discord? He's kind of out of his focus right now. This drop is going to do something. I can feel it.
You know what I'm thinking, Kev? I'm thinking that DongRaeGu's like, man, I will not let my bro down. Me and Benny, we've been tight for years and years and years. And look, DongRaeGu, just like that, he felt it. He had a mission to play for his boys. And he's reflected so well.
I hate it. I hate everything about it.
By the way, I am a little surprised that, like, he actually hasn't got Evo chambers on the map, right?
Nope.
Like, at all. Not even started, but he has started +1 mutas. So, DongRaeGu, a man that likes his mutts.
Yeah. DongRaeGu is like, I don't know what's so hard about making a comeback after the military, man. Like, I used to make mutas, I come back and make mutas, and I'm in the semifinals of the GSL. Like, everything is going perfect for me.
It's actually pretty sick to think of some of these comebacks that these guys have made. Like, Parding is one, obviously, and then also DongRaeGu. Like, they've been performing so damn well, these old school players.
Yep. So far, the muta's not getting much. They're getting 2 SCVs, but you know what, Ben? I'll give you that. I'll give you a toonie. That's all okay for me. But that's all you're gonna get as well. Those were actually the first units that Bunny lost all game. Cost efficient.
Really clean game by both of them. I'm a bit worried with 1-1 finishing for the Terran by the time the Zerg starts 1-1, but this creep spread, it's been absolutely unhindered. Like, did he even have any Hellions on the map? I mean, they just kind of darted around the top, right? And then didn't really stay in the middle at all.
Yeah, they're Hellbats now at this point, so they're already kind of part of the main army. The thing is, though, the way I think of Bunny is like, even if this entire map is covered in creep end, it doesn't matter. Because he's just gonna split the creep up in one direct line towards the Zerg main base. I think that's kind of how my boy is going to play this. Obviously, right when I say that, he's actually gonna send his units diagonal, and he's going maybe for some aggression at the fort base. Okay, we'll see how this one plays out.
I mean, one way to deal with the creep being all in the center is just to go all the way around it, you know, just to totally bypass it. And this isn't that good of a position, honestly, for DongRaeGu.
Well, he does have Baneling speed, but he had a tank siege up. Both tanks next to each other, though, and very far away. Mutas are going to try to pick up the first Hellbat. Of course, they don't get it.
Are we going to go for the most biased cast of the century?
Oh, absolutely, mate. If you think I'm going to give a compliment to DongRaeGu, you are wrong. This is what I've been preparing for my entire life.
Oh, look at DongRaeGu. He's getting ready for a super flank here, Kevin. And Bunny, I don't think he has what it takes to hold this.
Well, it's mostly Zerglings on the left side, but Banelings do crash into the Hellbats and the tanks on the right, and the Zerglings do get a really good trade indeed against the Marines. And now the Mutas are going to chase down the medevacs as well.
Fantastic Muta control, fantastic Zergling control, the Banelings as well. Man, they were almost manually being microed there, one by one, blowing up perfectly.
Oh my God. You know what? I'm going to clip this. The next time you play a TVZ on Golden 1, you're like, I just don't know what to do about this team. I'm going to be like, Ben, do you remember micro? Banelings being microed individually, absolutely perfect. You're just digging your own grave over here, Ben, and I'm okay with it.
I don't think it's a grave, Kevin. I think it's a luxury palace here that's going to feature Ben and his boys after we reign victorious here. Oh, okay. On the real side, Bunny has done a good job of getting a lot of turrets up defensively. Like, a lot of people tend to forget this, but he's doing a really good job of not taking any damage so far, and he's actually ahead in supply here too, which is a little bit of a scary thing.
Yeah, it's very marine heavy, of course. We've got 40 marines on the map at this point, only 3 marauders. But yeah, he's like rather safe than sound when it comes to these mutas. Triple missile turret and a widow mine tucked in that gold as well. We still have 2 more mines in the center. It's a shame that those mutas weren't a little further to the left because that overseer wasn't there. But now I think DongRaeGu got the heads up. One of the mutas will not fire, unfortunately.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, pristine.
Oh, mate. Mate, I'm having a hard time not cursing at you right now. You are being ridiculous.
Oh, what can I say? What can I say? When you see this kind of magic happening, Kevin, you just have to admire it. Nice use of the Marauders there. I mean, they do get blown up, but it was very nice to have a line of them just to tank all those Banelings in the first place.
Okay. I mean, we've got a sensor tower, and during all of this, Bunny is going up to 4 bases. That fight in the center, I really hope DongRaeGu dives on those turrets, especially if that Widow Mine is still there as well. 4 turrets and a Widow Mine. Good luck, have fun with your mutas. Even if the overseers would tank some shots then. I still think it's gonna go well. Bunny, you are super deep on creep, my friend. I know that you were just going to push into creep, but I kind of thought that you would try to clean it up. Widow Mine is not going to fire. Ben, he is so deep on creep.
He's super deep on creep, Kevin, and I mean, he's firing well. The Widow Mines are going off, but okay, the mutas, they actually ran into those turrets, but there is a Ling run by at the natural, so DongRaeGu doing what DongRaeGu does and just having Lings and fights absolutely everywhere here.
Well, okay, Thor still in the center, not getting the sickest shots. Actually, decent shot. Widow Mine! Oh my goodness, getting multiple muta kills there. Unfortunately, the other one didn't fire. I mean, that Ling run by in the natural looked dramatic, but what he has killed so far is 2 depots and a mule. So I think I can live with this.
I mean, Bunny can too, you know? And Bunny behind all this, he's making a 5th on location, which, man, that Zergling, just go on. You can see it in the distance there on the horizon. But Bunny's definitely taking some nice fights. This one isn't one of them, although that would have... Oh my god!
Oh, Steph Curry with the shot. That's about as good as they come. Most of the Banelings are gone, and DongRaeGu is forced to return home. Wow, was that the mother of all Widow Mine shots or what?
It was lucky, you know?
Oh, yes. Maybe it is, but I'll take it.
I mean, that was an awesome Widow Mine shot. I'm a bit surprised that DongRaeGu chased there. Like, as soon as you see Widow Mines burrowing like that, okay, this Ling run by could definitely get something done.
Yeah,
nice
these links
by Bunny, though.
Yep, the upgrades are getting better and better for these links as well, right? They're now already matching the bio upgrades, and we've got Adreno glands on the way soon as well. At least a couple of safety mines will give him some time, but what I'm a bit worried about, man, is that these fights are taking place very far away from every single hatchery that's on the map. And if we are not putting any pressure on hatcheries or we're not getting any bio units into that main base, then I feel like eventually the swarm is just going to be in overwhelming numbers.
Yeah, there's a few things definitely going well for Bunny, though. Like, he's definitely keeping his creep back.
No.
This is good, though. Oh, and that is 3 full medevacs pretty much being picked off. Super sad for Bunny, super happy for Benny.
We've got a little Ling run by now. The gold base happening as well. Like I said, these Lings are getting feistier and feistier. We do have +3 right now for a small upgrade lead temporarily for Bunny. But I'm starting to get worried. There's still a lot of mutas out on the map as well. Triple turret may not actually be enough here, because I don't see any Widow Mines defending this planetary. Bunny's gonna have to send some forces over. Otherwise, he's gonna lose way too many SCVs.
Yeah, and that's only 4 Marines, actually. Okay, there's quite a few more behind it, but this just makes the push way slower. And look at DongRaeGu on creep here. He's even got Ultras coming out too. Bunny's not being able to really deal with the Mutiling Bane, never mind the next tech of choice.
All the Widow Mines are on the top side there, and they're not really helping out against all these Lings and Banes. At the same time, DongRaeGu, his mutas are still doing quite some damage. Oh my goodness. All right, Ben, take it away.
Oh, DongRaeGu playing perfectly for the whole game here, but finally able to close it out against Bunny by the looks of it. Miraculous play. Phenomenal. DongRaeGu, the killer of Terran. That's it.
Sorry, I was actually in the bathroom throwing up, but I'm back now. I'm not sick. Don't you guys worry about it. Yeah, with 13 SCVs going down there and Bunny basically losing every bit of momentum that he had when it came to ever being out on the map, being aggressive, I'm afraid that we're getting close to the beginning of the end. I'm really surprised to see the lack of multitasking when it came from Bunny. Not that he didn't have it, but he just didn't really go for a lot of multi-prong attacks. And that's normally where he shines. I understand it's hard when there's so much creep. And there are mutas, but I especially feel like that main base, he should have tried to take care of the overlords at the bottom and then free up that potential to always sneak in drops into the main. Because that's normally, I feel like, where Bunny shines. Of course, DongRaeGu is a super fast player as well, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, Ben.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kev. Like, all the drops, like, Bunny's entire focus for his main attack and his drops were the top bases. Which, having everything on that small quadrant of the map, I mean, these winner mines have been absolutely sick, but there's just too much DongRaeGu at this point, and even killing that orbital there as well. Or
I mean, I think most of the time when the ZVTs end like this, you take a look at the units lost and the amount, like which kind of units went down specifically. DongRaeGu lost 4 drones in the entirety of this game. I think Zergs like DongRaeGu are just way too good. If you don't take out any drones, if you never really impact their economies, whether it's early game, mid game, or later on with a lot of drops, maybe some Liberator play, I feel like you're almost never ending out on top. GG gets called. All right, Ben. All right, 1-0 lead. Well done, my friend.
You know, it's always a relief, Kevin, when you know you're not going to get 4-0'd or anything. And I was looking at these lineups, by the way. I don't know what you thought about them. I think we've got some really good matches on our hands, and I did think it was going to be a pretty close team battle, actually.
Me too. Me too. Like, I'm feeling it. I mean, I'm surprised that you say that. Like, it feels good to not get 4-0'd. That thought has not even crossed my mind once, because I just know that that's not going to happen. You know, we've got no brain, so we don't even think about that kind of stuff, man. We only think about victory. Didn't work out against the tank toppers. I think we had rather unfortunate matchups there. This one, I felt a lot better about. I see a lot of potential for my boys.
I mean, you don't fear defeat when you've already have it. Me, on the other hand, with my boys, Kevin, we have yet to have it. So the fear is still there, you know. The fear is still there as an undefeated team.
Well.
I can't be crap talking if you just like, if you just take it. It's like when you kick the dog.
I mean,
like,
in my defense, Ben, you've also played less matches than Fear Dragon did on the first day so far. So, you know, like, let's not get too carried away with ourselves. You know what they say? It doesn't really matter how you start. It matters how you finish. And in my eyes, you guys have barely even started this competition. So please, get off your high horse.
Actually, how many matches has your team played so far?
We played 3 so far. This is the 4th.
Okay.
Yeah. So after this, we'll be 3-1, and I think that's a pretty good start.
3-1, eh?
Yeah.
It's funny, I can see you say stuff, and then I know you're looking at the monitor with me on it, and I like waiting for my reaction. I'm like, the cheek of it all. Okay, I guess we can talk about the second game though. It will be Benny's boy TY going up against No Brain Raynor.
And I just want to point out that your boy is using the portrait of my boy. Even your players are fans of my players. TY rocking the Raynor portrait on Battle.net right now. I mean, yeah, you know what they say. It's normal to look up to your idols, but it's also hard to bring out your A game, Ben, when you're a little flustered, a little starstruck. I get it, though. I mean, TY, yeah, he won the grassroots tournament in Korea. That's pretty cool. But he looks over at Raynor, and he's like, man, Raynor is winning that tournament with Serral? What a god. I want to be like Raynor. I get it. We all have our idols.
I'll have you know that TY, every time he's played somebody that he has their portrait, he puts it on. Really gets in their head, you know. Actually, no, he's been wearing the Raynor portrait the whole day, so I think he just likes it.
It is a good portrait, though. I was actually rocking it on Battle.net for a while, and it did me well. With Raynor, my MMR went up, and then I changed it to Time, and it went way down. I was like, man, I don't know what's happening. I was like, I'm sorry, Time. I really like you. I'm kind of a fan, but can't be rocking this portrait anymore. We lost 400 MMR in a week.
Oh, I mean, Eternal Empire between these two, I think this is really cool, because I would say Raynor absolutely is one of the best players in the world right now. Absolutely one of the best Zergs for sure. Going up against TY, though, like, I've always thought of TY as a smart player. Did you see that build that he brought out against Serral earlier?
What map was it?
It was Submarine. It was like the 2-on-1 into 2-star port battlecruiser.
Actually, no, that is the one game I missed. I did see Serral play Submarine earlier today against Innovation, and actually really thought he was losing that game. And then I looked again, and suddenly he was winning. I was like, well, just Jonas Satala things, I guess.
He is really the GOAT, he really is. And speaking of spawning in the bottom left-hand side, playing as the Blue Terran, it is TY.
And on the top right side, some people say I may overestimate him, but I don't. In my eyes, he's the baby goat. It is Rainer. No brain, no pain, Ben. I mean, this young man, if you could take down Serral in Europe, is there anyone who you really fear out there? I don't think so. Undefeated so far, by the way, in the War Chest Team League. I just wanted you to know that.
Maybe fears Trap a little. You know,
No.
just from that finals or...
It was semi-final. It was the semi-finals, Ben, but he already got
finals.
Yeah, he already got revenge on him. Don't worry. We took him out in the team league. Wasn't even close. Just kidding. I was sweating my balls off, but it wasn't even close.
Was it really close?
Yes.
I mean, Trap has been really good recently, like against the Zergs as well. Like those games that you played against Serral in the final were really clean. But yeah, when it comes down to your picks, and especially with Raynor doing so well against Serral, because there's not many players you'd favor against Serral, or even put close to 50-50. But Raynor's absolutely one of them. And when you have a league like this, having a player in your lineup be like absolutely the strongest, Raynor for me is that star player in your lineup.
I mean, I look at my team and I see 4 stars, Ben. I love them all just as much. But Raynor is definitely one of my shining young stars. I'll give you that. I mean, he's, of course, the player I picked in the first round and never regret it. Plenty of other good players are still available out there, but this was a no-brainer for me. I figured I was always going to be able to get Raynor because I always thought you get Maru, Pig gets Serral. You know, like I was like, man, you know, they both pick 2 guys that are a bit, you know, like... former glory. No, I'm kidding. You know, you guys picked the past. I picked the future. So that's how I see it. Just kidding, Yona. I love you. You're the goat.
I like, honestly, the Pig getting to pick first with Serral, super damn obvious, right? And it's been paying off for him in dividends. The TY pick on my side of things, I'm actually super happy with how he's been doing so far. And also, like, GSL standings, he's been blitzing it in there too, you know, so I think he's a smart player, he's a good player, and he's not just about himself, it feels, which is very, very good.
All right, the Reaper is being as annoying as possible. This is one hell of a match, though. We are, of course, mentoring a bit, guys. This is what this Team League is all about. We're supposed to have a lot of fun with each other and cast the game's a little different, but this is just one hell of a StarCraft game. It's impossible not to get excited over TY and Raynor going up against each other in particular, but any of these 2 play, you should always tune in. If you love StarCraft 2, you should appreciate a TY game. You should absolutely appreciate a Raynor game. I'm excited for this one, man, and obviously a big one, all right? Your boys are in the lead 1-0, it's all good. If we lose here, then it's going to get very difficult, but even then, I'd still believe. But boy, oh boy, what a match is this.
This is absolutely the match that I was looking very forward to. Raynor is a guy that I did tell TY, I'm like, Raynor really likes lurkers. If he gets into a proper game, he really loves lurkers, but that doesn't stop him from being able to play everything. TY actually opted for 3CC again, so this is absolutely the build that all the Terrans seem to be going for. Now, Eternal Empire is a bit of a different map in that getting 3 bases, pretty much every race can do it as easy as pie, so it makes sense to go for a very greedy opening on this map.
Raynor did not send an Overlord into the main base. I do feel that my boy has been a little greedy in some of the games he's played lately. Especially if I think back of that series that you mentioned against Trap, to make this a slightly more serious cast for a split second. There were definitely a couple of moments where you felt like, come on, send an Overlord in and you'll see everything that you want to see. And I get it, like losing an Overlord sucks. You lose 100 minerals, you could be supply blocked for a split second. It can throw your builds off a little bit. But it is very important that you know what these guys are up to, especially somebody as good as TY. I do think with the few things that Raynor has seen so far, I think it's already giving him a decent idea of what TY is actually doing on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you always have to be a little bit careful when you've seen TY play earlier today, and he did the very, very funky build, so showing that he's not a stranger to those kind of weird builds. Raynor playing super duper standard in the way that he went for a slightly delayed 3rd base, but the Spire play, like the Mutalisks, have been far more common in recent recent months, actually, in TVZ.
So he waited with the Overlord until it could morph into an Overseer. The Overseer will see right now that TY already floating over that orbital. Is not worried at all. Also spots quite a few Marines. And yes, Ben, I noticed that as well. So it wasn't like, we can't call this two-base Muda, but it wasn't the traditional three-hatch opening either, right? It was kind of in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's like Serral's been doing it a lot as well, which I don't know if it's him that's popularized it. One thing we have to mention though, Kev, is that is a very fast armory for a bio opening. And
with
Baneling
Hellbats.
Nest on the field? Okay, there is a Baneling Nest, but no Banelings on the field whatsoever.
Reyna's been pretty greedy. He's up 13 workers at this point. I'm not sure if he's expecting aggression. He's moving the Queens a little bit forward. He's going to see these units right now. They're going to stim forward immediately. At least there is some creep to buy some time. But the armory is about to finish up, so these Hellions are going to morph into Hellbats. Those Banelings are morphing way too close to the fight, aren't they?
I mean, they have to because these
Oh,
drones
no.
are very exposed, and that is already 12 drones falling immediately for Reyna, and he isn't in good shape at all. His supply is plummeting. Nice transfusions by him. The Banelings do run in and get decent connections, but I believe the damage has been done pretty decently. Oh, look at that. A mech follow-up for TY.
All right, so Stim in that's actually kind of cool. He's gonna get combat shield as well. What do you make of that then? Like, why is he getting combat shield if he's going mech?
I think it's such a cheap upgrade, and if you've seen what you've seen, you probably need to respect the fact that there's mutas. So if you go, let's say he goes like pure tank Hellion, he can then keep on making Marines that will be pretty good against mutas if they are there. Also, you can keep tricking your opponent, right? If he sees that.
You know, Ben, you said the damage has already been done, but I think 12 drones, a queen and then a handful of Zerglings. It's like, okay, it's quite a few drones, but now obviously Raynor has some time to re-drone up immediately. The medevac did go down. Medevacs are expensive. Obviously, TY did invest in not only those Marines, but also in those bio upgrades he technically isn't really using for the rest of the game. So I think as long as Raynor does a decent job in A, scouting the follow-up, because that's obviously a bit different, and then B, just re-drone up as ASAP, I don't think it's that bad.
He's not dead by any means, but whenever you have a Terran that's on like 64 SCVs against 57 drones, we can be like, yeah, that isn't the best situation for Reyna, especially given that he slightly made too many battle units to like, after the push had already dealt damage, he kept on making the units, right? Like if he just initially straight into droned like he is doing now, he could have been in much better position, but TY is very supply blocked here, so I think to get him back into the game.
Well, and Reyna is actually going to find all of those SCVs that were building those depots as well, so that's very nice. 4 pickups. The Overseer spots the insane amount of Hellions there. So Reyna never got into the main to actually confirm that he's not playing against Bio, but that he's playing against a later mech transition. I do have the feeling after you see those 8 to 10 Hellions that you should be kind of onto something. Reyna's doing a good job as well in delaying this 4th command center, but 2 medevacs carrying 2 Thors right now moving out. At this point, Reyna will absolutely know what's up. If you didn't know that yet, what's the Baneling count? 14, okay. Reyna actually expanding in the center, and apparently, Ben, we had a little Baneling run by as well. That got 3 SCVs.
This is a very awkward attack, right? I think, okay, Reyna's got...
There's not enough anti-air. Yeah, there's not enough anti-air. Like, sure, Thors are good, Thors are tanky, but eventually these Thors are going to fall. A couple of Marines are going to try to show up, save the day, but they will not. I gotta say, it would be nice if we have something to take up the Hellions. Banelings? Yes. Yeah, oh my goodness. Beautiful defense by the Serral player, right, Benjamin? It almost felt like he was microing each and every single Baneling individually. I love it.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom throwing up right there. I honestly, I don't know why TY went for that. Like, if I was watching, I am watching this game, but I felt that he was in a decent spot. That he didn't need to do something super reckless like that. Like, he obviously didn't anticipate Reyna having that much, because Reyna's done a real good job of just getting out a ton of units this game, and this attack right now is kind of scary.
There are Banelings trying to connect with the SCVs. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of links everywhere. We do have a random Hellbat drop heading towards the main base as well. So Ben, it's just other chaos at this point. I'm a little bit worried because the amount of Thors is pretty high. I would like to see these mutas just get the hell out of there. They don't have to be there. Hellbats on the other side of the map. Oh, they've got Blue Flame as well.
that was a nice hold by TY. Like, that attack by Reynor, I felt that both of them were kind of hoping that their opponent didn't deal with it as well as they did. But they both did. And now TY is actually securing his 4th base here, as is Reynor with his 5th.
Oh, did you see that split up with the Banelings and are now running into the natural? Actually, for some reason, I'm not following Wadi. I'm really stupid. I'm so sorry, Wadi.
It's all good. It's all good. He's been catching everything, though, as this little Mig.
Of course.
Okay, Cyclones are now the next thing that he's going to be adding. I guess that's just for a bit of mobility to deal with the Mutas a little bit better, like some extra support, but that Muta flock is definitely getting pretty huge. But TY now has his 2nd armory up and running. He is finishing his 2nd armor upgrade as well, which is going to be a big deal against all these little units.
Now, before the next wave crashes in, I think the main reason why TY made an attack ban that you thought was a little bit reckless, and obviously it was, I think he just expected Reynor to take his 4th base near the rich Vespian gas. And then when he was there, he's like, wait a minute, hatchery isn't here. Well, I guess I can't really just walk home conveniently. And I think the idea was maybe to put a lot of pressure on the 4th hatch. And if you do kill the 4th hatch, it obviously becomes a much more playable game. But Reynor took the one in the center.
You could be absolutely right, because this was definitely a little unorthodox by Reynor, right? This Muta flock, again, it's getting so freaking big now. 26 Mutas, flies into these turrets, deals with them no problem. A Thor does show up, in fact, a couple of Thors, but...
Oh, he's gonna dive on the Thors! Yep, he's going to dive on them. There are SCVs repairing them, though, but that obviously means 15 SCVs go down, 2 Thors go down. At the same time, though, TY is kind of attacking at the right side, but a circling surround. Oh my goodness, Benjamin, has Reynor been watching your Warcraft streams? Because these surrounds are on point.
And the CC goes down in the natural as well, Kevin. Like, this does not look like I'm feeling for TY right now. He's going to be coming to our chat. He's going to be like, lads, I'm sorry. I didn't get the win, the big W. Got the big L instead. Lads. But don't worry, the rest of us lads will be like, don't worry, mate, don't worry. We've got you. We've got you back.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty grim. You know what I love most about the watches, Ben, is that whenever you win, it sounds like you're cheering your favorite team on to win the Super Bowl. But whenever you're losing, it sounds like you're in a library and they told you not to make any noise. I am really enjoying this. It's a delight to cast with you like this.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, Kevin. It's a pleasure. It's really hard not to cuss, isn't it? In this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Wondering about, I would absolutely have done it right there, and I was like, "No, bite your tongue, Ben. Bite your tongue."
Okay. You know what we gotta do? We just gotta convince Dennis from Take TV to, instead of running another Home Story Cup, let's just run an offline actual War Chess Team League. You know, the way that Wardy did it. That's great. We give Wardy a team as well. Wardy, don't worry, you got last pick, not in the snake draft format, but no, in the regular format. Oh my goodness, by the way, that was a big win of mine here. But that'd be a lot of fun, wouldn't it?
It definitely would. There's a few Withermines hidden there at the natural, by the way. Oh, this is a lot of Ling Bane down in the bottom right. In fact, okay, my camera was also following Funker. I was like, Funker, what are you looking at? Like,
We've got 5 mines at once. I'm always still a little bit worried. Like, I felt that Reynor had this game in the bag. He did a lot of economic damage, but he's obviously incredibly heavy on a relatively flimsy army composition. That's incredibly powerful if you control it correctly. And I know I can trust my boy to do so, but I also feel like I'm 2 Widowmine hits and 2 Thor hits away from a disaster.
You are, Kevin, and like this is very reminiscent of Reynor against Innovation that was kind of similar compositions and stuff. That is a lot of Banelings, to be fair. The Thors are doing a pretty damn good...
What?
Oh! That was a big flock of Mutas that just took a massive volley from these Thors. TY is getting very much cleaned up against these Banelings.
This is uncomfortable. I mean, it's barely enough, and obviously Reynor is a rich boy. He was at 102 drones, and whenever you are on 102 drones, it's okay to be a little reckless, to be a little crazy, to go a little full, no brain, no pain, and just roll Banelings in, but... no, Mutas, no! Oh, that could have been so much worse. If the other 2 Widowmines would have fired, oh my goodness.
That just shows you how rich Reynor is this game, though. Even though he lost like 10 Mutas there, boom, straight back up to 200 supply without a dent in his bank, really. Oh, these mines are really annoying.
Yep, and Cyclones are annoying as well. At the same time, Reynor's going for a big attack on the bottom side of the map, and he is going to deal some proper economic damage as soon as he takes care of these Cyclones.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to do everything here, isn't he? He's dealing with the economy, he's dealing with the army of TY. TY half the supply at this point of Reyna. Reyna's just, he's been fantastic this game.
Oh, the orbital almost went down to the circling section. That would have been quite something. Yes, Reyna has indeed been fantastic. Oh no, not again, not this. I've seen this before. I think it was against Supernova where like 4 Liberators killed 20 Mutas. And I was like, ah. It was really funny, by the way, after that game that Reyna had against Supernova, which went on for quite some time. It was actually pretty close. And he hopped into Discord and he was like, did I scare you a little bit there, Captain? I was just testing your faith, don't worry. I was like, oh my goodness, man. You lost your entire army like 4 times and you played pure circling against mech. Yes, I was scared. And he's like, oh. He's like, don't worry, Captain, I got you. And I was like, oh god.
Oh, he's tearing TY apart. And TY, this is what I mean, Kev. Tight knit. Did you see a player normally stay in the game this long after they've been dead for like 5 minutes? No. 25 SCVs against 95 drones right now. And Reyna, you know, he's got a 3k mineral bank. And TY, he can't get over 100 supply right now.
Nope, he's gonna try slug one more time with a couple of Cyclones and Hellions and a few Liberators as well. But unless we get the 2 biggest lip shots and then the 2 biggest Widowmine hits we've ever seen, this is just not going to cut it. That is a lot of drones that just went down, to be fair. But Reyna still got 73 ban. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't think he's missing them really. Big shots, but yeah, that's going to be the end of it. I do believe in GG. No brain ties it up miraculously out of nowhere, surprisingly.
I don't know if that was that surprisingly. My boy Reyna, my first round draft pick, hasn't dropped the map yet in this tournament. I just want to get it out there. All right, so this is where things get super exciting, right? Because is our next match Drogo against Hurricane?
I think so. It's either that. I think it is that, and then the last one will be Zest versus Solar, which is also really cool.
Yep. I mean, these are going to be, I think, very close matches. I have a hard time really predicting Hurricane against Drogo, especially because Benny and the boys did get server advantage for that one. But I gotta say, Drogo played one hell of a PvP on US West against Sparding earlier in this tournament that I really think he could have won if he just didn't misrally that one Colossus. He said it as well in the Discord. He's like, yeah, that game made me really sad. He's like, that was supposed to go just the way as it went against Neep, I guess, in another tournament. And he's like, I think I was supposed to hold that. Unfortunately, I didn't. But it was a good showing, so I think he can do it. But Hurricane's such a wild card, though.
So I like Drogo a lot. And, you know, Hurricane is a player that he showed, like, I get to see him at the Katowice events, and, you know, he can do well in getting into GSL and stuff. Maybe in the first round, he had that top 8 finish, which was really cool.
Did you really get to see him, though, Ben? I don't think you actually saw him.
Of course. We did that freaking, that thing where you go, poof, 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 you know?
What?
Like where bros meet after they haven't seen each other.
Oh, like the feisty handshakes, the box. We call it the box.
The box, yeah. Exactly. We did that. And then, but I got to see him against Showtime earlier, which they had a really good PvP. It's one that you would have loved. And he was actually going toe-to-toe with Showtime the whole way. And he played the Disruptor stuff very, very well. It was like, he was ahead, and then he did one bad engagement after like 30 minutes of PvP and threw it, basically. So I'm looking forward to it, because I know Drogo can also beat Showtime, and he is around that level, but I always think of Showtime as the premier EU Protoss. So yeah, this one's going to be close.
I think it's one hell of a match, and I think a very, very important one as well. Because I think, you know, memes aside, you obviously have a super strong team. I think my team is really strong as well, and I was a bit surprised. I felt that my team got a bit underrated when it came to the fan rankings. You know, they were putting me like 6, 7. I was like, what? What are these kids on Reddit smoking, man? Like, that's not okay. You know, I don't want to say we're number 1. In my eyes, we are, of course. But, you know, that's an opinion. But I feel like it's like top 4, undisputed. This is a big moment because I think we're both probably going to have a decent finish at the end of this entire round robin. A PvP win here for either side puts us in a really good spot to take home this. I just like to call it clan war. I don't know about you, team battle, clan war. I don't know, man. I'm old-fashioned. Clan war it is for me.
Clan war it is. Kevin, get your introduction going for your player.
All right, bottom right side, our memer, but of course, fantastic Protoss player as well. Normally representing Raise Your Edge, which is orange as well. But for this league, he's all no brain, no pain. It's Drogo.
And And spawning over in the top left-hand side of Death Aura, it is Hurricane.
Are you also gonna get one of these voice mixes that everybody is getting right now? I think Wadi has one too, where you basically sound like you're running one of these rides on the fairground, you know? There's like, are you ready to dance? It's like, everyone is doing that right now on their streams, and I'm like, I feel like if I invest in this, I'm gonna enjoy it for like a day and a half, and then I'm never using it again.
I think it's very much one of those things. I do actually have like a dark mode on my mic now. Like, as you know, Kevin, I got a new mic, and it makes
I know. I was so proud of you, man. Like, I just want to get on.
Sound so like husky, you know. It's one of those radio voices, like hello. Like, and I don't know whether I sound like cool like a radio guy or just like a creepy low voice dude.
No, I was very proud of you. When I saw you got the new microphone, I was like, all right, he got it, but now it's gonna take. If I know Ben, it's gonna take 7 months before he's got it set up. Bam! The next day. Oh my goodness, Benjamin.
Same day, even Kevin. Same day.
So proud of you.
I have to ask you: have you spoken to Drogo about this wall off that he does?
No, I have not, because I have utmost confidence in my players, and you know, I don't really need to. If they would ever want to talk about anything, Ben, I will, but I don't question them on their decisions. I don't really think it makes that big of a difference, though.
Like, you know, me and Hurricane, like, he's told me why he does the openings he does, because we're that close, you know. Whereas, like, I haven't been coaching him at all, because he knows better than me, you know. But he fills me in. He lets me know.
That's good. I'm happy that you guys are like that. Me and Drogo just knows that I trust him. Like, you're the kind of guy who looks, while Hurricane is playing a game, you open his phone because you don't really trust him. You've got that kind of relationship. You go through his messages, not me. I trust Drogo blindly. I don't think the wall off doesn't really make that big of a difference, right? He can still just wall off with a battery, you know, to be a little more serious. You can still keep adapts out. You can say that if he's being semi-contained, the pylon is the first thing that goes down and not a gateway. So, you know, to get in range of the gateways, you have to commit a little bit more if you're Hurricane and you're being the aggressor here. So maybe that's why Drogo's doing it. Maybe he rather loses a pylon than a gateway.
Yeah, also, there's potential later on for if you get Archons in your main somehow, like getting them out is going to be a little bit more tricky. So Hurricane actually opted for 2 Stalkers and then 2 Adepts, whereas Drogo's opted for straight up 4 Adepts. Now, does actually recall out very, very quickly here, which was good, but...
Yeah. I got a bit worried at first that he accidentally... Man, these pylon explosions of the skin are so dramatic. Every single time I see it, I'm like, whoa, what happened over there? They just cancel the pylon. Yeah, and it looks like a nuke just dropped, you know, a green one that is. So dramatic. Uh-oh, I really hope that Drogo's paying attention. He's sending a couple of Adepts to the bottom, and he finds the Adepts of Hurricane. This is such a big moment, and he's like, all right, I'm just gonna make sure that they don't enter my main base. So Drogo is going for the mass Adept opening with a follow-up of Blinked Stalkers, wiping in a couple safety sentries now as well. Hurricane? Okay, Drogo, why are you letting that shade finish up? He's just running into Stalkers, but there is a shield battery as well. I don't really like this. No,
I mean, he does have enough Adepts to kind of one-shot this, but I like his positioning.
Oh, can we give a shout-out to the force fields on bottom side? That Adept is trapped, Benjamin. Trapped.
1 Adept, please. You see Hurricane? He's trapping all the Adepts with his Stalkers, Kevin. Have you ever seen Stalkers use as force fields like that? Me neither, Kev. Me neither.
Every single day, actually. No, to be fair, great defense by a Hurricane. It's very important that he invested in a shield battery there, because if your boy didn't have a battery, then Adepts just shade on top of Stalkers, and Stalkers have way more micro potential at first than Adepts, until Adepts are in bigger numbers, and they just shade on top of Stalkers, and it's such a bad feeling to lose Stalkers against Adepts. So I'll give your man some credit there. That was good defense by Hurricane. However, is he aware of the fact that there is a Dark Shrine as a follow-up? I don't think he is yet, but he does have 3 sentries, so Hurricane should be able to get a Hallucinated Phoenix into the main base. Where's that Dark Shrine being built? Back to the main.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been... I don't know if you can really afford to proxy it if it was one of those things like, okay, the Adept attack didn't do that much damage, I need to get down the Dark Shrine ASAP.
Oh, Force Field is too late! So Drogo does get into the main base with at least a couple of Adepts and gets 2 kills, which is not all that bad. You know, Ben, 2 kills is better than none.
A Warp Prism now. How do you feel about, like, okay, unbiased aside, or biased?
Yeah, no, this is one hell of an attack. Unbiased aside, this is a good attack. If I'm Drogo, I get another shield battery immediately, and I kind of maybe hold off on the DTs, at least aggressively. Maybe if you want to warp in 2 DTs defensively, come on, Drogo. You have to, oh my god, he saw the Stalker for a split second. If Drogo is not aware of the fact that this attack is coming, Ben, I think Drogo is dead.
He definitely could be, but I am scared about the
Wait.
potential of DTs. Is
Yeah, there's no observer. There's no observer. Why is he warping in DTs, though? Why is he warping in DTs?
He's not warping them in, is he?
Nope.
No,
Okay, so Stalkers are gonna go to main base. Hurricane is attacking without a sentry. Please, Drogo, warp in some Dark Templars. Overcharge being used as well. I mean, look at that. Look at that overcharge go, Ben. Oh my goodness, Hurricane can't even kill a sentry.
I am so surprised that he didn't attack that shield battery way sooner there. The Warp Prism is getting focused by Drogo, but he's not getting it down immediately. The Immortal being focused as well. More
Blinker.
Stalkers on the high ground.
Come on. You gotta kill that Prism or that Immortal. Okay, at least they run down. Blink forward, kill the Immortal. The Immortal does go down. A sentry goes down as well in the mix. Well, 12 probes. That could have been so much easier, by the way. If Drogo warped in 2 DTs there. The thing is, you don't want to warp into DTs and then, or DTs, and then there is an observer with that push, because then you're suddenly super short on units. But I think Drogo's still in it. I mean, Hurricane has Robotech, but that's about it. And that push is super strong the first time. The second time, I think it already hits way later. And at this point, Drogo's got potential to make some plays. He's looking for a sentry. Blinks on top of the sentry. That's a bit risky because the rest of the army is still there.
Great warping by Hurricane, by the way, like trapping that Stalker there. So 2 sentries for 4 Stalkers. That's a trade that Hurricane's happy to take.
Yep, and now that also allows him, by the way, to make that same push again. Oh my goodness, Drogo, it was looking good.
Oh, and even Blink there as well. So, oh, actually, okay, I thought he was going to lose a Stalker there if Hurricane chased a little bit, but Hurricane is chasing. He's also got that Warp Prism out again. He's not taking a 3rd base behind all this either, whereas Drogo is trying to. How many gateways? 7 gateways versus 3, Kev.
Yeah, we've got 4 more gateways on the way, but that's bad. Blink is almost done. At this point, there's only one way to survive, and that is make a couple of Dark Templars. Another is an Observer. Whoa, Hurricane canceled the Observer. He was making an Observer. He canceled it.
He certainly did.
Please warp in DTs right now, Drogo. Please warp in some DTs, my friend.
If Drogo doesn't see a blur here, if he can, like, really lock onto that, and he is making some DTs, but whereabouts are they being made? Oh,
Natural. No, please no. I know you can't count on this. I can't fault Drogo for it, but oh my goodness. All right, battery overcharge for the rescue one more time. A couple force fields do some work. Drogo, my friend. Okay, he wiped in. No, Zealot. There's no detection, please.
Wait, stop fighting near the overcharge, please, because nothing is dying right now, but there are so many Blink Stalkers. There's so much Hurricane right now. Warp Prism does go down, but the Stalkers, they're used aggressively. The overcharge, it has run out
DTs.
now.
Please try DTs at least.
He's trying. He's doing it, but lost a lot. And yeah, Hurricane now knows that there's DTs, but lost a lot of his army. I feel that this is Hurricane just goes back, gets his observer out.
Okay, I mean, Drogo survives. You're right, but don't forget that Drogo has +1. Gets another Stalker there. It's obviously 42 army supply against 8. But now you need a second observer as well. Oh my goodness. Damn it! Not once, but twice. That could have made such a difference.
It really could have, and I'm a sigh of relief, because Drogo could definitely have got himself into a really good position. Was kind of in an okay position.
Yep.
This
I mean,
next wave, though, it's going to be really hard to hold.
It all started, I think, when he lost the 4 Stalkers diving on top of that sentry. It was a good job by Hurricane to be a bit out of position, giving Drogo the idea that, you know, there was something to gain there. We still have some batteries here, though, and we do have Zealots now with charge as well. Battery overcharge being used. Hurricane doing the smart thing this time, and that is disengaging. 56 army supply against 20. I need a miracle.
You certainly do. The overcharge is also wearing out. I mean, Drogo did a good job of kind of baiting him into the end of it, but that is one Immortal there, trying to stand strong, along with a DT and a few Zealots, but nice Blink Micro. Hurricane gets us a lead in the series. Oh, that's what happens when you take out one of Benny's boys, Kevin. We come back stronger. It's like Spartans, you know? You take out one of their lads, and it's like, oh, they all get angry because of it and fight way harder.
All right. All right. That means that your team will take the 2-1 lead. Shame for Drogo. Oh. Yeah, I think that one blink on top of the sentry was really unfortunate because, yeah, you got the sentry, but he lost 4 stalkers. But more importantly, he lost the ability to delay the incoming push. And since Drogo was the one who had +1 and Hurricane didn't, I think having those stalkers alive would have made a big difference. And like, I totally get he didn't just warp in DTs the first time, because normally that's kind of crazy. DTs are expensive and they don't contribute that much in a big straight up fight. But they really could have saved the day, and that's so unfortunate.
Yep. Definitely. And, you know, Drogo, he's a passionate player, right? Like, he'll be able to look through that game and he might initially feel like, damn, blah, 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 blah. But he'll look at that, he'll assess it, and he'll come back stronger, which is nice to know.
To give Hurricane some credit, I gotta say he handled the 8 adept opening really well. He kind of made it look easy and made it look like that build isn't that powerful. I gotta say, most of the time whenever I see the big adept openings, I always feel like they're pretty successful, right? You know, they always find a couple of probes, they force probes to temporarily stay in the main base. So my hats off to Hurricane. He did play a mighty fine game. And congrats to you for being in a 2-1 lead. But it ain't over yet, Ben. We've got a hell of a PvZ coming up. I've been here before. My team down 1-2. Final match, Solar against the Protoss. Last week, it barely went wrong. Actually, when I say last week, I mean Friday. Fell short against
0-2 before as well.
Yeah.
I seem to remember you coming back and winning 3-2 eventually, yeah.
Against Maynard, I think that was, right? Our second match?
Yeah, I think so. So I went back and looked through the VOD, right? Like, I really like the YouTube thing where you can just kind of go, whoop, oh, what happened here? And you started off by looking kind of sad, and Maynard was very happy. And then we got to, like, the final ace, and you were, like, laughing your ass off and stuff and just being so happy. Yeah, that was a brutal one for Maynard.
Yeah, I don't know. He made me laugh at one point, but I think he said that his ace player was going to be the favorite over mine. And I was like, what are you on about? I was like, I've got the best player in the world on my teammate. Nobody's a favorite against my boy Rainer.
But then he couldn't show up, right? Or something like that?
Yes. Yeah, I think the guy he wanted. No, I don't think that was my man. I think Maynard basically, yeah, Maynard had no choice. He had to go for Ragnarok because I think somebody had to go to bed. And then there was Cure who started crying at the idea of playing another game on US Central because I won the coin toss. Then I think there was indeed, I don't know if it was Spotting, but there was a Protoss or something. He's like, nope, not me. So yeah, it is what it is. All right, Ben, big match over here. Been here before, down 1-2. Last time Solo couldn't do it. This time, I think he will. Let's get it on. Bottom left side, Pillars of Gold. The man representing KZ Gaming, but of course, no brain, no pain. We need him right now. Come on, matey. Deliver. It is Solar.
And spawning over in the top right-hand side with his beautiful blue Nexus, playing for Benny and the boys, it is Zest.
You know, I love bantering. I love making fun of you and the players. I just can't make fun of a man like Zest. I can't do it. He's too handsome. He's too good looking. Too good at StarCraft. His shirtless pictures are amazing. I can't go there, man. Cannot go there.
You know, you can't really make fun of any player in my team, honestly. It's like, I have one of the nicest guys.
What? Okay, I'm gonna make fun of you play now. He's opening up with a forge? What does he think this is? And a ladder? Nice team spirit you got going on in Benny and the boys over here, Ben.
This is what he meant by he was gonna banter this fool off. Like, this is what he was telling us in our team chat, boys. Okay, so...
Oh, no, he messed up. He messed up. No, don't leave the drone. No, go back there. Yes, come on, Solo. Don't mess up now. Okay, the extra drones are coming. Just don't let him wall off. Don't let him... Wait, but my drone wins that. Drones are stronger than probes. Nice cannon rush, mate.
Well, you know, Zest was like, hey, man, we'll make this go to the ace, all right? We'll win the proper way. Man, what was Zest thinking?
I don't know. He's like, maybe if I believe really hard, a probe does win a fight against a drone. But it's like, no. Drones are better, mate. Drones are better.
Yeah, it's like he's saving up so much money here. He's not throwing down like a...
Yeah, no, he's still gonna try.
Yeah,
I think he's doing like the ultra late cannon rush. Okay, he's bringing extra... Okay, that's why he's saving up money. But this is so late, man. I mean, I don't want to give a spoiler, but Brood Lords are on the way, actually.
That is quite a spoiler, Kev. I mean, lots of these pylons don't really even wrap around it, right? Like, I'm very confused.
Did you teach Zest how to cannon rush, man?
No, I.
Oh wait, why is he not attacking that other cannon? Please, yeah, I was about, mate. Okay, I mean, doesn't matter. I feel like Solo is so confident. He's like, you know what, Zest, have a cannon, have a cannon.
Oh, they are.
Nah, it's okay. We've got circlings around. Please kill that probe. That probe is annoying.
This was definitely a. As much
Let's go.
Zest. Well, blooming egg, mate. Blooming egg. Why? He got bantered off.
We're all tied up, man. It was meant to be, wasn't it? You and I. We gotta go to the rubber match.
We absolutely have to. Guys, right after this break, we're going to an ace match.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the War Chest Team League, where we've got another ace match, because it's also called the Ace Match Team League, I believe. That's what Wardy tweeted out. Ben, I'm happy that we're going to the rubber match. That's definitely what I was hoping for. Well, I would have been okay with a 4-0 as well, but, you know, I would have liked to see us go to distance. I think you have a strong team. I have a strong team. It's ace match time, baby.
You know, I know this is what you're after, Kevin. Like, these teams, like your team and Pig's team, that are definitely not well-rounded, are very much headed by one guy. You really want
Oh my
double.
god. As if.
Benny and the boys, we're well-rounded, we're tight-knit, you know, we have one of every race and such. Like, we're
So
bros.
do I.
We're bros.
So do I. Ben, they haven't spoken a word of English in your team chat, you know? My chat is full English, okay, with all the boys.
What are you on about, Kevin? My player said, I go. And I was like, oh, you go.
All right, Ben.
Then we all responded fighting. Granted, it was in Korean, but still, Kevin.
All right, who's your player?
DongRaeGu.
Ooh, feisty. I went with the Raynor. We got a CVC.
Of course.
Wow.
So a lot of the players were like, okay, what server is it on? And it's obviously Central, like you won the coin costs.
Yep.
And Zest wasn't confident with the ping disadvantage. Neither was, in fact, they all weren't confident with the ping disadvantage, but they all started writing out their ping numbers in the chat, and they went with who had the lowest, which was DongRaeGu. So DongRaeGu's like, I go, ...
That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, no, you know, that's what happens. I just want to let all the other team captains know that if you have a 55-month subscription to Wardy, you happen to win a lot of coin toss. I don't want to say that it's rigged, but I haven't lost the coin toss yet. So I think, Wardy, you and I, you see that. You sub to me, I sub to you. You know, brothers help out brothers, man. That's how we do it over here.
Oh, I'm going to have to utilize all my channel points next time on Wardy's stream just to, like, freaking block Rotterdam's coin flip luck or something next time I play him. You know? It's ridiculous.
Alrighty, well, man, okay, memes aside, what a CVC, jeez. DongRaeGu, a player that's absolutely on fire. I feel like we've got like a Korean Zerg who's just crushing it in Korea right now against Raynor, who's obviously crushing it in Europe. This is going to be fun. A big match, not just for those two players, not just for us as team captains, but of course for all the other members on the team as well, right? Because if, you know, the respective team wins, basically every player on the team wins $400. So right now, Solar and Bunny have never cheered harder against the Korean player as they are about to do, and I'm loving it.
Wait, is it... How much?
Yeah, it's a bit complicated because it says $1,000 per match, but then they also get higher up in the rankings. So it basically comes down to $400 per player, not for us. We get $50, but $50 is still pretty awesome, man. Couple beers, you know. And you know what, Ben? After Raynor takes down DLG, I'll pay you a beer next time I see you. That's just the kind of guy I am.
Yeah, I mean, $50 a piece, like each win. I mean, that's good, man. I can buy a beer in Norway with that kind of money, which is
Yeah.
absolutely awesome.
We can't go for the big size though. Like it has to be a medium in Norway.
Yeah, or small. Let's not break the bank here, Kev. You know.
You know what we can do as well? We can basically get a set of fries, and then the loser can add the mayonnaise. You know, like the fries are.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I've won 2 battles now today, so that means I can get a full meal now, maybe, without with tap water. You know.
Norway, beautiful place, but I wouldn't want to spend another hour there because I'll go bankrupt. I don't know how people survive in that country, but Ben and me pretty much went in depth after a layover. We had 2 beers and some hamburgers and fries. I'm still paying it off as we speak. That was a year and a half ago, but it doesn't matter. Let's get it on. Everdream for the ace match here between 2 fantastic players. What is Wardy looking at? All right, Ben, take it away.
Spawning over in the bottom left-hand side in this ace match. He already told me what he was going to do. He's going to 12 pool. It is DongRaeGu.
As if this man was born by defending 12 pools left, right, and center. Of course, representing Clash as well. But it's all no brain, no pain today. It is Raynor.
Now, if you're Raynor, do you really think that this guy that's been killing it, that has momentum behind him over in Korea, doing all so well, is going to do this to you? Probably
I have to
not,
admit,
but it is quite common on this map.
It is common on this map, and in a way it makes sense now that I think about it. But I have to admit, I wasn't really thinking of this either. I was kind of just thinking of like, okay, this is going to be sick. DongRaeGu is going to try to out-multitask Reiner. Reiner is going to deflect everything and then deliver some finishing blows. I like the play by DongRaeGu. All jokes aside, I won the coin toss, so there is server advantage for Reiner. He is going to drop the 17 pool, so he made one more drone after he made the hatchery. I'm a little nervous. Is your boy going to pull drones as well? Oh my goodness, he is. Okay.
He certainly is, and depending on how he goes about with his drones, oh, he's going that way around. I was expecting him to go like down the right side, but this is super unusual. This could super catch Reiner off guard.
Yep, because I think if you're doing it like this, then obviously Reiner can't go for that wall of defense that a lot of the Europeans have been talking about. Reiner is going to see this very, very late, guys. He's making another drone at this point. Make no mistake, obviously DongRaeGu is ultra all in, ultra committed. Oh my god, I'm actually nervous, man. I hate. This is hard.
See the first settlings now at the base of his opponent, but this is definitely going to surprise Reiner. Look, he was even sending down this drone here, and the spore or spine crawlers start.
Yep, Reiner immediately is going to build his own spine crawlers. DongRaeGu gets a surround and gets a really good fight there. I'm a little bit worried here for Reiner, who's trying to buy time for his circlings to finish up. I think the second fight is much better for Reiner there, as he traps quite a few units as well. But obviously there are two spine crawlers building for DongRaeGu at this point. Reiner does still have a lot of drones, a couple of links hatching from the natural as well. Reiner needs 2 mineral walk, I think. Now he's going to try to cancel the spines. So far, so good, even though that fight at the bottom is not going that pretty for Reiner. Ben, what's happening?
One spine crawler does go up, which there is a queen out. The spine crawler is actually shooting the queen, which I don't think is the right choice here. I think Reiner's just going to hold this anyway, Kev.
Yep, I think Reiner will hold with enough drones in the end. GG gets called. Reiner stays flawless in the War Chest Team League and brings home another match for no brain, no pain. Benny and the boys just not getting it done over here, man.
It's that server advantage, Kevin. I don't really want to talk about it, you know.
That's what you get. TLDR, sub to Wardy, and good things happen to you. That's all I can say.
GG's, GG's.
So Ben, earlier in this broadcast, you mentioned something about me being familiar with the feeling of defeat. How does it feel, Ben?
Don't make me hang up right now.
No, I think overall you have all 3 matches done for the day. This was the first time you played in the War Chest Team League, so 2-1, Ben. You know, that's not a bad way to start off.
Not bad, not bad. And we were the first team to take down I was going to say Serral's team, but Pig's team, you know. That was definitely nice.
Indeed. I mean, we started off 2-1 as well, and as you can see, we had a strong follow-up over here. We've got one more match today, which I'm really excited for, especially after the way that we just brought that one home. Overall, I think this was an excellent team battle, clan war, call it how you want it. I enjoyed the hell out of it, and I'm very happy, and I'm proud of my boys. I think that can be said.
I think so too, Kevin. I think so too. I think the lineups were pretty decent for you. I'm really sad about Zest Cannon Rush, honestly. I think that was... having a loss like that kind of sucks. But yeah, well played, Kevin. Well played to you and your lads.
Well, guys, that is going to be it for Benny and the boys today. But they'll be back, of course, next week with a couple of other additional matches. We have one more match in store for you guys today, and it's going to be no brain, no pain. So me, one more time, as I'm going to take on Cats and his boys, SortOf Seoul Korea. That's going to be a lot of fun, and it will come up after this commercial break.
Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. This is the final match of the day, and it's gonna be Sword of Seoul Korea, my team, against Roddy's, the no-brainers, no-painers. So what's up, Roddy?
I'm kind of on a high right now. I have to admit, it's hard to calm down. This is so different, casting these guys whenever you're like in a Discord group with them, you know, you're cheering them on, and then you're reading the banter that they have with each other, and you see the players cheer each other on as well. So it's really fun. I'm a bit on a high, like that break was short, but I'm ready for it. This should be a fun match, and you know I always enjoy casting with you, Papi.
Hells yeah. So the first map we're gonna have here is Eternal Empire. That was really cool, by the way, the DRG versus Raynor that we were just watching. I really enjoyed it.
Well, before we do player introductions over here, I've got a story for all the people at home. In our Discord, after we knew the ace match, Raynor versus DongRaeGu, I see Raynor right in the Discord. Hey, Solar. Solar's like, yes. Does he 12 pool? Solar says, no, don't worry about that. Obviously, what happened is a 12 pool. Then after the series, Raynor writes in the chat, he's like, guys, I've got a trick. Whatever Solar says, do the opposite. So it's been really fun to see the players banter with each other as well. Anyways, and let's get it on. I see that he's on my board, so I'm going to do the introduction. Normally, representing team Raise Your Edge. They're orange. We are orange as well. No brain, no pain. It's Drogo.
And in the bottom left, for Africa Freaks, and for our team as well, Sword of Seoul Korea, it is Su.
What's up with all these 12 pooling Korean nerds? What is happening today?
Yeah, Su has long liked the 12 pulling in this matchup. I guess it's pretty good, right? We've seen Raynor and Serral both also 12 pulling a lot in this matchup. I think it's decent against all the very early pylon blocks, but I'm not sure. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I always feel it's a bit tricky because I do think there is potential for a perfect defense, but Drogo does get a little greedy sometimes. And sometimes he doesn't scout, or he's got weird ways of scouting where he only takes the Zelnaga Watchtower to see if he gets 12 pulled. This time he does not take it, but he's still going to see it with the probes in the center. But this is kind of late though. The Zealot hasn't even been started yet. Oh, Drogo, red alert, panic. He's gonna try to boost out the Zealot immediately. I'll tell you how I feel about it. I'll tell you how I feel about it in 20 seconds.
Yeah, there's no money to finish that wall off, so it's just gonna be a fight with the probes while he waits for that Zealot. And yeah, it all comes down to scouting this in order to not take too much damage. This is already too much damage, in my opinion. So I'm feeling pretty good for Su's chances, even if Drogo was to stabilize here.
It's decent damage. I mean, if Drogo actually finishes this with only losing 2 probes, I'm completely okay with it. Because, yeah, he lost some mining time. Now he's losing
Like
a lot more, though.
A lot of mining time.
Yeah. Uh-oh, that's going to be a full surround. And that pylon, that adept, that's going to be awfully close. Can the adept pop? Are you kidding me, cats? What is happening?
Yeah, this is looking done and dusted now at this point, as Su will continue to clean up these probes, and Drogo will be forced to GG out. And yeah, that puts us in the lead. Good stuff.
Well, I was on a high. That high ended abruptly. I'm on a down right now. Yeah, the 12 pool, I mean, obviously against players that scout late or just don't scout at all. In this case, it was very late scout. It can be effective. I mean, for me personally, it's different because I play in a weird baboony way against Zerg, and I actually love it when I get 12 pulled because I have a build that puts me in an incredibly good economic position against 12 pool. But yeah, the pros obviously play a bit different. You know, I pylon scout, but not super early, so I don't often get the hedge block. But if I then see it's 12 pool, I go Forge, Nexus, and I make a full wall off. So then I actually just have 2 Nexi, 0 lost mining time when it came to pooling workers. The only thing that you don't have is non-stop probe production, of course, because, you know, it does cost money to wall off and build a cannon. But I actually always feel ahead after I get 12 pulled. But yeah, I'm the only baboon who plays Nexus first, so I can't really apply it to professional games.
Oh, I see. Because you dropped the wall off instead of the Nexus then. So you scout in time for that, is what you're saying.
No, my build order would literally be standard pylon, right? 14. I actually don't even know numbers. I just know when I have to build it. But yeah, let's say standard pylon, you scout. If I see no hatchery, I go into the main. I'll see the pool building. Then at home, I build a forge, then a Nexus, then a gateway, then a cannon, and then I complete the wall off with a pylon. And then you...
And otherwise, just Nexus first?
Yes, exactly. So it's Nexus first is if they go hatch first, and if they 12 pull me, it's Forge Nexus.
But what if they 12 pull you and then they don't make like circlings or only make like 2 circlings?
Oh, that's still fine because my Nexus is still as quick as their hatchery, but they build a pool of 12 while I build a forge of 16, so that's still good for me, right?
Cool. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. We'll have to see at some point.
Yeah, it doesn't really apply to pros because everybody thinks Nexus first sucks anyway. So this does mean that your boys take a 1-0 lead, but I feel like we haven't even really started yet, cats.
Yeah, I mean, game number 2 here sort of has a pretty cool plan. So I'm just hoping that it pans out.
Well, that makes me a bit nervous, but I have to be, you know what? Actually, it doesn't make me nervous. My boy's got a really cool plan as well. I don't know what it is. I just know it's cool, okay? Bottom left side, no brain, no pain, all orange. It's Solar.
And on the top right-hand side, it is the purple Zerg. It is SortOf.
You know, some teams, they're a little shaken up. You know, if they get 12 pulled in the first match and it ends that quickly and we're down 0-1. For a lot of teams, that sucks, but not for us. You know, it's all in the name, cats. We have no brain, so we feel no pain. You know, we get 12 pulled, we don't scout, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't shake us off. A 3-1, a 4-0, what's the difference really, am I right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Though, yeah, I guess, Roddy. But is it? Yeah, I'm not even sure. Do we know that plants can't feel pain? They have no brain.
Well, they always used to tell me when I was a kid that trees do feel pain because they bleed, you know?
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, plants definitely. You've seen those experiments where they have like kids bully plants, and then the plant that gets bullied is like sad and doesn't grow as beautifully as the plant that gets encouraged.
When I'm listening to you right now, I'm closing my eyes and I'm thinking of the world of Pokemon where they're making fun of a Bulbasaur and then he spits little leaves at them.
No, this happens. This is real stuff.
Well, cats, I have not seen that video.
Well, there's also real stuff going in this game. Roddy, look at that drone. Look at that drone.
Oh my goodness. It's going to take a hidden base. Are you kidding me? And what is he going to do with that hidden base? Is he going to make like a lot of links? Is he going to make roaches, ravages? What the hell is happening?
Yeah, it's gonna be, I think, a Ravager flood, a Ravager link flood, essentially. It's something that Raynor has done in CVT, and that I've seen other players do in CVT. Not something that I had seen anyone try in CVC, at least not for a long time. And yeah, I think that it could be pretty cool to catch Solar off guard here.
It makes me think of the game that Scarlet had in her EPT DreamHack StarCraft 2 Master Series against Future, where Scarlet took a hidden base in the top left side and then used it as a point to build roaches and ravages and boss, and I thought it was really cool. I'm a bit scared, but I do gotta say this is one hell of an approach by your boy, and I do like to see this kind of stuff, especially in a best of one format. So I'm a fan of the strategy, but I really hope it doesn't work.
Yeah, I really like that he's taking this kind of risk, and I mean it's looking pretty good so far, because from Solar's point of view, it's gonna look like he's two basing essentially, right? Like he doesn't see the third base. It's gonna be very difficult to guess or to scout where that is, and there's so much two base in CVC right now that I think it's a great choice from that perspective.
Now I want to ask you, right? If this was truly a two base opening, the Zerglings just made their way into that natural. Wasn't that drone count a little low for a two base opening?
Yeah, and that's why Solar is actually checking the main again, because the link didn't make it in time to see if there was a lair. So now Solar knows there's no lair. He has to expect an all-in from this point forward.
Yeah, but he's probably wondering what the hell are these European Zergs doing over here? This doesn't make any sense. Maybe he feels that there were already Zerglings pocketed on the top side of the main base or something, because obviously he didn't see everything in the main, so he may not be thinking. Okay, he's gonna make a few more drones now. Solar clearly very confused. Come on, Solar, send a couple links around the map, my friend. Links are cheap. Oh, look at that Zergling. Look at the Zergling bottom right. Yes, one little happy Zergling. What a scout, you know what I mean?
Yeah, incredible scout here from Solar. The upgrade was being faked by SortOf, in spite of but the links are stuck behind the queen right now, and that's not good.
Oh.
Okay, now the links get out, but they were trapped in there for a little while. Now one of the Ravagers is already gonna have fallen. Or this.
Roach. Yeah, Roach went down, but now the Ravages feel very, very exposed as well. The Zerglings of SortOf are just a little bit too late. Kurosawa is going to buy some time, but picking up these expensive Ravages makes a very big difference. We've got defensive Banelings in the natural already for Solar, and don't forget that my boys, 8 workers up. So Solar can even afford to lose a couple drones. He can afford to lose a queen. It doesn't matter. SortOf is all in, and I think his plan is not working out, cats.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Still good to see him try. There is, he did willingly take the server disadvantage here, and he thought, maybe I can do something like a 2-way soul into offset. But yeah, I mean, I like the idea, but yeah, it didn't happen here. A lot of links getting trapped there, and Solar is just gonna clean up.
All right, so we've had 2 incredibly short matches so far in the SortOf Seoul Korea versus No Brain No Pain team battle. But yeah, once again, I just want to echo what I said in the beginning of the game. I'm happy it didn't work, because obviously I want my boys to be happy, win some money, and win the series. But I love the idea of doing stuff like that in a best of 1. I think that's a really cool build. But I actually think it's important to not let those 2 Zerglings in early on, because these are not, some random players that kind of scout and only look like, oh, is there an expand? Yes or no? If Solar gets 2 Zerglings into your natural like that, and he sees like, wait a minute, you're 2 base, I'm 3 base, but I actually have more drones in my natural than you have. I feel like the alarm bells go off pretty quickly.
Yeah, if the scout could be the knight altogether, that might have been the best case scenario. Because yeah, the links kind of alert and make it so that Solar wants to go in with that overlord, whereas otherwise he may not. So yeah, that sucks.
All right, now I'm worried about this match. All right, our next series in this match is going to be Raynor versus Soul. I'm gonna tell you, mate, if this ends up with like 17 battle cruisers, Yamatoing everything, I'm gonna grab this battle cruiser and throw it through the room, okay? And I don't want to do that because I love my little statue. I think it's very pretty. Now, if I see battle cruisers getting neuroparasited and then they're killing the Terran army, then I'm gonna make out with the battle cruiser. So that's just... I don't know which way it's gonna go, cats, but it's gonna get funky.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna get funky. Soul has been practicing a lot of TVC because he had both Raynor and Serral. He's had some of the toughest opponents possible in this team league. Maybe the ace of each team is what he's gotten so far. So yeah, he also got innovation. So he's bitten a few bullets here. I'm hoping that that one of these can pay off for him because he's really so good.
No, Soul really is one hell of a player. You don't get 7k on the ladder if you're not good. I've been a fan of Soul for a long time, and I really still feel that he has not shown who he truly is and what he's truly made of. What he's like, bottom left, top right, bottom left. Let's do top right, Waddy. I'm speaking anyway. All right. No brain, no pain, all clash. It's Raynor. My ace.
Soul from SortOf Seoul Korea. My ace. Right now.
Your ace?
Yeah, right now, yeah, he is. Gotta believe all the way,
You're like, before any of your players started playing you in the lobby, he's like, mate, no pressure, but you're also the ace player for this match. And like, what, really, me? It's like, yeah. It's just a way to give your players a little confidence boost,
Yeah, I like that you're gonna clear your ace just like that. But yeah, I mean, when you have Raynor.
Well, to be honest, for us, it depends a little bit on whether or not we win coin tosses. Because I think our Korean players are amazing as well. And of course, I think Drogo is amazing. The problem with Drogo is that he plays the weakest race by far. So it's kind of hard to send out, Protoss as an ace player is like, I don't know, sending a guy out who's got a knee injury to then win the 100-meter sprint. You just don't do that. But my Korean players, on the other end, they're amazing. So it depends a little bit on the kind of service stuff and the matchups as well. So... obviously we all love Raynor. He's undefeated so far. It's been flawless for the boys. But I don't want to go like that. We're not a one-man team, cats.
True. Quite a bit of depth in your lineup. And yeah, the coin tosses I feel like should happen before the match, no?
Yes, they do.
Okay. No, or after after you pick the aces. Wouldn't that be? Because then you get a choice. But then you get more variety of choice. Then you get to choose. What if both of my aces are Korean? Then I'm at a disadvantage.
I don't know. I've never thought that deep about it, to be totally fair. All right, mate. Let's talk CVT instead of coin tosses, because this matchup in general is anything besides a coin toss. Soul opening up with the Marine here. What do we make of this?
Yeah, I think he just wants to delay the gas and have it the factory a little bit earlier, so nothing too crazy. Well, I guess it's kind of not normal by any means, but yeah, it's so difficult to get Reapers to do anything these days, so I can't fault him too much. It's the scouting and that he's gonna give up on basically. Raynor actually made a few links.
That first Overlord is a little far forward. Two Marines. I'm gonna put some damage on it, but we're not gonna see anything crazy like that barracks floating over. So, what's up with Raynor and his Zerglings now?
Yeah, now that he knows, I guess the Marines are out, he's just gonna feel comfortable moving across, knowing that there's no Reaper to backstab or anything like that. So, I guess Zerglings are king right now. If there's no Reaper, there's nothing faster than them.
Can he maybe pick off an SCV here? Is that a possibility? Look at that. Okay, he's actually going to go for the main base, but that's not going to work out. But now the depots are raised. That means that this Mew is a sitting duck. Doesn't go down yet. One SCV just popped. Also does not go down.
No, man, this is risky for Soul. He only has 2 Marines. He has to be super careful here.
It's got
like,
SCVs
already
as well,
the Zerglings are so annoying. Yeah, he does have SCVs around those Marines, luckily. He can tuck this. Oh, he could have tucked the red Marine in the back there perhaps to save it, but that's gonna be enough.
Yeah.
And
overall, pretty good defense by Soul, right? That could have been a lot worse.
Well done, yeah.
Now, they did mess with this build a little bit. We saw 1 or 2 SCVs being stuck in the main base because the depots were raised as well to keep those Zerglings away. And of course, Raynor gets a decent scout off, sort of knows what's up over here.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think we're gonna see from Soul something similar to what he did against Serral earlier today with a very strong 3-base push, most likely. And yeah, I think that's a good change of pace. I think, you know, it could have gone a little bit better against Serral. I think he had opportunities to win. So I'm curious to see if it'll work here.
What's Soul's record so far in the Watchers Team League?
He has not won a match. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 0-3 or 0-2?
I believe it's 0-3 or 0-4 at this point.
Okay, well, I mean, like you said, he did get incredibly tough opponents. I mean, getting Serral.
I mean, he got Trap, Serral, Raynor, Innovation.
Okay, that's just brutal, mate. Maybe you should give him like a slightly better matchup.
I mean, yeah, and the worst thing is he also got unfavored in ping against all of the Koreans he played. So he felt like he could have beat Trap, and you know, I'm really. My heart breaks for him a little bit because I think he could be doing much better with a little bit better luck.
Like, if you would tell me that those are the 4 best players in the world, like, I may not agree, but I think, like, yeah, you're pretty close.
It's a reasonable list, yeah. It's like, where's Maru in there, you know? But, like, I mean, those are... Trap has been crazy as of lately.
Ino is obviously a legend, and Serral and Raynor, well, we all know that I'm a massive fanboy of those two. So it's an incredibly tough matchup so far for Soul, but I mean, this game, things are going, I think, sort of according to plan. He hasn't really done anything fancy yet, hasn't found any proper damage, but at least he's been able to execute his build order so far. So I'm curious to see where your boy takes it, but in my eyes, he's not going to take it very far. I hope he gets stuck early on, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Raynor is going for a variation of the 2 Muta type opener, where this is very... Destiny used to do basically an opener like this, so maybe he was ahead of his time because he was doing the 2-base double Evo openers, which is a variation, I think, because the 2-base Muta is so common, so it takes the third at a similar timing and has, instead of, you know, the potential aggression of Mutas, your turn opponent kind of on their back foot thinking about that, and then you're getting ahead and upgrade. So it's a pretty cool variation. Players like Raynor are always inventing the meta and then getting ahead of it, right? So that's the cool thing, I think.
Well, actually, I like that story. We've got 4 Banelings morphing on the bottom side. Drop-a-Lord is going to be morphed there as well, so that's kind of cool. But I do hope that Raynor is taking this push seriously, even though the upgrades are not really done yet. But Marines with Stim and a Widowmine is something I think you always have to take serious. But Raynor is not too worried about it. That Drop-a-Lord is super low on HP. Unlike Overseers, they don't actually go back to full HP. But this could still get some damage done.
Oh, it could do a lot, actually. And there's attention being paid. So I love what Raynor does here, right? He knows the Overlord is going in, attacks with all of the Zerglings, and then moves in with the Overlord to get a total of, it looks like, 8.
Oh, yes, bring it back.
Here.
Oh no, I couldn't bring it back. Too many Stim Marines. I'm with you. That was very smart. Reyna's like, hey, my Zerglings and Banelings are moving up to your Marines, and Soul's microing, and that's when the Drop Lord moved in. Good focus fire there by your boy Soul. But overall, I love the way that Reyna has been doing this. Look how far forward that creep is already. And then on top of that, he managed to get 8 SCV kills, which is not easy as a Zerg player in this phase in the game. Feeling pretty good about this, Cats.
Yeah, it looks pretty good too. 20 workers ahead already is Raynor. I mean, Soul has, I think, a good unit composition to deal with Mutilating Bane. This is difficult still for the Zerg to engage directly. But one thing that I was talking about in the game with Serral and concerning Soul in general, I think he before
run
this...
by!
He was, run by. Yeah, that is a huge run by. That is painful. Now Soul really has to make something work with this. He really has to be more cautious with his mines. I think that he's a little bit too YOLO with the mines in front a lot of the time, but this time around, he's gonna have a nice setup, actually bringing them all forward again.
I almost feel like this is an all-in at this point. This is still one hell of an army. Like, Soul's army supply is at 100 right now. So Raynor needs some absolutely magical Baneling connections. The first ones are not bad, but I'd like to see a little bit more. 2-2 upgrades are more than halfway done. I'm still worried. Look at Soul's army supply. It's 88. That's pretty serious.
Yeah, and the flank of the rest of Soul's army is also coming, but not before Raynor can collapse onto all of this. There's still creep left receding, and unfortunately the reinforcements from Soul are not gonna make it in time to continue this fight. So yeah, very little left at this point.
Oh, and that final Baneling connection is ultra juicy there as well. And this, of course, on top of the fact that Raynor got that big run by happening into the natural, where in total 24 SCVs went down, means that Raynor is now in a marvelous position, because Soul never even started 2-2 upgrades. So we're about to see 2-2 Zerglings, Banelings against 1-1 bio. Okay with that, Cats.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, we've really been trying to switch to mines with Soul for against the Mutalisk play, and Mutilating Bane in particular, because he was doing more tank-based pushes, and those weren't working for him. And I feel like there's still room for growth in that area. Like against Rambites in particular, I feel like Zerg really struggles to engage this army head-on, and that's why you kind of have to go for big Rambites, like we saw Raynor. But they're so consistent that I feel like you can account for them almost blindly every time, like maybe with an extra bunker or something like that.
You know, I'm very familiar with the 1-2 punch, but this basically felt like a 1-2 knockout punch. It was like the Baneling drop was the first punch, then the big run by was the second, and then the sandwich on the main army, that's the KO punch right there. Raynor is still undefeated in the War Chest Team League. I don't even know what his score is right now, but it's at least 5-0, maybe 6-0 at this point. The Italian Stallion is unstoppable.
He really is. So yeah, that's gonna do it for us today, I believe. So congratulations to you.
No, what? It's 2-1. What are you talking about?
It's 2-1?
Yes, it's 2-1.
Oh.
We've got Bunny against Stats coming up.
Oh!
Wow, what kind of a captain are you, Cats? Jeez Louise. Not much of a fight in you.
My bad.
It's best of 5. Right. You know, I was really sad as well, because I want to tell you, I don't know, for some reason I was thinking of this. While you were talking about an old thing that Destiny used to do a long time ago, right? You're talking about like either a Spire or like you barely use a Spire. For some reason, whenever I think of you, I think back of a game we had on Catalina. Do you remember that 3-player map? It was brown with a lot of airspace. Like we played a game once when I lived in America, and people were like, "Hey, you're playing Cats." I was like, "Oh, cool." And you went for one base Spire of 23 drones. And flew like 3 Mutalisk into my main base. And I'm just what the hell is this guy doing? Like, I was like, I feel like I know pretty much every build in the book. I have never seen it, and I never forgot about it.
Yeah, I actually once took a game from Snoot in a Red Bull Detroit. It was a Red Bull event. It was like, you know, like, and it went 2-1 for him. He was at his peak. And the game that I won was exactly that, one base muta.
You're a genius, mate. Yeah, I know. For some reason, like sometimes you have a silly game that you just never forget about. I was on the left side and you were at the bottom, and I was like, "What is Cats doing?" And I'm like checking everything, and then like a couple minutes into the game, I see like 3 very sad little mutas flying towards my base, and I'm like, "What?" Like this doesn't make any sense.
Was it proxied at least?
No, mate. You were just like, you're on the bottom side, and you just decided to go one base layer into a spire of like 23 drones.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. All right, guys. That means that No Brain, No Pain is in the lead. 2-1. Next up, though, Bunny versus Stats. One of your top Korean dogs. Against, well, my Korean player, I don't want to say he's been underperforming. Had a great game against Mana, so his TVP looked great. But in the TVTs and the TVZ, I can't really fault him for. That's DongRaeGu. But the TVTs were a bit disappointing to me. So I hope he does better in this one.
Yeah, I mean, against DongRaeGu, I thought he played a pretty good game up until, until he didn't, I guess. But, yeah. It started off well, so.
All right. I'll take it away again. I feel like I'm always doing the first intro. Bottom right side. No brain, no pain. In orange once again. We know his TVP is good. Can he do it again? It is Bunny.
And in the top left-hand side, it is for SortOf Seoul Korea. Quite likely our ace up until this point. It is Stats.
Man, if Bunny wins this, I'm actually going to get really hyped. Like, I'd be so happy for the boys. That means we would be 4-1. Which means all the players at that point have won $1,600 individually already. They have won me $200, which I think is amazing as well. Come on, Bunny. One time and one time only.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest. I mean, Stats is just a little bit too good, right? Let's be honest.
I mean, Sats is one hell of a player. I can't really say anything bad about him, of course, but it is Submarine, TVP, Marines, tanks. They all arrive very quickly, cats.
Yeah, that is very true. It is one of the problems for Protoss players on this map in particular. I mean, we were trying to get Stats a PVT, so here's a PVT. Hopefully, he can hold any sort of early shenanigans.
Yeah, even a proxy Reaper or something I think would have been kind of cool. I don't think this is the best map for Reapers, but they show up in the main base so quickly. Then again, most Protoss players do scouts, and then they could also maybe build the Zealot to buy some time. So far, Stats is just kind of being annoying with his probe, trying to delay my boy's command center. We don't like that, cats. We're not about that kind of play.
Yeah. Do you ever do that, Roddy? Do you ever just put a pylon down, or is that never?
No, I would never build a pylon. What I actually love to do, but it later on became the norm. I'm not betting my own bet here, by the way, but a long time ago I watched Hero, and he had like the probe show up, and I think it was like 213, 214, because that's when the Reaper is halfway across the map. That's when the probe showed up in the natural. I was like, hey, that's super cool. Because for the longest time, the standard was Reaper into Reactor. So they have no Marine there, Reaper has to turn around. And I copied that of one of the heroes. Completely forgot which one. But I was like, I really like that. But that's about as much as I'm willing to do with my probe. Like building pylons and stuff. Against Zerg, hell yeah. Against Terran, nope.
That's pretty cool. All right, so here is a Stalker. That's gonna serve to push the Reaper back. There's a probe out there as well for Stats, so we might see some sort of proxy. The first adept is gonna be denied his entry into the main base, but might get to kill the SCV. Nope.
No, it's for some reason these command centers finish up really quickly. If the probes don't do like a proper job in at least forcing some delay on the building time of that command center, don't mess up right now, Bunny. Oh, wow, yeah. Armory. All right, he's going back for those cloaked mines, I think. Maybe even drilling claws, by the way. Against Mana, he opened up drilling claws. Didn't do much damage, but it did keep Mana at home. And I think that's already a victory for the Terran. This time, could be regular cloaked mines, could also be drilling claws once again.
Yeah, I really like this change back to the cloaked mines of the Armory, because it really makes the breadth of openers for Terran a lot more... a lot bigger, and it's not as big a problem as when Terrans were doing mines all the time because there was no armory requirement. So I think this is really cool that it's coming back.
No, 2 probe kills is not bad at all. You're not gonna get anything in the main base. You know what's actually very nice is I say this very often, by the way, when I cast this matchup, so I apologize to everybody that watches me cast, but when you open up, when you chrono boost your first gateway unit to the other side of the map, they always build a shield battery in the main mineral line to ignore that first Reaper, right? but that battery actually comes back to haunt you when you have to defend Withermine drops, because the probes are very, very clumped up around that battery. So then one mine can actually get 8 or 9 kills. And yes, I've learned that the hard way. I stopped building batteries there.
Oh, that's really interesting. Where do you build it somewhere else instead?
Yes, right behind the mineral line, which, yeah, maybe it doesn't cover everything all the time, but it will cover everything at some moment, right? So sometimes a grenade can maybe get the kill, but it's technically in range. It just doesn't heal after every shot, only when it returns minerals sometimes. But yeah, I prefer that, because it's been a few too many times that one Withermine killed 11 probes, and I'm like,
What
that's
about
it.
the gases can be sieged?
Yeah, no, like, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It can be fine. All right, we've got a Warp Prism heading towards the main base with a couple of Stalkers. So this is a little bit of parting. Bunny seems quite well prepared. We've got Withermines into the natural. The first shot is
that Viking.
decent. The second shot is amazing.
Yeah, and on the other side, there's gonna be Stalkers blinking into the main of Bunny and looking to snipe a siege tank. Already sniped the first Viking. So this is a decent start on the other side as well.
Yeah, Viking went down, tank went down, but that's still quite a few Marines, and the Stalker's actually not having it very easy to him. Don't forget. Alright, I think this is actually going pretty good for Bonnie. I really don't hate this. He's still up 2 workers, and I think we have another medevac, and it's heading towards the main base where the probes are really clumped up. I'm starting to get excited.
It might be worth getting excited. Okay, but these Stalkers are gonna blink onto a bunker that's not gonna get repaired in time, and that's pretty nice for stats. Now with control here, he can maybe kite and get some marine kills for free. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, okay, he's going for the tank. He does it and snipes it, but now all of the Stalkers are so low, there's no shields to go back to, and a lot of them are falling on move command. What's happening?
9 probes just went down in the main base. The Stalkers are so low in HP. The Viking, I believe, was a Viking, right? Did get shot down there in the end. Obviously, no bunker in the natural really sucks. Do we have another tank? Yes, another tank is about to pop. Bonnie still up 6 SCVs. That bunker was a little ambitious, but 6 SCVs is big. I mean, it's supposed to be the other way around, and even then I think it's okay. But being up in workers gets the observer there immediately as well. My boy's playing well. Is Bonnie just a TVP sniper?
Maybe so, and without that observer, there's no high ground vision. There's no real way for stats to make use of these Stalkers aggressively anymore. There's a second observer, but now Bunny has so very much. Yeah, I'm not sure what he does from here. Colossus being warped in, I like that.
Yeah, Colossus is good, especially because there are drilling claws out already. So if you would go Zealot Stalker, yeah, that forward blink is very ambitious. Oh my god, that's just reckless, man. That's those traits are not that good. If you're broke already, you have a relatively bad economy, which is the case for stats in my opinion, because it's still 2 base, 44 workers. Stalkers are actually really expensive units there.
Yeah, I think Stats was hoping maybe the tank was closer or off position, because he didn't quite see it with the observer, but he did see the army of Bunny move in the main, so maybe he thought he had an opening. I don't mind the risk, but because he is so far behind. But man, how does he come back? I am not sure.
Yeah, what I want to say is I love Colossus here, because if you would try to play like traditional Zealot Stalker, that actually is not very good, especially not if you're kind of behind economically, which has been the case in this game, because the Widowmine's already there. So then Bunny just makes pure bio Widowmine with Drilling Claw, and that's kind of a dream composition against pure Zealot Stalker, especially in bigger numbers. So Colossus is definitely the right choice here for stats, but there's no other way to put it. He didn't do enough with his Stalkers, and on top of that, he kind of took a beating at home against the Widowmines with Drilling Claws. And this is a tank push that's a bit intimidating, but Bunny does need to siege up in time.
Yeah, the Stalkers will be pushed back, but there was no delaying this push at all, so Stats really has to make some magic happen here. There is those Zealots on charge nearly finished, so maybe with one more warp in, he has a strong chance at dislodging this, actually. Now Bunny going for a double drop.
Yep, and after sniping that observer, that's obviously kind of hard for Stats to keep track on. On top of that, because he doesn't have any charge, okay, he does have charge, but he doesn't really have any Zealots, it's pretty hard to defend against drops like this. Once you're out of position, it just feels that Bunny has so many units everywhere. I don't really know where they are, but he's now dropping in the main base. He's getting some good damage done, and don't forget about the tanks and the main army outside of the third.
Oh, and these chokes that Stats has made as a SimCity is actually coming back to bite him a little bit as the Zealots trickle in one by one. The Stalker's not with much room either. And on the other side, Bunny is also, or Stats is actually collapsing onto the army of Bunny, but there's not nearly enough, it looks like. And just 2 Colossus, 1 Colossus remains.
You have good focus fight there with the tanks as well. The medevac from the main base comes back. Ooh, stepping forward with Marines to chase the Colossus is very ambitious, but he somehow gets it. I hope he doesn't lose all the tanks in return. But obviously, the soup doesn't lie. Bonnie has taken a 35 army supply advantage. Gets at least 1 or 2 shots off on the Colossus. The reinforcements have arrived. Can we get that Colossus, please? No, not yet.
Yeah, he has a finished third as well behind this. So Bunny in a much better position than when the push started. And he was already in a good position, I would say, before that. Resetting or partially resetting the Colossus count. At this point, I'm not sure that they are even going to be enough magic. Do you go Disruptors maybe? Or like some, you know, some sort of bigger gamble?
I actually don't know. I mean, that's this is a tough position to be in. I kind of like the Dark Shrine, you know, the good old classic. When behind, go Dark Shrine. We've all heard it a million times. I think just having like at least 1 more Colossus is not bad, because you're going to force out quite a few Vikings. And then maybe indeed go for the Disruptors and some magic. But Zealots and a Prism can absolutely turn games around. So I get a little worried. But we've got a Viking. Magically called Viking.
Yeah, and that turret as well. That War Prism's going to fall right away. Very well done by Bunny. I mean, covering all of his angles before moving out again. He's saying, what do I lose to? How do I lose my advantage, basically? And he's covering all of his ground, so well done.
Yep. Well, there we do have that Disruptor that you were already hinting at, and that makes a lot of sense to me. But, you know, when you have this much of an army advantage, if you're Bunny, it comes pretty simple. Just avoid that one big shot. And of course, don't completely fall apart against Dark Templars, which is never that easy. But this is a massive Terran army, and it's a very powerful Terran army as well. And it's literally good against everything that Stats has at the moment.
Yeah, I would love to see that shot aimed at the... Actually, is there anything to aim it at? Not really. At the siege tanks once they begin sieging, I guess, right? Because otherwise you can just pick up your army. Here comes a Disruptor shot! It doesn't connect.
Scan, body scan. We've got 2 Dark Templars slicing away that army. There is overcharge being used as well. No, please scan, mate. Okay, he scans in the end. Did lose quite a few units, but the tanks survive, and that's the most important thing. Can we get that Disruptor? The answer is yes. Bonnie's playing well.
Yeah, but there's some more DTs joining the fray now. So with these, if there are no additional scans, and it looks like there's no instant scans at least, Stats might be able to miraculously push this back.
Yep, we have 2 Zealots as well on the other side of the map, killing 16 SCVs. Stats now actually taking an economic lead. Oh, that first scan was a little bit late. I mean, at least the Disruptor went down, and there isn't much to buffer for these Colossus. The batteries are kind of low on energy right now, but yeah, maybe Bonnie should slow down for a split second, because at this point, you're like 1 more I don't have a scan available fight away from losing the entire lead you had in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Stats is doing what he can. He's trying to be sneaky with DTs on 2 sides at once. One of them spots the army of Bunny moving into the third, so he might feel he's clear to move into the natural, perhaps.
Look at my boy Bunny. 4th base goes down. Bam, he's there with an army. Snipes it immediately. Forces the cancel. Gets the kill even on that pylon. Why the hell not? I think Bunny has no idea that this army of Stats is actually where it's at. Can he get out of there? Yes, he will. Loses.
There's actually no turrets at the natural either, or at the main for that matter. So Stats could actually be finding some damage potentially with his DTs.
There is a turret in like the next to the eBay in the natural. It's a bit far away. There is technically a turret.
Yeah, doesn't cover. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, definitely doesn't cover all of it. It's like a drop turret more than anything, right?
No, absolutely, but you can also send your SCVs there, and then Bio can still take care of the DT, right? So.
Yeah.
But you're right, it's still scary, especially when I see 2 Disruptors on the way, and obviously they're still going to be in the hands of Stats. Does Bunny see that Observer? That'd be so nice to actually take care of Observers like that. Skis it immediately. Bunny's good at that stuff. Well, let's go. Stats is kind of forcing a little base trade. Bunny has no idea about this army, where it actually is. It seems like Stats is going for the Orbital immediately, which is smart, because he can obviously always go for DTs. Disrupt the shots on the other side of the map. The first one is big. The second one completely whiffs. Oh my goodness, Stats actually has a supply lead right now.
Yeah, Bunny only has 2 more scans, it seems, like from the main, so this could actually be okay. Oh, this Raptor shot goes off on the other side on defense. Stats, I would love to see some more DTs being warped. There's, of course, Ghosts as well to counteract with EMP, though.
Man, 1 Disruptor tank for so long because it was being healed by a super battery, but in the end it did go down. There's just 1 more Disruptor remaining, which almost has another shot available, but it doesn't this time. Scan goes down in the main base as well.
One.
Yeah, don't forget
it's gonna be surrounded right away.
Yep. don't forget we have Ghost in the main army of Bunny as well. So EMPs are available. So yeah, DTs are always scary, but at least there is the potential to reveal them with an EMP.
Yeah, absolutely. So not as reliant on that scan. Even then, reactively and preemptively scans is I think the Dark Shrine has now been cleared, right? So
yeah, the main base fight is actually not going too bad for Bunny at all. Can he get one of the Colossus with that last Viking? One more shot. Does get one of the Colossus. In the end, he loses all the SCVs. But taking out one of the power units, I think is massive. Because Bunny's Restover army, I think is a lot stronger than the Restover army of Stats.
yeah, but there's those 2 DTs as well, and yeah, there's the EMP. But even if you force out EMPs individual, actually, there's a lot of EMPs in there.
Yeah, man.
There's a lot of EMPs.
How you think, Cats, and I wish that was a thing, but now if the DTs had blink, then you actually made a valid argument, because then EMP could land, you could blink away, and then eventually they could run out of energy. But now if a DT goes in, Bunny can just land the EMP immediately. He's got an orbital still as well at the bottom side. Okay, this is getting really awkward. EMP lands, it takes down. Oh my goodness, I think he's gonna do it.
Yeah, it's looking really good. Now, Stats is going to be forced to engage this army at some point before all of its buildings go down. So, yeah, that would be... I don't know, maybe from the bushes? Oh, I like it, I like it. The hallucinated Colossi, that could drag a lot of fire from the Vikings, but everything gets EMP'd. No more spells for you, says Bunny, but it's a pretty close fight, actually. The Marauders are gonna win the day, though, it looks like, as they take down the last Colossus, and, oh, yeah.
Look at these Marines and Marauders stim. No pain, no brain, doesn't matter. Stim one more time, Bunny. Put them all 1 HP away from dying. Actually, don't do that. Stalker skin, then maybe I'll micro you. But it's I think he's gonna do it. Bunny with some just awesome TVP play. He's been loving that Widowmine opener, and this game it worked out. The fact that he can open up with Widowmines with Thrilling Claws gets the GG out of Stats. And Bunny will send No Brain, No Pain into a 4-1 score in this round robin. Woo! I'm actually very proud of him, Cats. I'm very happy.
Yeah, he did really good. So congratulations to Bunny and to the rest of your team. And that's going to be it for us this time.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, Cats, it's you against me. A bonus match.
All on the line, Roddy.
All on the line. No, we're not gonna do that. What we will do, of course, guys, is be back next Friday. You guys can all set a reminder that's under this stream. YouTube has a couple of cool little things in their live player. But yeah, we can talk a little bit about the day. Did you catch some of the other matches today, Cats?
Yeah, quite a few actually. Most on my second monitor, but some, on my first one.
Let's talk a little bit about the standings. I'm just gonna open Wikipedia real quick. I kind of know where everybody's at.
We have to talk about the standings right now. Do you feel like we have to, like, right now talk about the standings, you think?
I kind of think we have to talk about it right now, because I believe, if the math is correctly, I've got the best map score right now. I don't know if that overall thing is updated yet, but No Brain, No Pain, +4. Wait, is Warpix 4-1 already? Jeez Louise. How many matches have they played? But we are 4-1 too. Okay, this is not updated yet. Okay. All right, come on, Wikipedia. So I think we're tied first. So No Brain, No Pain, and the War Picks tied in first. Benny and the boys making their first official appearance today. Obviously, a team that was high up when it came to the fan predictions and estimations of who had the best team. It's been really fun to watch those guys play as well.
Benny and the boys, yeah, they have a really strong team. I love the banter on the Benny and the boys from you in particular.
I love how it's rolling.
There's actually no foreigners, right? So they would just speak in Korean, and Benny would be kind of left out there, right?
Ben is looking for the word Serral, which meant that they didn't want to play him. Then numbers that had to do with ping. And then after an essay of Korean, one of them writes in English, I go. That's the team spirit in Benny and the boys.
I love that you hear Warren laughing in the background as well.
All right, I believe it's updated. Oh my goodness, it's so pretty. Look at that map score. +6 for my boys. No Brain, No Pain. 4-1. We dropped one series against the Tank Toppers, where I really take responsibility for that, because I made an error at first in the predictions, and then I think we didn't put enough thought into the let's make sure at all costs that we avoid Rainer against Supernova plan. And I kind of failed in that, so I feel like I let the team down. Other than that, they've been amazing. And Cats, I couldn't be happier.
Yeah. I couldn't be sadder in context.
Well, you've got 2 more matches. In the end, if you make top 6, it's still possible. I think if you go 3 and 5. No, wait, do you only? Yeah.
It's
You have 8.
It's possible. It's mathematically possible already.
Who do you have left? Who do you play?
I have the Dread Knights and who? And the Muscle and Ben. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Pretty
that's 2 pretty tough teams, but I wish you all the best. Anything else you want to talk about?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Cats doesn't like the rankings. I love the rankings right now. I could sit there all day. Well, guys, I guess that's it for another day of StarCraft 2 action from the War Chest Team League. Of course, big shout out to Wardy, who's guiding all of us through this entire process. It's been a lot of fun covering these matches with you, Cats. And I guess I wish you best of luck in the upcoming 2 playdays.
Yeah, you too. So peace.
All right. Goodbye, Cats, and goodbye to all StarCraft fans. We'll be back on Friday. Make sure to set those reminders here on YouTube. We hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast, and happy laddering.